morning, and then I basically hang out with Kitty, and then we're chilling. Here we go. Let's go. So I was going to actually log in. The plan today was to play Resto Druid, do a little vault fills, some stuff like that. Maybe actually the time walking raid, because I realized how easy that is. But now I logged in, and I was invited to a 17 Windrunner Spire. So I guess I will tank a 17 Windrunner Spire real fast. Don't think this key will be too bad. Just have to route it kind of nice and safe. What's up, Sir Duder Rave? How's it going? Today, the plan is to enjoy some ice cream. I want to get a milkshake. I've already ordered the milkshakes, but I want more milkshakes. So we'll find out what happens. I do indeed enjoy a good milkshake. That is my plan. That's my plan. Hope everybody's doing well. Chill, play some games. Not up to much. That's it. That's what I want to do. I want to play some stuff. Now, I actually will be playing Guardian Druid again for the first part of today, but I was kind of going to do some other stuff, though. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. How you doing today, Duder Rave? You having cheesecake? Cheesecake sounds great right now, doesn't it? Cheesecake sounds good. Indeed, it does. We're not doing too much today. We're just going to chill. We'll load Discord notification out, the fact that we are live, and hang out. Yeah, I'm about like an hour, well, like an hour and a half later than I normally am when I stream. I know. But I enjoyed my morning. I was actually thinking about taking today off, and then I was like, no, I want to play some WoW, so figure if I play WoW, might as well turn on stream. It's weird. I don't want to not play WoW these days. I might be addicted. I mean, probably not me, but I might be a little bit, potentially. I hope everybody's having a good time with the season. I do. So the plan was, now I have Brazil 16. What's up, Hobbit? Doing pretty good. My plan was to do 17s next week with the team. I know my friends are not online today, so I'll be pugging. Kind of want to play some alts. Kind of want to fill some vaults. Might take tomorrow off, not sure. I feel like I need to take 1 day a week off of World of Warcraft. I feel like that's healthy, you know what I mean? That's what I think. But first, we found ourselves with a big Bob mobile in a plus 17 Windrunner Spire. So hopefully I don't die. I haven't done 17 Windrunner as a tank yet. There are some dangerous pulls in here, but I actually think the timer's pretty chill. So if I just play kind of nice and safe, I think we'll be all right, you know? That's the plan. That is the plan. I think it's a good plan. Others will chill. Today's going to be just like a vibe stream. I'm going to get some milkshakes. The real big question is, have you guys been paying attention to the race whatsoever? The race is super interesting right now. I'm very curious to know how that actually progresses. Big Bob, he does have a tendency to do that sometimes, Sam. Let's look at my delve up. The secret phase is crazy, by the way. Secret phase is wild. Yeah. Because like I was like, oh my god, they have it. And then all of a sudden, they didn't have it. And I was like, what? Yeah. Sam, you want to do some keys today? Monday's a good day to take off, day before reset. For me, it's like Tuesday, though. Oh, they say now watching it after I wake up. It's crazy that it's not dead yet. I was like, okay, so they got this. Like Liquid, it's GG's. The problem is, it's not dead. If Liquid doesn't kill it in the next brief period, it's Echo wakes up and wins, right? Like Liquid, they can't go to bed. But it's past their bedtime. So I think it's GG's, right? Green is your color? Oh, thank you. That was great. Yeah. So that's the worry, right? Like I actually do think they should be like there's no way that Echo doesn't kill it with an entire day. I think they do though, because now because if you know there's a secret phase, it might adjust your plan. Like if Echo has an entire day to prog, that was basically the thinking of Echo last night before they saw a secret phase exist. They don't even know about it yet? No, I mean, they do because we know about it. You know what I mean? There we go. That's the thing. They do know now. That's the thing. That's not true anymore. Do you know what I mean? All right, let's see I want to see how the 17 goes. If I was Liquid, I would have went dark. Well, they would know. There was no way they would know that there's a little secret phase. This time, I'm actually drinking Thai tea. Ooh, it's nice. Dude, Thai tea is so good. All right, I want to see how hard this 17 hits. I got my Brazil 16, so I'm chilling now on the Druid. But the curious thing is, how hard is this going to hit? I want to know. I'm really interested and kind of invested to see how hard this is going to hit here. I'm going to incap that one. Perfect. Here we go. Sundering. How hard do you think a 17 Windrunner Spire hits me? I mean, like, so basically, if the team lives, the timer here can't be an issue. I've backpedaled perfectly. Nice. Fair Typhoon. Fair knockback. All right. So it was a wing buffet, actually. It wasn't a typhoon. My apologies. I don't think it hits that hard. I mean, there's basically a few pulls if I'm very aggressive and I chain, like, too fast a little bit. I mean, you know, I just don't think you have to route this that aggressively. Like, basically, you just win. Like, you just kind of, you know what I mean? Apparently, the guy who makes the raid has email hacked. Oh, damn. So, here's the thing. The question is, do you think they get told that there's a secret phase? Like, that's one of my questions. One of my big questions watching that is, do they know? Like, does Blizzard act? Because they have the official Race to World First channel, right? That's the question. Yeah, you have to heal a lot in that first pull. Although, keep in mind that what Mistweaver can revival the first overlap, and then after the first overlap, they just can spin to win. So it's not too bad for Mistweaver on that pull. It's much harder for other healers, to be fair. You don't think they knew? It doesn't look like they knew, because I watched the clip and I was like, it doesn't seem like they actually know what's going on, right? But yeah, I kind of, part of me was like, ooh, should I just watch the race? But my problem is, I don't know. Somebody will stop the first bit. The question is, here's my question, right? Hold up. We had a bit of a miscommunication on this route. It's okay. I'm just going to Typhoon Vortex in 3, 2, 1 all together now. Perfect. Incap that perfectly. We parried it as well. I'm going to kick this out of the corner, out of the green. Perfect. It looked like they thought they won, yeah. Some of the reactions have been genuinely so funny, right? I was wondering if they're really just good actors. Part of me was actually curious if they're just good actors, to be honest with you. That's what I was kind of in the back of my head. I was like, oh, is that what's going on? Okay, War Stomp that. Good job, healer. I think that, like I said, if you just play this key with like 0 to 1 deaths, we won't have a problem, though. What's up, Suzaku? How's it going? We'll just play this nice and safe here, basically. Just this one caster with this. The healer says he can't see dispels. That's a problem. I will help off heal then. I have realized that I accidentally forgot to respec into my dispel, I'm pretty sure, so I can't help with the poisons. Luckily, we can just blow this kind of safe here, though. I'll make sure I get my kick. We don't have a lot of kicks in this comp, so I don't want to miss, though. Max was like stun locked for a whole minute. Yeah. Technically, it's not fair because they get to use their version of Weak Aura. I mean, that fight is ridiculous, right? What's up, Mavino? I told you about that. The no links, you mean? Or you mean the route here? How's it going? It's going pretty good. How's Season 1 going? Oh, so far so good. I've got Brazil 16. I got invited to the 17 to tank real quick, though. What do you think is the easiest tank to play for high keys? I mean, Brewmaster. I don't know if Brewmaster is easy. The problem with Brewmaster is I don't know if I would consider that tank to be easy, right? Oh, you mean the fancy UIs. Yeah. Well, also, I think this guy's a main tank. He's 3600 IO, but I didn't see any healer IO, so I think he's just basically is a tank player. We're going to chain this up because I have my Incarn. So if I have Incarn, what I like to do is just take this guy up because this is all tank dam. I just have to make sure I get the sides here. So we're just going to pop in here. Boom. And then what I do is I don't add the big chain. I don't add the big AoE dude. So this is still just tank dam, and I can live this. If I don't die, then this is a fair chain here. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi, Mavino. I'm doing good. I think my plan was to wait till next week. I got kind of messed up on my first vault, unfortunately. So since I don't have anything in my first vault, I am a bit behind item level curve right now. There are people with a lot more gear than me. So kind of the idea here is next week I'll get about 3 to 4 more item level. And the following week after that, I'll get a huge power upgrade so long as I don't get another bad vault. And then I can probably like push. I'll have basically, the idea is that about 2 weeks from now, I'll have give or take something like 10 more item level. Incap this. Perfect. Safe. One more AoE here. I hope you get good gear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's do one more AoE first, and then cool. One more AoE, then just go. I would just go one more AoE. Actually, I wouldn't chain that early. I think you go nice and safe here. I don't think you want to chance this. I would just deal with one more AoE and then go in, because you just deal with the spore dispersal. There's going to be these guys that spawn right here, because I don't think they've spawned yet. Correct. So I thrash those. I watch my own health because they actually hit me pretty hard right when they spawn. Perfect. And then here, the baby is worth it. Of course, obviously. Obviously, right? The baby is, of course, worth it. Okay, War Stomp that first one. Perfect. And then this one will have like a para or something. Somebody will get that one. Somebody will get that one for sure. And then I'll have CCs for the next two. Okay, and then we chain boss. Boss will have funnel. I don't actually know if our comp technically has funnel. You know who technically does have funnel here? My healer. My healer has funnel. But technically speaking, our comp doesn't actually have funnel, right? Boss. Yeah, so basically, technically speaking, it's actually my, careful, careful, careful. Go, boss. Cool, there you go. I pull these. What I do want to do with this is I just bark skin and get one thrash, and then I can roar. Because otherwise I'm worried about losing aggro. And I will also Starfall just to really make sure that I have threat on those, because I don't want to have any threat issues as this boss gets pulled here. So we go like this. But yeah, it should be interesting. I'm curious to know if that boss does die tonight. I would feel really bad, I think, honestly. Hey, Wolfie, I think that I would feel bad for Liquid. I'm not like crazy invested in who wins the race. I think both of them have played well this year. I think both of them deserve it, to be honest. My problem is this. I would feel so bad because Liquid technically killed it. But then they got messed up on the secret phase. And I think it killed their morale. And now they're up way later than they should be. And if they don't kill it and they have to go to bed, bro, that's miserable. I would feel so bad for them, no? And also, I think easiest tank for high keys is definitely just, it's Brewmaster right now. That tank is just very, very tanky is the thing. So on top of the fact that it's Omega tanky, it just has. You have a 5 million gold. 5 million gold. Who did you say was going to win? The same thing would have happened. That's true, to be fair. But the thing is, that's true. And it's just fair, though. Because once you see a secret phase, like, you're not going to bed after that. The thing is that you're not sleeping after that. You know what I mean? I don't care. I care who wins. All right, who did you bet on? The raid time ends right now, so overtime is only starting right now. I still think... I mean, that fight does not seem like a fight that you want to do sleep deprived. Actually, watching that fight, to be fair, you know what I think to myself? I'm so glad I don't mythic raid. Can I be honest with you? Watching them do the race to world first, I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, I really hope... I'm so glad I don't mythic raid. That's actually my thought process, to be honest with you. I'm just sitting there and I'm just like, I am so thankful that I never have to do this, because this looks miserable. I mean, it just looks incredibly hard, inconsistent. It looks like it's just kind of but it's fun. I personally don't find raid to be fun. I know a lot of people do. Like, a lot of people, it's their absolute favorite thing. But for me personally, I don't think it is. I don't get the same joy that a lot of other people get from mythic raid. You know what I mean? It's just not my thing. Hold up. Let me just go here. You can't wait to get to it? That's fair. I mean, I'm interested. I like the fact that there are so many different ways to play World of Warcraft, Mashy. There's a lot of people who raiding is, their absolute favorite thing. It's just the thing that gives them the most joy. I'm fine. I was holding that for just a second. Like, it gives them such a crazy amount of joy and sense of community and sense of progression and sense of, like, all the things. I get that. But not me. Personally speaking, it's just not my thing. You need a good group. I think that that's definitely a big issue for me in the past is that I just haven't had like a team to play with. Like I haven't had a raid team that I feel like I really enjoy playing with. I've had struggled to find a guild team that I that I have good skill parity with, as in like we're all, you know, around the same page, and then also that I enjoy the vibe, and it's also this like, you know what I mean? How's Druid feeling this season? I'm not a brewmaster, so I can't say it's feeling. I mean, Druid feels fine. I'm not struggling on my Druid. I heard they're struggling to hold aggro. My build doesn't, but I play a very strange Guardian Druid build, to be honest with you. The way that I play Guardian Druid is just very different than how other people are playing it right now. So my build has effectively 0 threat problems. Just not something that I have to really think about, to be honest with you. I've only ever had threat problems in a single group that I've played with. I still don't fully understand why that key I had threat problems, but literally everything else, no threat problems whatsoever. Like even here, for example, I'm going to walk in without Incarn, right? And I'm going to thrash that, and then I'm going to hit this, and then look, no threat problems. Now, granted, actually, if there was a pole I was going to die, it would be right here. This is the pole I can die on. So I have to pay a little bit of attention, because I chained the groundskeepers in. So even as these guys come in, I'm going to use my tools. I think my healer got hit by a puddle. I actually don't think that was a threat problem. I think that was a puddle problem. Here we go. But those two did come in, though. Hold up 1 second. I'm locked in. I'm locked in for a second. This is a pull where if the poison blades go off and I'm not paying attention, I can die. So I have to pay close attention here. So yeah, I think Guardian Druid's fine. I feel super tanky, but it's not. I think that next week I'll feel better. The fact that I get a 7% DR buff, like I get buff next week, right? And Brewmaster gets a little bit of a nerf. I still think Brewmaster will be the dominant tank. But you know what? It will feel a little bit better. I actually think that, like, there have been some healers I've played with that are just like, yo, like, why are you taking so much damage? And I'm like, really? Like, I feel pretty tanky, right? But the thing is, it's just because I'm not a Brewmaster. I think we go safe, right? Like, we don't even need to pull this down. Hey, which attack did you combine as a macro? Thrash. I only macro Thrash. Just safe. I'm going a safe route. Basically, the reason is because I want to go through the next set of kicks. If you chain this too early and too aggressively, not only will you die, but the key is over. I'm going to get that kick back there. And then I Thrash. I have good aggro here. Aggro is no problem. Because then I need to in-cap this. The decision to not chain this early, I think, was a good one. Because then we basically CC this, and then our kicks are back up. Nice. Okay, good job. I'm going to kick that blade. Ooh, I missed my kick. Okay, watch out. So now somebody could die, but it was a good set of cooldowns here, I think. Nice. Okay, good. One more AoE. One more AoE. I could not type English with my mic in front of my face. Okay, now I can go in because we're not going to get another one. I'll live. The next brutal chop on me is no problem. One frenzied regen. Boom. Here. And then here we go like this, though. You're one of those struggling Guardian Druids. If you are... So there are so many... One of the interesting things about Guardian is normally there's like a very significantly dominant build, right? Like normally when you're playing a season of Mythic Plus, there's like a... Hey, if you're playing this thing, like you have to play the build. However, I think Guardian has like 3 viable builds right now. There are people having a lot of success with Druid of the Claw if they like it, but I think it's a big if you like it type thing. You have to enjoy Druid of the Claw to want to play right now. But you can totally do that. I know Gnome Render, Dalgroth, like they're all doing really good keys on Bear for Druid of the Claw. I'm playing a macroed Ironfur, no Apex, no Raise build. That's my preference. It's what I enjoy, but it's certainly not meta. It does a bit less damage overall, although it works very well. There's going to be some people who tell you it doesn't work very well, and you can look at this key as an example of why it does work very well, because we're owning right now. Easy time. No problems at the moment. So, hold up, we taunt him first. I settle. So, I mean, so yeah, exactly. It's the opposite of it's the same exact, I'm playing this exactly like the Thorns of Iron build of old, without actually having Thorns of Iron. And then there's the standard EC Apex build where you basically want to use raise and really time your Apex windows well, etc., etc. So there are effectively just so many ways to play. I can tell you that my build, if you are struggling with threat, is really... threat's like a non-issue with my build. I mean, it can be. I'm not saying there's a completely zero, you will never, ever, 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 ever have threat issues, but for the most part, it's a pretty chill build. And I think that you should decide what you want to play. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. You know, just like there was a Mistweaver I did a 12 with yesterday when I was gearing my Brewmaster, and the truth is, they were playing a certain way. They were playing the caster Mistweaver, and I was like, oh yeah, like if you really like that, you totally can. I think it's far less powerful, but if that works for you, like you can do the keys on that. Yeah. I mean, Guardian Druid's a blast right now, and it's tanky. We're gonna get even tankier next week, not by a lot, but by a little bit. So if you like Guardian Druid, then yeah, enjoy it. You don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, so that one is the Ring of Peace there. Okay, good. Nice. We have a Cauterizing Flame, though. So your transmog, my bear form changes because I'm using the glyph. There is a glyph that you can use on Guardian Druid. It is called the Glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. It's a fun glyph. It makes you change bear form every single time you go into bear. It's completely random. It just chooses from one of your available bear forms. So as long as you have the bear form unlocked, then it will choose between one of them. It's fun. It's like 60 gold on the auction house. It's very, very cheap. If you do want, there's one for every druid form, by the way. Okay, so this one here, do I need to actually commit SI? I don't want to take any extra damage. No, I'll have Barkskin back up for the Bone Snap. Good, the Bone Hack is here. We only need to do one more of these puddles effectively. I'm going to watch my kick. I don't want to incarn, though. No incarn here. Next thing, yeah. So the coolest, like the glowy skin bear forms, they're really hard to get, unfortunately. They're kind of tough because you need to actually go back and do the Balance of Power quest line from Legion, and that can take a very long time if you haven't done it. However, it is available. Like 15 minutes here, we're like hard chilling on timer. We just have to live the next area. We go all the way through, of course. And then we're here. Yeah, like we're chilling on time. No problem. Pretty chill key. But yeah, like basically the only thing is, one thing I don't like about World of Warcraft in general, right? That's a party frame cooldown. It's called Mini CC. It's a new add-on. They basically just added it back in. It's not perfect because it doesn't account for CDR. Why have to Lunar Beam that? Okay, good. Easy time. All the way. Then can go safe. Easy time. Easy time. But yeah, basically one thing I don't like with World of Warcraft in general is for people to tell you that you can't play this. I know that I have because I've been enjoying this build, it's the strangest thing to me, because honestly, I think it works fine. I have they hate me in the Guardian Druid Discord. I don't know why they hate me. They're allowed to not like the build, but there's like a level of hate. Like people will screenshot and send me messages. I don't really check in there anymore after they've basically just like yelled at me a lot. So I don't really follow up in there. Sometimes I'll take a look to see if there's any like bugs I need to be aware of or anything like that, because I don't do that type of testing and they do. So I do check the Discord sometimes because I love Guardian Druid. But it's so crazy to me the amounts of like hate and dispassion for particular builds just because I enjoy it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's crazy, honestly. I think that the level of, I know it's just class discords, but still, like, it's still wild to me that exists to the level that it does, here in this particular instance, though. Okay, I'm going to use my second SI here because there's going to be one more Screech, and I need to make sure I live that. Frenzied Regen will carry me. This pull is not quite grouped for our comp, and that's okay. We're just going to have to deal with the one Archer. We have to actually just go back and deal with this Archer. We have timer pretty easy, so... What is a class discord? A great question. So every single spec in World of Warcraft, Monkey, has a class discord. You can Google it, and a lot of people actually depend on it as a resource. So like everything, like a priest has their class discord, this has that class discord, etc., right? Originally, they're meant to be like a resource. So there are specific mods in there. There's like a lot, like 50,000 people in a class Discord over time. And it's just basically a place where you're supposed to be able to learn about your favorite spec. So if you, for example, were to join the Guardian Druid Discord and you have a question, hey, should I swipe in my rotation? Hey, I'm struggling with my aggro. Like, what can I do? What build should I play? Those types of things, right? It's like a place where you're supposed to be able to ask those questions. However, the issue with it is that a lot of these Discords have unfortunately been transformed into a place of, I have to be better than you a little bit. And oftentimes there are people in there who really genuinely want to help. Like they're genuinely, there are some amazing people in all class Discords I've ever been a part of. There are some, except maybe a few. But like every time I check, there's like some people who really want to help. And when you ask a question, they're interested in answering that question to the best of their ability. And their goal really is to help you. That's clearly their goal, right? However, oftentimes class Discords, unfortunately, have a bit of a reputation now for being a bit toxic, a bit dogmatic. And instead of the goal of helping people, I think that many of them have kind of become a place like an echo chamber where if you disagree with what they're telling you to do, you will get yelled at, you can get cussed out, you can get all sorts of things. Like you know what I mean? Like there's all sorts of problems. I've been told that I shouldn't be alive. I've been told that why am I born for linking a build that I just wanted to try. I'm the sort of person who doesn't like to copy other people. I don't mind studying other people, but I kind of like to do my own thing, right? So oftentimes I can be at odds because once they decide early in the season, whoever the leader of the cult is, once they decide what the best thing is, you can't go against them. Sometimes, this is a generalization, because remember, this is not true for every class Discord. There are actually some that are genuinely meant to help people. But you see what I mean? It becomes an echo chamber, and it becomes very dogmatic, and it's like, if you suggest something else, you are bad, and this, and whatever, right? And it's true. So they depend on information, because that's how they play the game. So, for example, they're really going to depend on sims, as an example. But tanks and healers in particular in practice, oftentimes as well, the thing about class Discords is hold up one second. Let me make sure I focus on this boss, because we have timer pretty easy right now, but I don't want to make a mistake. Oh, almost got feared there. That would have been a mistake. But agreed, Skull, where they're great for some things, like Raid is a little bit easier to sim, but ultimately, again, and I want to make it clear, there are some amazing people and amazing resources in certain class Discords. Even the ones that maybe I don't like, I will say there are some great people in there. But what I don't like is the toxicity and the yelling. That's the thing. That's the thing I don't like. If you're new and you go into a class Discord and you ask a stupid question, you should get a kind answer. I don't care how many times they've heard it. I don't care about the arguments of, well, we've heard this question 20 times today, so now we're frustrated. That doesn't matter. If you're a resource that's meant to help the community, you are responsible for helping the community. Like if I'm streaming, right, and I do something like I'm playing a Guardian Druid build, and people ask me questions about the Guardian Druid build, you can ask me as many times as you'd like. I will never yell at you. It's never a bad thing to ask a question. It's a game, and you want to learn. I appreciate the fact that you want to learn. Thank you for being interested. That should be the mentality, and it upsets me that that's not true for a lot of Discords. They're just so willing to yell at people and flame and be negative and toxic. Like, if they didn't like my build and they told me they didn't like my build, that's fine. You don't have to like what I'm doing. You could say respectfully, Woo, I don't think that that's a very good build, and I think that people should play this. And I would say, thank you I appreciate the dialogue. But they don't say that. They don't say that. They say, oh, Woo, you're a fucking troll. You're a terrible human being. You're a bad bear. And then when somebody comes in and asks, for example, about my build, because I have been linked screenshots once again, what often happens is they get told, by the way, Woo is a fucking crazy bear. He's an insane. He doesn't know how to play the game. He's a bad tank. Definitely don't listen to him. Never ever watch his content. If you see in a Woo video, make sure you dislike it. Like, bro, what? That's what I've had. Whoa, Sam. Sam. Uh-oh. The prediction. The prediction. You know what I mean? And so it's just like, yeah, and I just that's just not cool in my opinion. There's no reason for that. You don't have to hate anybody. When I have Wowhead, it's also, by the way, so oftentimes Wowhead builds and Icy Veins builds, although they're a great place to start, oftentimes are not actually a great place to finish. Because a lot of them are quite off as well, by the way, Hoth the Heretic. Just so you know as well, you have to be careful. Like even currently the Guardian Druid build doesn't play, the Mythic Plus Wowhead Guardian Druid build doesn't play one of the most impactful talents in Mythic Plus, which is a choice. I suppose you don't have to. Yeah, Wowhead build sometimes the Prot Paladin soon easy. You remember when Prot Paladin was suggesting like the most random Mythic Plus Templar, no extra shield target build? Like that was crazy as well. Oh. The curse. Maybe save. Do you save this res? Save. Uh-oh. I think you save the res just in case. I think you save it here. Hold up, Sam. What is this? What is this? Sam. It's okay. As long as we don't die to the last boss, then we're chilling. We have infinite time with Lust on last boss. What do you think is the best website for builds? I think that's hard actually to say like where is the best place to find builds. Guardian is so good versus boss. I mean it's pretty chill. What is this build then? No Apex? Yeah, so it's no Raise, no Apex, no this. But you can see our timer here is fine, even with those deaths. Hammer, I have one here. Yeah, here, take the hammer. I need to remind me to get more hammers after this. All right, as long as we don't die here, surely we can't lose this from here, right? That's the idea, right? Like there's no way we would lose from here, right? Right, guys? Zero shot you could lose a 17 Windrunner Spire from this point, I think. Probably. Right? Let's luck it a little bit. Let me finish the conversation about class Discord soon. I think that I don't want to get distracted. Let me lock in just a bit because if I troll this key, I would literally I would lose sleep at night 100%. Now we're mostly range. I'm gonna take this one. I'm telegraphing like very clearly which one I'm taking. I don't want to go early. I want to go up. Perfect. Incarn. Nice. Wrestle Druid gameplay. Yeah. I was gonna play Wrestle Druid and then I walked up here and then this is what happened though. Yo, so 19 months is crazy. That's crazy. You and noob. I appreciate it though. There's the second 19 month. Thank you. It's crazy to think now. It's been a year and a half. I've been streaming now for a year and a half. That's wild for me to think. Long time, dude. Long time. All right, so here we go. I prefer a YouTube guide. I feel like actually if you really wanted to learn builds, I don't disagree with that. In a lot of ways, I'm going to external him. I'm going to off heal. Whoops, he went toward me. I actually do think that in many ways, probably the best resource to actually learn about something might be a YouTube video, like from somebody that you trust. Or at least the one thing I would say is if anybody tells you you have to play a certain way, I would actually be cautious about that. I would, for example, be additionally cautious about the fact if anybody tells you, for example, please, no! How many deaths? Okay, wait, we have res. We res. No way. There's no shot. We have another res coming up. There's no way. How did we have 3 people die to that? Hold up, wait, guys. Do we time? Because we only have the AUG alive right now. Unbelievable. We have a res. I have a res. In 15 seconds, only the AUG is up. No, our timer is not the end of the world. Like, it's not. Get me up. Yeah. After this, probably. I don't think he takes it until after, though. Nobody would die to this. Okay, he's gonna take that res here in a second. Go. Hold up. Wait a second. Hype train incoming. Wait, what the hype train for? Okay, wait. No, I don't think it's... He has cooldowns. He'll have cooldowns. It's not impossible. I rebuff him. I combat potion. Is it impossible? I don't think it is. I think maybe just somehow we could live this. But that's pretty wild. This key was we basically snatched defeat from the jaws of victory here. My last Feral Frenzy? Uh-oh. 10 mil? I don't think so. That's insane. We have to deal with one more phase. I don't think you have it. Bro, 3 deaths to the second circle is kind of wild. No way. Oh, there's a breath. 19. No, there's no way. That is... I mean... We... oh, we snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. It's okay, we'll get this another time. But that is pretty wild. we oh, 1 death would have been fine. 2 would have been fine. we snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. That's okay. I mean, get it next time. Get it next time, boys. Wow. I mean, imagine walking into the 3rd boss with like 11 minutes and then dying there. That's tough. That's tough. That is what it is. There's not much you can do about that. Alrighty then. You don't want to clear the mini circles. You want to clear only the big circles. You don't want to clear the little ones, though. What's the theory behind not running Apex? It enables a play style that I enjoy, Cavers. That's all. It basically lets me play in a kind of a brain-off way. It's a super straightforward. I can play Apex if we get to a key level where it mattered. I suppose, yeah. I actually don't know. I mean, there's a world where it could have made the difference, yeah. Shouldn't have mattered, but it was like a 6-minute last boss with Lust. Yep, I mean, maybe then. It's true, though. Oh, yes. Yes, super cute. I envy your positivity. I mean, it is what it is. It's okay. We'll get it next time. What can you do, right? Not much you can do about that situation. GG's. All good. Delicious. This build, you do not play mangle, no. If you're playing this one, you don't mangle. Oh, that's good. That's a good milkshake right there. Damn. That is a delicious milkshake. What can you do, Axel? I think that the biggest thing when we were talking about class discords and also just in terms of optimization for WoW, can I be honest with you? You know what I think is missing from the community? You know what I'm saying? You know what I actually think is missing? What's the most fun build to play? Nobody ever asked that. You know that? I actually don't remember the last time somebody asked me, what's the most fun Guardian Druid build to play? I don't think a single person has asked that in the last month. The issue with the WoW community right now is that we completely take the concept of fun out of your gameplay. And it's all about being the best. But you don't have to be the best to have fun. Did you know that? I don't know if you know that. That might be interesting for you to learn. You don't have to be the best. Is that a Resil 18 Pit of Sauron? Damn. They might actually want me. Yeah, but you technically speaking don't have to be the best to enjoy the game. You could be the 2nd best, or the 5th best, or the 10th best, or the 15th best. What build is the most simple? What's the most survivability focused? In terms of simple, this build is the simplest. The reason I enjoy this is not because it does the most damage or because it's necessarily the tankiest. I do think it's actually a little bit tankier, but that's not why. The reason I enjoy this build is because it lets me stream and talk to you guys the whole time. When I play WoW, I have 2 goals. Number 1, I want to be able to talk to people. Number 2, I want to enjoy the game. Those are my 2 goals. And this build lets me do that. That's why. Yes, as a VDH, I would macro your spikes right now. Ooh, they will want me. 18 Pit of Sauron. Now, this is a key. I might die here. Hello. Hello. This is a build where I could die. Ooh, 18 Pit of Sauron. Now, that's an 18. That's not a 17. So, that could be interesting. Do I die in 18 Pit of Sauron? Any tips for Mythic plus pugging? Oh, yeah, a bunch, Shinosaka. I think if you're pugging, it's quite different than if you're playing with a coordinated group. But Hoth Heretic, so first of all, you would have to look at my damage taken, and I can log stuff, and you could compare, I suppose. But I feel like this build is quite tanky. There are many reasons why it's tankier, in my opinion. Mac, we did not, actually, though. Let me know if this route... Oh, never mind. All right. Okay. Nope. They in fact did not want me for the 18 Pit of Sauron. I actually am quite confident that my route would be excellent and that I would not die in that key. Seems to have a lot of grace period. I'm never really worried for my life in 18 Pit of Sauron. Because 17 Pit, I had about 10% grace. Like more than that, like 20%. I don't think my health ever got that low. Or you say might die. I was kidding with that. I'm very confident in 18 Pit of Sauron. Like literally would be... I couldn't see myself dying whatsoever. It was more of a joke. he said sorry, come back, accident. How much harder are 18s and 17s? So key scaling garbage works like this though. Like Yoda's route. I haven't seen Yoda's route. I like my route. I mean, there's a world where I just misunderstand something. Sign up, I listed it. All right. They want me to come back. Okay. Oh, come home. Now you said very confident you're back. Maybe they are listening to stream. Who knows? So basically the first poll is actually... I mean, I could show this, though. Show the build? Yeah, of course. My build is also linked in Discord if you so desire it. Here. There's a deserter in there. I noticed that, JJ. So this is the normal route that... Oh, not that one. This one. I like this route a lot. The second poll on 18 is actually the scariest one for me. But this is my favorite route here. I quite enjoy this. It's a lot of tank responsibility the way that I do decide to pull this dungeon. But we have Tiger's Lust for Gargoyles, so we will be able to be just fine. I suppose the scariest build in here would be the Cold Wraith pull right there, though. That's like Yoda's exact route. Oh, really? I like the extra Grave Blade at the start. As long as I can live this, then I'm not that worried about it. Hey, Bloodbane, how's it going? Let me know if you want me to change something. Going right is so much better than going left. Yeah, I mean, so it depends. I like to do this. I mean, listen, I'm fueled by milkshakes, man. I believe it's Brazil. Just in case I do perish. I'm trying to think about it. It's the second pull I'm worried about. First pull, I got pre-incarn and stuff, so I'm not that worried about it. Timer here won't be a problem, too, if you actually do this. So what's the defensive at? This one, the one that tracks. It's called Mini CC. All right, if my no Apex build times an 18 Hoth, would you accept it then? If my... What key level... Here's a question for you, Hoth. If you don't like my no Apex build, out of curiosity. What? Damn near 5... Oh, there's like 800 calories in here. That's why I got it. Yeah. That's why I did it. What add-on? It's called Group Finder Flags. It's just an add-on. It's called Group Finder Flags. Yeah, 80 at Mama Hill, you're golden. So you go Ink and Crick at the bottom. Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Out of curiosity, for people who think so. Nothing about the Druid? Oh, no. Just... in general, if you're a Guardian, if I'm playing an off-meta build, give or take, right? Just basically like everybody says you have to play your class a certain way. And I decide that I play something that's slightly less. Slightly less good, but I enjoy it. What key level do I have to be able to time in order to have in order to say that's successful? Out of curiosity. That's what I actually wonder what people think about this. Okay. I'm just thinking about this a tiny bit and what I would need to sequence really well. If you're playing with a Mistweaver, then we should have quite a bit of damage here. I'm just trying to think about it, if there's a way I can sequence this even better. I mean, my first pull is massive. We're not exactly playing with people who have the best version on a first pull. I want to go this guy right here for the extra percentage right there in the first pull. I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 packs in the very first pull. So I'm going to have to make sure I don't miss a frenzied regen. Otherwise, I could die. That's the catch, right? Cannot miss a frenzied regen. In particular, now this route here, I do kind of wish that I could take one pack out. I wish I could take like one mob out, but it doesn't really make sense to do so. I mean, technically I could, there's no way to really skip, oh, excuse me, well, milkshake. I'm losing Apex, switching from Claw. I feel like I lose so much damage. I don't feel like my damage is that low. Let's see. Let's find out how the damage feels here. How about we do the 18 and I'll show you what my damage looks like. What is acceptable damage axolotl out of curiosity? I can dwarf debuffs. I can't find a good add-on to make you aware of those as a reminder. I use base frames and I can very clearly see if I have a bleed or something on me. But normally it just comes from memory. Now let's do it. All right, I'm ready. Give me a countdown. So, Pit of Sauron, axolotl, give me a number out of curiosity. What damage, how much damage would I have to do in this dungeon for it to be competitive? Overall, give me a final number. That's what I'm curious about. For example, if I did 40k, I would be like, bro, you can't. Just not, that don't work, you know? Oh, you're talking about Apex for Warrior. Oh, I see. 67? Reasonable. Reasonable, okay. Fair enough, Elvers. I see what you did there. 69 also. I see what happened there. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Oh. Can you live? Yes. Yeah. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. It won't kill me on 18. I just have to kick the Lich Blast. Or I get one tap. That thing is. I'm almost positive that I can live it, actually, the Double Grave Blade. I'm pretty sure I can. To be fair, on 17, it didn't come close. So I imagine, technically, it should be fine on 18. Although, I don't have reps on it. Since beta. There you go. I will say that. Hey, Malthel. Famous last words. It's a fair point. Now, one of the things about tanking is that I will say I don't have reps on 18 since beta. Highest we did on beta was fully geared and stuff, though. 75, 85k overall. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I always take Elun's favored. I don't know. All of my builds take Elun's favored. It's a big part of my healing. Huge part of my healing with this, because I've juiced up Thrashes. You tell people you're streaming? Normally, no. I think they know I might be streaming. What's up, G-Phone? About to do an 18 in a pug. And I'm doing a massive first pull, by the way. Like a redonkulous first pull. You want resource? Okay, that makes sense. Pings. Well, G-Phone, I will say this. If there was ever a time that I was going to die, probably be here. But I'm actually fairly confident on Pit of Sauron. There's a world where it could happen, but I think it'll be fine. There's a full pug? Yes. I know. I mean, I've played with the Demon Hunter before. So, already pre-time. Yeah, I know who the Demon Hunter is. But I don't know necessarily as the people, though. What this? I feel like they're in Discord, and there's some things going on I don't know. I feel like I'm not in the know. Super, I don't tend to mention I'm streaming. I think it's weird. You know what's weird for me, Super? Sometimes I join a group, and people go, wait a second, are you a Wu-Tank? And I'm like, oh, what? I appreciate your clarification, Axolotl. I think there's a world where I'll get to a certain key level where maybe when my tank damage starts to matter, I might have to actually play the Apex build, which I can play. I think the Apex build is something that, honestly, I much more enjoy playing it off stream. When I'm streaming, and I think GFO or any other tank person could relate to this, I want to be able to interact with you. Yes, no Apex, no Raze, no Mangle. But the idea is that I just want to be able to still hang out with people as well as enjoy the game. And so it's a combination of those things that I'm looking for, if that makes sense. So we're going to go into Incarn, then a Frenzied Regen. That Warlock, oh no, haha. I feel like you guys know each other, but I'm not sure. Okay, Moonfire this, go. Moonfire that also. 1 Thrash on this, perfect. Go Starfall, not for damage, but for aggro. Okay, here. Barkskin early. Thrash here. Moonfire, Moonfire. I need a second for threat if they can give it to me. I have to make sure that I get the first kick here. Here we go, in the pool. Will I live? Let's find out. Let's see how much my health moves. Well, I wasn't the one who died. My health seems pretty stable. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I seem to be doing pretty good. What do you think? I feel pretty tanky. I mean, there's going to be one more overlap here. It's going to take a lot longer to die now comparatively to what I thought it would. So I'm going to have to Barkskin. Yeah, my health hasn't budged too much. But if it was going to, it would be soon. Okay, that Icy Blast gets kicked, but I have to now probably commit SI. And this SI is the thing I don't want to have to commit here. But I most likely will have to. Because there's going to be this. I can Lunar Beam it. I can Lunar Beam it. I won't die. I got a Cocoon. That's fine, actually. Okay, I'll take it. There you go. So out of curiosity, 200k, how would you feel about that? I mean, I feel like I live that pretty well, right? On 8 plus 18. Oh, that's just a habit of mine. I do that anyways. It doesn't matter what key level it is. I do that anyways. Hold up. Yeah, hold up. Wait a second. I was about to say. I think we did pretty good there. Now, the real question is this. Okay? Will I live this pull? This is actually the one, funny enough, I'm most scared of. Because of the sequencing of abilities, I know I walk in here with Barkskin and Lunar Beam, but I don't have Incarn. And because I don't have Incarn, I normally have double SI, which I commit 1 right there. Perfect. And I'll still have the other one too. Nice. Swallow Vortex. 1 Frenzied Regen. 1 Thrash. The Lunar Beam goes down. And then a second Frenzied Regen. And then from here. And then I Incarn now. And then I'm going to Sundering Roar. And then I'm here. I don't think I'm doing too bad. But a lot of people, still, the thing that gets me sometimes is people will be like, you can't play this build. And I'm like, well, it's not optimal. I get that. I could be doing more damage. But it's not like I'm doing no damage. I mean, look, it was 162k first pull. It was here. Oh, he is playing Havoc. I just realized. Yeah, his overall damage is not that good right now. I will say. That is suspicious. Now that you mention it. I didn't even realize he was playing Havoc. That must be why he died to a puddle. Okay, I need a little bit of healing at the end because I cannot commit anything. I don't even want to commit Well-Honed Instincts if possible. I could in-cap it, actually, just to give myself an extra little grace period. Perfect. We go into this next pull. We want this Cadaver plus that. We don't have a DK, so I just have to be aware. And then this pull, basically every pull in Pit of Sauron, to be honest with you, is a pull I could die on. To be honest, though, right? Like, the thing is, this dungeon actually has a lot of, like, dangerous tank pulls, especially with the route that I'm doing. So I have to be pretty aware. Oof. That's unfortunate. I was settling in, and I didn't quite realize. That means I have to commit the early SI. Uh-oh. He had aggro on the first Graveblade, and I wasn't expecting that. I've got it back now. I Bark Skin, Sundering Roar. I'll be fine here. And then I'm going to back up. I was on the Cadaver. I was like hard watching the Cadaver kick, but I honestly should just trust my team to do it. I'm going to back up more here. I want to back up toward the center so that we don't end up butt pulling anything. Believe it or not, okay, I kick the Cadaver. Perfect. I really don't want to Incarn, but I'm going to have to take one more slash. And this slash I'm a little worried about, so I Hellstone. I don't want to SI or Incarn, to be honest with you. I'd rather Vortex. Oh, my abilities are not going off. Am I lagging a lot more than normal? Sometimes that happens. It's okay. Whoa, the Lich behind me. Whoa, sketchy, sketchy. Frenzied regen. Okay, I'm alive right now. That pull got a little bit messed up. You can still time this with 2 deaths, although, out of curiosity, though, you can't avoid the slash. You must take the slash. You don't avoid it. You just defensive it. You just have a plan for it, basically. Now, I managed to hold my Incarn, which is good, because now I can do this pull. Your nameplates make... Really? What's wrong with my nameplates? Nether Burst, I'll kick. So we do this pull here. I've got Incarn here, and that means that I can take these extra 2 Enforcers right now. Just move toward them, so I make sure I hit the Thrash for aggro reasons. And then I'm here. And then I'm here. Yeah, the stacking thing is... I'm not always a huge fan of that. Nether Burst, I kick. Good. One more slash. Last second of Incarn. Hit the Frenzied Regen. Make sure that's ticking on me. Perfect. Now I have an extra little bit of DR from Rend and Tear, plus a Bark Skin on that slash. You just have to have a really good rotation for slashes as a tank. But I would say that at least I can live right now. You can't play with friendly nameplates? I see, I see. Okay, 1 Frenzied Regen for Natural Resilience Shield. There you go. Not too bad, not too bad. I'm curious to know what our timer looks like with the Havoc. I did not actually realize he was Havoc whatsoever until somebody mentioned it, and I'm like, oh, you're right. How interesting. When was the last time you saw a Havoc? I saw one on the first part of the season, actually. Why did it look like there was a melee there? Okay, taking my time for threat. I don't think I've seen a Havoc. I mean, I think I've seen Shadowwreck play it, but I haven't actually seen a Havoc. Like in the wild, you know. But I think this might be some resilient key shenanigans. As often happens, in fact. Okay, so this pull, what I have to be aware of is that I really don't want to send Incarn. So I'm going to kick the Blast on me. I have Lunar Beam up. Then I Frenzied Regen here. And then I'm going to Sundering Roar. And that should keep me alive, especially if my healer knows that I would like a Disease Dispel. Then I can use a Bark Skin, and then I'll live this pull until the next pull. I'm going to watch this, I'm going to in-cap roar it, and then I'm going to hit Thrash, and then I'm going to kick my Icy Blast. And then I'm just going to watch myself a little. Because I need to hit that Frenzied Regen right now, and then I'm good. It's hard because I'm Paladin. Yeah, so the thing with Paladin is you're going to want to commit your defensives to everything else, but you do need something up for it. It's basically not optional. Unfortunately, those slashes are fairly frequent, so you have to just be aware of them. He is falling off. He said, be right back, somebody at the door. I have a feeling this is a Resil Key shenanigan business, where he wanted to go a different spec for the Resil Key, although I don't know if he's actually been playing Devour or not. I would say that that's probably a GG on 18, though. However, how do you think about me living? What do you think? Do you think this tank is tanky? Okay, out of curiosity, 2 questions for you. Number 1 is that I'm tanky, right? Also, look at my damage. Is that bad? It's not like I'm doing no damage, right? Brazil? Like, is this a reset? Are we going? So we have to do this pull here. This is a hard pull right now. I think this might be one of the hardest pulls of the dungeon. For me to live as well. Okay, I want the gargoyle, but not the other targets. Remember that. Taunt the gargoyle. Here we go. And kick the cold wraith. Yeah, this pull hurts a lot. If you understand why this pull hurts as a tank, you might be able to mitigate some of the issues with it. Oh, he just... Did he actually go out to respec Devourer in an 18? Is this not a Resil key? I'm just sort of assuming by the way that everything was going, I kind of thought it was Resil. And in which case, why don't we just restart? But I guess, I mean, our timer is not terrible right now. The thing with my route is that it is incredibly fast. Okay, this one, this next SI, please give me a disease spell. Okay, SI. Holy, that was good. My healer's aware. Okay, I kick. Nice, good job. Next, we pull funnel into boss. He actually just went, he jumped into the center to die, reset his spec, and then go here, though. Oh, no, but then he chain pulls this, and I wanted this in boss. Now I have to hit that. That was going to be more funnel for boss. I don't know. I think it's Liamli's key. I'm not sure, Suneezy. I don't know. He definitely has big IO. He's at like 3,600 IO. Yeah, we go boss. I'm pulling funnel into boss, though, on purpose. I have to deal with the Grave Blade, and the Gargoyle is still alive, so give me a second. Okay. This is funnel into boss. I make sure I tag with Thrash, and then we're going into boss. Careful of the grip. Come on, guys. One person will kick the Nether Burst, surely, in this key level. All right. I'm in range now. Surely nobody would just be, like, ripping threat from me, as I was clearly, like, trying to gather the boss, who was very far from me at that point. I will stay on the Cadaver to make sure this cast doesn't go off. Lust here. Yep, probably. More targets, remember, means actually easier time healing for my Mistweaver. I'm going to go to this far one. Boom. Sundering Roar for a little bit of damage. Perfect. Make sure we don't die. Yeah, I'm curious, Suneezy, if we'll see this or not, though. Yep, right about there is fine. It's exactly 13 right now. Wait, somebody said drums? Bro, we missed the lust, too? Holy. Hunter isn't lusting. I am noticing that. I think at this point you save. You would just probably rather get another lust. Like, I think at this point you just don't lust. You just lust next then. Bro, this key, I mean, how crazy would it be if we timed this right now? Like, that would be the most insane. This would be the most wild story about how to time this dungeon, please. I don't need Cocoon. I just was one last melee there. That would be such a crazy story, though. It actually has had a lot of shenanigans. Okay. This boss can actually melee me to death, though. Holy. Little bit of damage there. A little bit. Just a little bit. Just a bit of damage. Holy, though. They're typing to each other, too. They're not even doing the dungeon. They're literally just typing to each other right now. He said, why can't I lust? He's literally typing in the dungeon. Bro, we're in an 18. Okay, I need to go line of sight. Perfect. Oh, a little bit off the line of sight there. I mean, yes, but also, question mark? I'm going to actually commit an SI. This guy just randomly melees kind of hard, though. He's actually typing in between globals. The real question is, do I incarn at this point? I think the answer is yes. Good luck on the 18. Thank you, random. We're, the shenanigans in this run have been kind of a lot, but at least I know I can live. At least I know I can live, right? That's pretty cool. Okay, after this, I bark skin. When he throws these, I'm going to bark skin. The problem is if we don't time this run, then somebody's going to be like, I can't believe you trolled by playing a no Apex build in an 18 awoo. And I'm going to be like, yeah, it's on me. It must be my fault. I'm pretty positive that's going to happen. That's a joke, by the way. I also have a milkshake next to me, and I really want to drink the milkshake. I would say The timer is a little tight right now, but certainly isn't impossible. Actually. Yeah, it's always the tank's fault. That's right. Always the tank's fault. That's the one, Denks. Correct. But once again, I mean, so right now, okay, clearly the route, the run, the pacing, everything in this key has been absolutely inted, yeah? But out of curiosity, I'm at 100k overall right now. That's not bad. Like, just for the people who are like, this build does no damage. It's not the worst. All right, we're going to have to pull this later. I want to grab, fine. I'll grab one thing, though. He said go to dragon. I won't go to dragon because I don't have incarn. That's not how I work. No, just fight this. Trust me. We're going to die. Trust me. Do not. I will fight the dragon. And the dragon is tank damage. Do not go dragon here. It's a bad idea to go dragon right now. It's just tank damage. Fight the dragon in the next pull when you have more. When I have incarn and I'm not going to die to it, it doesn't give my Mistweaver any more ability to heal this very, very toxic pull that we're on right now. It does not help. My Mistweaver will have to dodge. Somebody's going to panic. This pull can kill people. This is actually a more dangerous pull. He said, I know he wanted to go dragon, but trust me, it's not worth it because it will actually make this pull harder. And now that the Lich is dead, okay, and the Cold Wraith is dead, now I can go dragon. This was a much better way to chain this. Because I'll have incarn, and it's just tank damage, and we have to fight this anyways. Going dragon there, I'm pretty sure would have caused the wipe. If I have incarn and we have full cooldowns, it's not the end of the world. Okay, Vortex Typhoon. He can't lust. All right, I'm going to lust. I have drums in my bag. But he said he can't lust, basically. I don't know if we have time. I will say, I think that our timer is getting tight with all the mistakes. But, I mean, at least the one thing I will tell you is this. Although keys have not gone my way today, we had the quadruple death at the end of 17 Windrunner Spire. 17 Windrunner was pretty easy to live because we need 2 lust in the dungeon. Technically, we don't need to lust here, but it's just one of those because we need it. We're missing a soldier. Yeah, I know. Imagine popping drums at this key level. Healer is getting the other camp right now, I believe. We can build resources until he gets here. Why are we missing a camp? Wait, hold up. Why are we missing a camp right now? You were good on percentage? It's not about being good on percentage, it's about funnel. If you can get more targets on a boss, especially 3 targets for a marksman hunter, they will do much more damage. It's almost like we don't I would say, I feel like we don't deserve it. Whoop, and he died. Okay, that's not good. We have a Beerus. 1 second. I just have to live this. I'm going to get this out of the circle in case he takes it right away. We have to kill, we didn't kill the shade. Kill the shade, though. It is. Yes, back it is. Whoop, oh, we're dead. Is this? Now it's GG's. Yeah, now it's GG's. I would say we snatched. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, hi, Trip. We had the most scuffed 18 just now possible. Hi, Trip. I'm drinking a milkshake. You're on my what? Saw my what? Wait. Say what now? Drabs. I'm gonna need some clarification. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Holy shit. I was like, how did he know? I didn't know you guys knew. Milkshake worth it in the end? Feels pretty easy, though. Feels pretty easy to live, though, to be honest. We snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Do it on a 17? Actually, wait, was that Brazil? I was scrolling YouTube last night and you were in a random person's cat video compilation. Oh yeah, that does happen though. Was that Brazil or nah? Yes, it is crazy. So I started posting my cat, right? And all of a sudden, cause still Bill, yeah, of course, it's in my Discord. Yeah. We can just go 17 real fast. That's fine. It was not a Brazil 18. We couldn't. I can't believe that we trolled that 18 though. Yeah. What a wild key though. All right. We were just doing an 18 Pit of Sauron, and then our demon hunter started as Havoc, decided he didn't like Havoc after he died to 2 puddles, jumped in the middle, went to respec Devour, then my hunter couldn't lust because his UI bugged or something like that, so I had to drums, and then also on top of that, we missed a liberated camp, and then on top of that, there was a lot of things that went wrong for an 18. But honestly, that's how it goes sometimes. I missed a lot of the scuff. Yeah. But the 17 we got easy. Man, I was going to play Wrestler Druid today too. So what's crazy is there are definitely people that have like AI algorithms that basically just have it so that when you, as an example, if I post the reel and that reel gets over 1 million views, there's definitely somebody has a script that just goes lift, yoink. And that's absolutely what happens because I post some reels, right? And then like a week later, I just get somebody's like, oh my God, I saw you on the cat addicted page on Facebook. Like, what's up with that? I was like, what? And then apparently, yeah. So like basically hundreds of pages clearly have some form of AI tracking that just goes, this reel got 5 million views. Yoink. That's what they do. And they just constantly repost and compile and they clip. I think that's very interesting. What is the cooldown tracker called? It's called Mini CC. Mini CC is the name of the cooldown tracker. This one. It's not entirely accurate because it does not account for CDR, just to keep in mind. People in third world countries, yeah, I know. What's up? Well, don't beware in my stream, haha. Try not to do that. Thank you, noob. I was gonna give him a warning, but I appreciate that. Good modding, noob. Good mod. That's a mod right there. Now, I will say, do you know what is better than a milkshake? So I have Burger King milkshake here, right? Do you know what's better than a milkshake? I want you to guess. You have one guess. A slushie. It's not a slushie. Thai tea? You guys, you're missing the point. What's better? You know what's better than a milkshake? A second milkshake. That's the only right answer. I'm willing to agree with what everybody said as well. Every single comment, by the way, every single comment I agree with. Except possibly Dank's comment. I actually don't agree with Dank's comment, and here's why. You have to think about the flavor profile, right? This is important. I don't think people realize. So, as somebody that has 17 Michelin stars, Danks, in general, Burger King milkshake plus that, it's not a good combination, right? You want to combine a Burger King milkshake with something that would actually be delicious, like a steak. So if you, for example, were to have Wagyu steak plus vanilla milkshake, this is a flavor profile that works. But milkshake plus something like 69, I don't think that's going to work the way you want it to work. You see what I mean? Echo back, they took like a 4 hour. Bro, the race is crazy right now. Yeah. Not my stream. Dude, race is insane right now. It's actually wild, isn't it? It's kind of crazy. Yeah. So Liquid hasn't killed it, correct? I haven't checked since I started streaming today. If Liquid hasn't killed it, bro, if they actually don't kill it after seeing the secret phase, I would feel almost bad for them. Because they're going overtime now, and I'm a little worried that they're not going to kill it. They're extending only 2 hours. They have to kill it. Bro, they have to kill it. It's not even a question. They have to. No, they have to. They don't have an option. If they go to sleep, Echo wakes up and wins. There's like I just don't think there's a world. No, Echo wins for sure, like 100% with an entire raid day, 45% on secret phase only. But we don't know. I mean, I guess you can't imagine the secret phase is that crazy. Bro, 16 hours, Echo kills it, but they're running on fumes, and that does not look like a fight. That it's insane. I mean, how long the secret phase is. Not how hard it is. Bro, that fight is insane. No. That fight's insane. That fight is crazy, dude. What's up, Liam? Liam, are you the warlock in here? Waltz through Void Spire, then crushing the hardest end boss ever? Yeah, for real. Hi, Molden. Oh, you are the warlock in here. Hello. Thank you for taking my druid, kicking my druid, and then retaking my druid. I actually think that Guardian is really not bad right now, but obviously it has kind of a bad reputation. Like, I unfortunately think the reputation on it is pretty rough right now. But if you have a Mistweaver, then, like, I feel like Guardian's actually good. Like, we snatched defeat from that last key from the jaws of victory. We couldn't lose until we did lose. You know what I mean? Yeah, same pulse. I actually felt really tanky there. Yeah, I'm shortest I've ever had my hair, by the way. Never had my hair this short. I don't know how I feel about it. So, since I'm bulking again, I have decided that I have abs, and I had abs for like a week, and then I looked at myself in the mirror, and I was like, nice. And then I was like, time to order many milkshakes. So many milkshakes. No, I felt pretty tan. I was kind of locked in that, though. You have an ab? Fuck abs. It's not just the abs. It's also the V. For example, Trip realizes, apparently, I was told that Trip saw my V today. Did Kitty approve the bulk? Kitty always wants me to bulk. Kitty wants me to basically look like I chop logs for a living, TH. Kitty's preference for my aesthetic is basically, she wants me to basically put on about 5 kilos, grow out my beard, and then, I don't know, wear flannel. Everything. Just think like Supernatural, except more manly. This is what she wants me to do. Right. Yeah. All right. Here, hold up, Wayne. Let me make a decision here. So we don't have a Mistweaver. Okay, I'm not changing my talents. Then we're going. Here we go. I could also heal this. No, it's okay. He heard me say that. It's okay. More Sam or Dean? Dean, for sure. She's more of a Dean person. She wants the personality of Castiel, but the look of Dean, which I actually think is very fair, isn't it? That sounds about right, doesn't it? Okay, surely the 17 is Brazil. I should try to play a troll build for this. All right, shall we? I don't even know why I'm playing my Guardian Druid today. I guess it's fun. All right, here we go. Oh, I forgot to do all the tech in this. My bad. Yeah, I was never really a Sam enjoyer. Personally speaking, I never understood the Sam love. I've always been... Okay, you guys want to know why I know Supernatural? There's actually an amazing story about this. There is a reason that I am aware of Supernatural. It's actually not because I love the show. It's not, that show is not meant for me. I will tell you right now that I do not like horror. I don't like horror whatsoever. If I wanted to experience a horror show, a horror movie, I would simply walk outside because the real world is scary. The real world is full of horror, and I definitely don't need more horror in my life. I don't want to watch a show that involves more horror. And speaking of horror, I have 40 stacks of this bleed on myself, and I am realizing in horror that I have 46 stacks, and I really need to reset these stacks because I don't have a Mistweaver. And it has occurred to me that we have no disease dispel in this key. So now I have to make sure that I actually just make sure I live, and I'm going to have to kite those out a little bit if I do big pulls like this. I love that first pull, by the way. Very fun first pull. So in horror, I would just basically I would move back to New York City and spend some time there. I feel like that's a great opportunity to experience some horror. I would just go out onto the streets of New York City, and that would be my full foray into the horror genre. However, I don't enjoy it. But alas, when I was but a youngawoo, I had a crush. In fact, it was the first time I was ever in love. Yes. It happened. When I was 16 years old, well, for the sake of this story, when I was 18 years old, I met somebody, and that somebody basically changed my life forever. Yeah? The somebody I met was in New York. I lived in LA at the time. I actually started working a part-time job just so that I could pay for flights so that we could see each other more often. I was in love. And it actually was real love, too. You know how sometimes you think you're in love, and then you realize a few years later that you were definitely not in love. You were just infatuated. This one was not like that. It was actually the first time in my life that I ever truly, like, my entire life changed because of this 3-month connection. Short story is that she really liked Supernatural, and therefore I started watching all of Supernatural so that I could talk about it with her, especially because we were long distance and I couldn't see her all the time. So I basically had to make enough money to pay for a flight for either me to go out there, for her to come out to stay with me for a weekend. And, she unfortunately left me for a millionaire. And I honestly don't blame her, because she left me for a millionaire whose dad was a billionaire. And honestly, same. Like, I kind of get it, right? Like, I don't... But it definitely started a little bit of trauma, because it's like the one thing I couldn't compete on, right? Like, maybe I had a bigger third leg, maybe this, maybe that. But unfortunately, what I couldn't replicate was the fact that I was not a billionaire. So, couldn't change that. And after a few months, she was like, there's this millionaire who's very interested in me, and I would like to go date him, so you're great, but unfortunately, GG's, And I was like, damn, that sucks. But nothing I could do. So I want to say that I handled it really well. So by handling it really well, I basically became incredibly depressed, fell into an absolutely massive negative spiral, told everybody that I would become a millionaire at one point in my life by the time I was 20, and then also decided that I would do a whole bunch of other things to make sure that this never, ever happened again, because I never wanted it to happen again. So I handled it very well. For 2 years, I was like, no relationship. I was just grinding, 16 to 18 years old. These are the prime of my life. I definitely did nothing social whatsoever. This actually this event heavily influenced my life. I still say hi to her sometimes, actually. We are on good terms. It is an example of how just because you were in a relationship with somebody that didn't necessarily end for the right reasons, you don't actually have to hate them. No. He ended up being abusive, and she hated him. And like a few years later, when I did actually reconnect with her, I didn't talk with her for a few years. But when I actually went back to New York City for a week, I hung out with her once, and she was like, "Yeah, he was like such a dick," and I was like, because basically outwardly, it was one of those moments. I was like, I'm really sorry to hear that, but inwardly, I was like. A little bit, just tiny bit. You think the lock's coming back? The lock doesn't appear to be coming back. We might have to reset. Oh, he's gone. I started watching that show. So anyways, that's the reason I watched Supernatural, was so that I could talk about it with her. I'm a hopeless romantic at heart. You know that. I'm basically like, life is really costume party a little bit. What the hell? Yeah, this ain't our key. This ain't our key. Do. You can talk about it with me, Supernatural. I got to season 9 or 10. Nope. Bye-bye. All right. That's okay. Obviously, Liam didn't mean to DC. Wait. Hunter. Are you a trainer? I just realized his name. I watched it all twice. I think I got to season 11, season 12, give or take. My favorite season ever. Basically, the show ended for me. I don't want to give any spoilers. The show ended for me when the best character of the show was no longer in the show. That best character may or may not have been the central figure of an episode where everybody went LARPing. That's my type, by the way. That right there, no. Not Bobby. No. Lefty for a millionaire guy. I'd understand it. Yes. That's the type right there. Well, I mean, Okay, a mix of both, but mostly the first one. I noticed his name, by the way. I'm just kidding. I'm not. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. GG. Crowley, yeah, there's a lot of people. I mean, that show, when you have 15 seasons of a show, I hope the characters grow on you. Okay, so now we play Resto Druid, I suppose. Or I do some alts. Oh, man. Man, Rogue. That'd be good, wouldn't it? I wish. Also, Focus, I missed how the key ended. Oh, the Warlock disconnected and then he didn't come back. Are you also leveling Monk? I have a Monk. I actually want to gear my Monk today. I got to do some stuff, though. I assume Dexter isn't your thing? Why would you assume that? Oh, because of the horror thing. I watched all of Dexter. The problem with shows like Dexter is I have to be careful about watching them because sometimes I watch them and I'm like, is that me? That's what I worry about sometimes. You know what I mean? That's the, I actually, seriously, I have that thought in the back of my head. I watch it, I'm like, is that me? No, you know what I mean? That's why I don't watch like Criminal Minds as well. Sometimes I watch Criminal Minds and I'm like, why do I feel like I would be in one of these episodes, but I would not be in one of the good guys? You know what I mean? Sometimes I have that thought. I'm like, I'm like, ooh. Did I ever watch Shameless? No. So I used to watch a lot more TV, but these days I don't feel like I watch TV at all. I feel like I have a lot of time. Random, you want to do some alt keys? I'm kind of down. There's another 17 here. Do we just play with him? I think he likes me right now. I don't know. He wants me for 17 caverns. Should we just go grab 17 Brazil? I don't know if you want me, haha. If you want a Brewmaster, I'm chilling. I'm not that worried about it. I can get it next week. I'm going to get a lot of things, though. Definitely an Astalor in a while. Really? Next Criminal Minds, a Guardian Druid without Apex talents. Yeah, Ultimus. For real. I'm pretty sure I could live. If they want me, but I understand if they don't want a class stack. To be fair. So is the barrier for 18 Brazil right now? Is the barrier just 18 Algathar? What's your IO? I'm only 3,400. Comparatively, these guys are like 3,600, so I've got Brazil 16. I just did the 17 Nexus. We had 17 Windrunner Spire earlier today. And then we had 11 minutes going into the third boss. Then we had 3 deaths on third boss. Spent 2 B-reses. Didn't res the third. And then on the last boss, we had 4 deaths. And it was just like, whoops. So now we didn't get that earlier. And then we had 18 Pit of Sauron. And then we basically just, we threw that, unfortunately. So 18 Pit of Sauron would have been good too. I don't have to worry about it. Like, I don't really need IO. I'm kind of happy to get my own key back up, too, if I want to. 17 Terrace. Like, because I'm going to have my team to play with soon. So I don't really feel like I need to be doing a lot of keys right now, though. Let me stream. Thanks, Axolotl. Windrunner OCE 17. Oh, you do want me? If you want me. You don't have to. I'm down if you want me. Hello. Now, this key is actually an example of I can die here. With the route that I normally do, I can die. Maybe there's a world where if we don't get a, like, we don't have a Mistweaver, we do a Resto Druid. It's not a Holy Priest. But if we don't get, like, I guess, so we have Icy Talon from a DK, right? And that's Poly. So I know we have Icy Talons here. We have the auto attack decrease here. Insidious Chill. If we don't get, like, a Warlock or something, though, that's actually a good question about whether or not I would die with my route. I should ask Haha if it's Brazil before I try my route, just in case. This is the key. The very first pull and the third pull can kill me. If I'm just a global off. Like, literally one global off and it's GG's with my route that I run. 18 Pit of Sauron is easy. This one, 17 Cavern. The timer is not a problem. Timer's easy now. We just have to Though the way I normally run this, I'm pretty sure is quite different than how the high keys have been doing it. Because I made this route on beta and I've kind of just been rolling with it. But it's a route where all the responsibility is on the tank. And that do be scary. Wait a second. Why is this guy in here? Yeah, it's just like this right here. Number 4. This route. Wait, did this route get messed up? Yeah, it's like 3 right here. Boom. 4 is like this. And then... why did my route get somewhat deselected? Do you prefer keys now? I think keys are good now, but I also worry, Zolik, that this season is going to have the most massive drop-off compared to any WoW season that has ever existed. Don't you worry about that? I do. I actually see the writing on the wall where basically I worry that this season is basically just going to be, you know, people are going to play it for a little bit and then basically never again. Do you know what I mean by that? I'm not pushing so it doesn't bother me. The reason I say that is because you're getting rewards at a rate that is basically just really, 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 really fast. People are progressing so interestingly fast. And now what's going to happen with that, I'm a little worried about, though. Prop Value's not doing well. That makes sense, super. So why my route, sometimes the MDT imports, look at this. Why is my MDT import just randomly deselecting certain mobs and then reselecting certain mobs too? Because... we have this here. We have 2 warriors, these 2 warriors here, and then you have this pull here with the defender at the end, because you don't skip this guy anymore. 16, boom, like this. And then you need bats in this pull. Yeah, this is the route. I wonder if I die. The bats are 0.82 each. So, like, technically this route, then I can skip 1 bear, I suppose. But I don't even know where I would skip that bear. Like, over here, probably. I would just skip one of these bears. You would just take only 2 bears in this pull, probably. And then you just get the bats at the end. Curious to see how high title goes. So, title's going to be interesting this season. I foresee a potential issue with title, Zolik. You want to know what it is? Sorry, I was ignoring YouTube chat for a second. What's up, JJ? 3600 is Brazil. That's what I was thinking. But apparently he's just shy 1 key for Brazil. But I think, JJ, I don't know if you're watching this, but honestly... I think Graham have been 18. That's what I think. Heal a DC and not come back depleting my key when there's a wipe. Yeah, that sucks. What mythic rating is Brazil 12? 2,950. That's what 12s are right now. I think they should. You know, I made that video yesterday, Mephisto, and the answer is they should absolutely add that, though. Why is that? Okay, so keys are going to be interesting this season because there's a lot of people playing right now. Zolik, this is week 2. That's why, Zolik. This is week 2. The season has 5.5 months left. Who is going to be playing 5 months from now? There's going to be a crazy inflation of how high title goes in the next 30 days. And then I really believe that a lot of people are probably going to be stopping. And therefore, I wonder how high title actually goes. Because normally, people don't stop playing at that level. But I actually think that a lot of people will. I think this season is going to be... it's going to have a lot of burnout right now. Yeah, of course, there's seasons are 6 months long, Elko. There's 5.5 months left, give or take. We're on week 2 of Mythic Plus. So yes, there is, in fact, 5.5 months left of the season, Elko. I know. People are not taking this into account whatsoever. And it's something that you probably should. The title's so underwhelming. That's also true. How high do you think go? Yeah, 19s, I think. I think the first 20 was done already. But the problem is that scaling, Zolik, is an issue. So no matter how good you are, there's only, 1 or 2 key levels past that people will realistically be able to achieve. So imagine that, let's say, for example, I got my Brazil 17 this week. What am I going to do next week? Shoot for 18s? 18s might take me 2 weeks. Okay, so what if I eventually get 18s? What about 19s? How long will 19s take me? A month? 2 months? So I'm going to be working on 1 key level already before the middle of the season. That's normally end of season. End of season is when you say, okay, we've got to get that last key level. But this is going to be already like way too fast. You know? I do know that, but it's like the problem with the progression curve is that it's going to slow down. It's going to become glacial compared to what it is right now. So people are getting these massive dopamine dumps. Zolik tier, basically think about it like this. You know how when you find that one good, really, 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 really good video, or you find that one really good manga if you're a cultured person, and then you read it and you're like, this is exquisite. The problem is that you can't live up to that hype again. So you're going to spend quite a bit of time trying to find it, something that fulfills that role. Eventually you might. But every single time that happens, it's going to be much harder because people can't produce the product that you want at the rate that you want it until AI gets better. Then you can make your own. Fucking double milkshake, man. It's a good day. Does that make sense? Okay. I should check if this is Brazil real quick before I try this route. I just need to check with him. Otherwise, I could split the first pull. I do actually need to check. Now, granted, again, you know, it's just, you know, I'm asking a reasonable question. All right, listen, I don't think I'm going to die, but if there was ever a chance, I'm asking a reasonable question because I would adjust the first pull. If it wasn't Brazil, I would adjust the first pull. You saw me tank the 18. We're chilling. One pump chump, at least 3. The one pump chump, he's not here anymore. He raided and ran earlier, SB. All right, my Sara Caverns, let's go. I think 17 here is actually not that bad, to be honest. The timer shouldn't be an issue, at least. Not for Cavern. All right, here we go. Yo, people don't have high enough to cap on Mythic Crest, it's true. I saw MDT the other day, but it's not putting an overlay on screen. It doesn't have an overlay, unfortunately. It would be amazing if MDT did have an overlay. Unfortunately, it does not. And I think that that's a shame, by the way. Oh, he just left. All right. So it would be amazing, and I actually think that if they could ever add that, it would be such a massive W for tanks, though. What do you overall in DPS? Should I even care about my overall? You need to do enough damage to hold threat, and a reasonable amount of tank damage is good. In the last key, we didn't get to the end. This build that I'm playing is technically the lowest technical potential Guardian Druid damage build, but it does enough. A lot of people flame me for playing at SB because it doesn't do the max amount of damage, but it's weird because I time all the keys. It doesn't matter. Like, very rarely does tank damage actually make or break a key. Ultimately, live first, be tanky tank, be the leader of your team, pace, do the route, do all the things you got to do, and then worry about it. Does that make sense? Forget to use Heart of the Wild. There's a lot of little things. Heart of the Wild is not crazy. So, like, if you take a look here, you'll notice that my damage, even in this build, Heart of the Wild isn't even listed here. It's actually quite a bit less. Starfall is 2% of my damage. Feral Frenzy will be somewhere in here. Wait. Oh, that was the last 17. So it won't be the 18. So we didn't get very far. Tempo, Timmy just subscribed with Prime. Yo, thank you for this up. There is no overlay for MDT. You can still use the route, but you can't actually have an overlay. What's up, Enyo? Does your bear build the same stat power as normal bear? Pretty much. But the thing is, the secondary stats for bear don't matter. Like something, I could change out my neck and my rings and I would be just fine. You could take 10% of any of my secondary stat and you could put it anywhere else and I would be just fine. So for example, you could put 10%. You could put all this verse into mastery, I'd be cool. You could put all this mastery into verse, I'd be fine. It's secondary stats are like a very, very minor optimization. If I could choose my breakdown, I would highly consider going haste verse. But it's really not that important. In this key, for example, crit would be awesome. Like, crit would be very valuable in my Sara Caverns, but it would be less valuable in Algathar Academy. Whatever it is, you know what I mean? Once I get my resilience, I'm going to try your build. Yeah, it's basically, that's a very similar build. Indeed, indeed. This should be interesting. Let's see how this goes. Yeah. I think it would be the opposite for me. Like, I was going to play Wrestler Druid today, actually. That's was the plan, was to play Wrestler Druid. I was just going to get my key up and start getting Wrestler YO. I was going to get my 15 up to a 16 and then do that. Heart of the Wind only buffs you when others shapeshift, though. Like cowing the Gordon. What do you mean? Heart of the Wild. No. So, Heart of the Wild. Sorry, what do you mean? Let me read the question again. Heart of the Wild only buffs you when other. Yes. So you have to basically cat form, Feral Frenzy, or Boomy here, right? How do you track your mate's cooldowns? It is mini CC. If you join the Discord, the UI and stuff is linked there. So, here. Go to here. Go to look. It's called mini CC. I'll give you my Druid ult. Whoops, I misspelled that. Oh, no, I didn't. It's just not working. Interesting. Hell yeah. You're my Druid to tank ult. I appreciate getting me back in the tank. It's been a few years. You're welcome. Wait, my internet didn't just go out, did it? Sometimes it's been doing that recently. Discord is pinned, though? Y'all can hear me, right? Just TH, you can hear me? Yes? No? Because that Discord command didn't work for now. Sometimes that means my internet... Oh, no. Wait. Type 1, please. Not like this. Not like this. Wait. Was I spelling it wrong? How come it worked for you? Oh, thank God. Dude, my internet... I gotta actually go to the provider. I have to go to the provider. Yeah, what's up, Small? Small noticed that I did something last night that I wasn't supposed to do. It was in the early AMs. And Small may or may not have realized, you know, she saw me when she wasn't supposed to see me. The bot likes me more, apparently. No, so my internet has been randomly blipping, and stream keeps disconnecting. And I honestly have to figure out what I'm going to do about that. It's really annoying. I'm curious to know how Resto Shaman feels healing me. I was like gaming last night at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. And then I did coaching this morning. And then I was late to stream because I wanted to hang out with Kitty. And then I had to set up a new lamp for my lizards. And then I have to feed my lizards. And then I had to play with my lizards. And then I had to stroke my lizards. And then I was here playing World of Warcraft. But don't worry, I made sure to wash my hands after. Not that they're unsanitary creatures, actually, but still. Thank you. So you'll see me use Heart of the Wild on this first pull here, though. It's 4 a.m. here, which doesn't even feel late. I've been trying to have a better schedule, but I haven't been taking the best care of myself recently, so it's a work in progress, to be honest. All right, let's see. Let's see. Here we go. You ready? Okay, don't die first pull. This is the moment. This is my moment. Here we go. This is the important thing. Will I actually be able to live this key? I am kind of curious. I don't know the answer to that question. Am I going to be able to live this key, yes or no? Let's see. I'm going to thrash that first. I've already messed up, by the way, because that global was supposed to be spent on thrash, not frenzied regen. I was supposed to frenzied regen before I reach them. I'm going to use... Okay, boom. I got to go fast. If they reach me, Barkskin, here we go. This is the danger pull. Here we go. I've got Lunar Beam down. I thrash one. I incarn one. I frenzied regen. Here we go. I've got this. 17 Cavern, no Mistweaver Monk, no Warlock for Curse of Weakness. I have to be able to live. I can do this. I believe in myself. But if I miss a single global, these pulls are dangerous, man. Now, granted, they're dangerous for me. They're not necessarily dangerous for my team. That's why I like doing them. This massive pull here, it's certainly not the meta route. And I don't even know if Brewmaster would be able to do this. I think it might just be a Guardian Druid special. I'm not sure. Because now I rotate to Barkskin immediately. If I miss, literally, a single global, I will die. It is actually that instant. That's how quickly this would happen. Because I have Barkskin up, I frenzied regen now. After the Barkskin expires, I either commit SI, which I will right now, or I would have to kite out. So right when this SI expires, what I'm going to do, I just have to Typhoon away. I cannot be in range of those. But now, look, my tank, my health bar didn't even move. Not even close. Here we go. I'm going to Vortex them now. Great Cap Totem by the Shaman. I can go back in with Barkskin if I really want to, depending on how long I think this pull might be alive. I Frenzied Regen. I'm going to War Stomp when these guys reach me. And then I'm actually going to go through here because I still don't want to be taking these melees. Like, I can Lunar Beam here, but they can actually clap me. So my health doesn't move because I sequence my cooldowns very, very perfectly, by the way. Here's the thing. That's the thing, right? I sequence my cooldowns like very, very specifically so I can live. But the second those cooldowns are out, I have to make sure that I am avoiding obvious melees, okay? So now I'm going to keep gathering the next pull. They're going to go free that extra prisoner back there. It's because those 2 extra berserkers, I as a Guardian Druid know that I'm going to be able to live them. The problem is that that pull took a little bit too long compared to normal. I know this because my Incarn is coming back up. And now I'm here. I rotate back with the Lunar Beam. And then I have to send Incarn here. I'm not going to hold Incarn for an entire pull. The problem with me sending Incarn here is that I normally have it for the pull following this. But since we were a little bit slow with our damage because of how this Hunter was teleporting out before, the next time I do that first pull, although I was a bit panicked because I haven't tanked this on 17 since the beta. And with this current item level, 272, I'm not exactly fully geared. So we're going to kill this very fast, and now I'm going to have an issue potentially on the next pull. That is something I am now concerned about, because I did decide to send the Incarn here. And when I make routes for Guardian Druid, I kind of intentionally plan Incarn. Like, I know when I am or am not going to have it. The question is, can I still do the pull that I want to do next without Incarn? That is an actual question I have to ask myself now. Because I still want to go ahead of my team, but I'm not going to Stag Form Wild Charge here. And the reason is simple. I want to immobilize the first bear. I don't want to hit Barkskin. I will Healing Potion myself. I need to hold Barkskin until I actually get into the pull. I want to taunt that Laborer. Barkskin now. Perfect. When they sink on me, if I die, I die. That was the moment. Okay, I lived that gather. Here's the problem. What next? Because I can Vortex Typhoon this all together, right? I commit 1 SI, boom, right now. Because the bears are about to crunch armor me. And that SI needs to be up for that. The problem is I'm going to commit double SI now. Now the second SI comes out. We watch that 1 Hex. Okay? I'm going to incap. And then I need to Frenzied Regen. I need to War Stomp to give myself an extra second for this Barkskin. Please don't get 1 tap. Nice. I get back to the Barkskin. Okay. And then I'm still in danger of dying. So I'm going to have to just let go of my tank damage of this key. I don't care what my tank damage looks like because, honestly, we're going to time this regardless. So what I need to do here, my healer is in a Hex, which means that I need to pay extra attention to my own life total. I'm going to Incarn now because otherwise I would die on that global 100%. It would be insta-rip GG's if I didn't Incarn where I did just now. So I'm going to have to live the next pull without Incarn, and that's fine. These Berserkers are still very healthy. It could just be the difference of doing it on a 17 comparatively, but I feel like these packs are living a lot longer than I am traditionally used to them living, because the timings are all sorts of off, though. Yeah, we just got to play well. I'm here. I'm focused. I can still read chat and stuff, but I cannot Barkskin. Here's the problem now. I'm just gonna have to Typhoon away there. If I Barkskin here, it's GG's on next pull. So no Barkskin. I can still Lunar Beam, but no Barkskin. I need Barkskin to live the next pull. I actually physically would not be able to. See how, like, what I mean? Like, these Berserkers are just very alive right now. Okay, I'm going to Wild Charge 2 here so I can just prevent the melee. I'm using my mobility so that I just don't take the extra melees. Okay, there we go. Good percentage on that pull. Then we Roar. We go through 1 Frenzied Regen to give myself a natural resilience shield. I'm here. Barkskin. Thrash these guys together. I don't really care, as I mentioned before, what my tank damage looks like. Now, I do want to pull some extra stuff in here to the left, but I'm going to sequence this a little bit cautiously. I think that our timer is going to be all right, but this elephant is going to put a bleed on me, and I'm noticing, once again, that my own personal cooldowns are just a bit off. So I will pull this now while I have the Lunar Beam, and then my Barkskin is coming back. I'm going to pull it now. And then what I'm going to do is Barkskin here plus a Frenzied Regen. Now, I still don't want to send the Incarn. I am capable of chaining this, but I don't think you need to. I think that our timer, so long as we play this key pretty cleanly, I'm going to hold Barkskin. I know my route. I trust my route. As long as we don't have a wipe, we will be able to time this key. So I'm just going to War Stomp this here. I'm going to make sure I kick the spear after. Perfect. And then I'm going to let my healer watch me for a second. I'm just going to let him take care of me. I could Bark Skin knowing that it'll probably be back up, but just in case it isn't, let's make sure that the Headhunter dies. Like I said, I could have shifted in the middle of that pull if I was uber confident. I didn't want to do that. I want to make sure that I'm just making sure I have defenses for the following pull. And I'm my tank damage is most likely going to be quite low at the end of this dungeon because I'm just simply playing a little defensively. Worst case scenario, if we lose this key, I want it to be because maybe we did a little bit less damage, and I don't want it to be because I died. That's the worst feeling. I just want to avoid that feeling, you know what I mean? So we grab this prisoner over here, and then I go out. And now, because I have saved all my cooldowns, watch this. I want to pull all these bears. Intentionally. Now, the bears, they're not good mobs. I can leave one with my route now. We can leave one if it's in a bad pat, because I have realized that sometimes it is in a bad pat. I incarn here, and now I know I have incarn here, and that's perfect, because this is exactly where I want the incarn. I want to make sure I don't lose aggro on one of those back bears, because I have a Devour, and Devour likes to be hitting things early, so they can maximize their damage, which is very fair. They're a DPS player, and so that's what they do. My job to hold aggro, his job to do damage. Okay, that Hexer is done. We don't have a removal for the snare there. Just got to be a little careful. I will try my... what I could do, by the way, in the future is the Vortex would actually help keep this Headhunter in. I'm not doing a good job of sending my Vortex at the right time. So I'm going to Vortex now as an example. But my Vortex was off because I'm just a little bit... It's not perfect play from me. I'm a little bit cautious. This is a pug. I don't know this healer. This healer doesn't know me. They don't know my routes. This is basically me full YOLOing. They've never done this with me before. I think I do this dungeon kind of differently than other people do this dungeon right now. So I can't say I'm using my utility to the absolute fullest. I could be getting even more out of Guardian Druid. I could be sequencing better, but I feel tanky. You see my healer, he's able to do quite a bit of damage right now because he doesn't have to worry about me too much. Traditionally, Resto Shaman and Guardian Druid used to be a match made in heaven. Not so much anymore. It's not necessary. You don't need like a specific healer and tank combination as much as you used to. But since I'm very tanky, it'll allow him to do more damage, which does matter. Okay, so you want to go fast, and then you want to go to the left. And if you're fast here, you will not pull that mask. We're fine. Everybody get through? Please tell me everybody got through. Okay, into boss. No chaining, no snapping. The snap is weird. Supposedly, somebody tell me it does actually work. I have heard that the snap is live. Like, you can still snap like we did on beta, but I have not personally been able to replicate it. Sometimes it bugs, sometimes it doesn't. There's a way to snap a few extra mobs down here, and it just seems heavily unreliable. And once again, we're at 0 deaths right now. If I add an extra 45 seconds to this timer by doing a little bit of a safer route, I think we'll be just fine. Not that worried about it. I'm going to hold my incarn for just a second. I'm going to roar to help my team because we need a position away from the front. So I'm going to off-heal my shaman, my mage. There we go. Nice, I'm watching. Well, that Dream of Cenarius proc, that's the right time to do it there. Yeah, I don't trust the snap anymore. I just have had too many issues with it. One time I had it not snap properly, and then it chain pulled the mask, and then we wiped because you can't pull the mask in here. And I was like, okay, it's not worth it. I would rather just get IO. I think if I need to figure out exactly how to safely replicate it, I'll do that later in the season. For now, in my understanding of how this Mysara Caverns is going to work small, it basically works like this. If I can just route this and we get to the end with sub 2 deaths, with my routes, I guarantee you we will time. We cannot lose to low damage. Probably. I'm having enough trust. Now, granted, our comp is not the highest DPS comp, not by a long shot. And I have noticed, A, that we failed the mechanic. B, so we'll see. Those are the types of deaths we have to avoid. But supposing that we don't have a bunch of those deaths, also, yes, we're not lusting right now, which is a bit suspicious. I guess we're saving it for the pull after this, which is doable, I suppose. But I think, don't you think our damage is a little bit low? I can't tell if it's just 17 or if our damage is a little bit low. I'll make routing decisions. If I have to go aggressive, I'll go aggressive. Okay? I'm going to off-heal him there. Perfect, because he actually stood into a trap. I'm going to off-heal this person as well. And then he's the shaman, so he's going to be able to get into that trap. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Nobody would get hit here. Nice. You hate the second boss? Second boss has been giga nerfed. It is way easier. I mean, we knew from beta testing. We told everybody, by the way. Yeah, I think so too. Our damage, I feel like it's a little low right now. But that's okay. If we finish this boss with like 19 minutes, that's excellent. We're no problem there. Okay, we're going to go through these traps here, though. What's up, Mua? Just remember that even if my damage on the actual meters looks a little lower, because I am a Guardian Druid, I have the ability to provide Mark of the Wild. Mark of the Wild is 3% verse. Roar. Make sure you get in. Good. We do mechanics on 17. That's good. That's good. It's nice. Always nice to do mechanics on 17. Let's get knocked back this way. And then I kind of planned that the boss would be dead now. So we're going to hopefully just kill him in this corner of the room because we don't have a lot of space left. Good. I throw down the Lunar Beam, but I do not Feral Frenzy because I want Starfall going into next pull. My Heart of the Wild will be a way that I obtain aggro on the following pull coming up. So we thrash, boom, perfect. All right, so 20 minutes here. I would say it's decent. It's not ideal, but 46%, 20 minutes, probably all right. Yeah, when we wanted Lust, I think here is fine. Here is fine. All good. All good, all good. Yeah, this is a tough pull, right? Because, like, can we get out? Demon Hunter can't get out, so we got to kill. So kill. I have to, if we do this pull, we actually need to be able to kill the Shade, right? He has meld. Okay, so he does know that he can meld it, which is a very impactful piece of tech. Because traditionally, it used to be that you could Vengeful Retreat, but they nerfed that. And this functions as a snare, if you didn't know this. This is a snare. But that means that I have to position the first knock here. And then we're going to have to actually kill these. So we have to go through here to the altar, just in case. I want to try to see if I can tank closer to the altar, if possible. I'm just going to go kick this, watch myself. Boom. Because there's a world where we actually have to kill the Shades. Now, in the traditional comp that I play a Mistweaver. Mistweaver is able to, just Giga heal me, so I feel much safer with the Mistweaver. Like, it's the healer that makes the tank feel the absolute safest. And he can also Tiger's Lust this one every single time. So because he can Tiger's Lust it, I'm going to heal this, the Fair Spirit Link. The Lust was a little late, so depending on who gets chosen here, it's my DK. He is unfortunately going to die because we are in the wrong position. Should have been my mage. He's just going to have to die, I think. I don't think we can save him. All right, Staggering Blow on me. We basically have to accept that death because of the positioning there. Maybe I could tank this slightly differently in the future. Whoops, I'm in the puddle. Remember, I can actually die. This is not no tank damage, but now we're next to here and the pole's kind of settled. Little bit of a... There you go. That's a good meld. That's the one. That's the one. So if you can get out of it, then you don't actually have to play the mechanic, right? He's back. I rebuff. I want to pull... I basically want to start the next pull right now. Some people I know, because there's actually a buff you can get in this room, I have seen people actually pull the whole room, but I don't really do that, though. Yeah, I like the Starfall tech as a bear. It's just helpful for aggro. It's not necessary, but it does help. Cool. We shouldn't get another one of these. Yeah, a lot of mechanics like that work with meld, right? So meld is Gigatech. Good. I'm here now. We're going to focus the skull target. I'm going to make sure I don't die. All of these pulls do a massive amount of tank damage, so just have to be aware. So technically, if I wanted to min-max my damage, what I would do, go Boomkin form, back into bear form in the middle of this pull. It's a little scary when I do that, because I did actually proc my Well-Honed Instincts. You do drop your Iron Fur, but it would be a way for me to get a little bit more damage. That Starfall in this pull is going to be doing a fair bit of damage in the middle of the pull. I could have saved it for the next thing, but otherwise, yeah. Now, my mage has tech here as well. In higher keys, the mage is able to actually spell steal the skirmisher shield, which is very nice as well. I can chain the warriors in. I can't chain the defender in, so we can roar. Here, I can start pulling a bit more aggressively, because we've had a few mistakes. So I wouldn't say that we're hard chilling right now. I'm not going to die on pull here. I'm going to go like this, boom, and then I'm here. Now, if you take a look at the title of today's stream, it says Resto Druid. I don't actually know how I ended up here. Somehow, whenever I want to play something, this is actually a pull on my die, so I'm just going to pay attention. Shadowfrost Blast goes off on me. Careful, 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 guys. Please. Kick. I'm saving it for the shrink. Okay, I SI. They're all going to sink on me outside of this cap totem, so I'm going to SI here. And then I bark skin. 3, 2, 1, bark skin. There we go. Question for Pit of Sauron, second boss. You probably clean the boss. So that's actually a big... That's a good question. A lot of groups, I think that as a tank player, you should go toward the shade because that's what you have to kill first. I like to be able to kick the death bolt from the boss because it concerns me that I think it's going to go off. I'm taking in the corner so these bats are facing away from my team. However, there is actually a world where I'm supposed to be just always going to both shades. My preference plebiscite is to go to one shade and then for me to go to the boss just to ensure that the death bolt gets kicked. However, I think in pugs it's probably a better idea just to lead them better. And I think that the better way to lead pugs right now is to just full send and go to each shade, basically, so that they can cleave the shades out. Because they're going to hit the boss. They're going to want to cleave off the boss. So if you position second boss Pit of Sauron to where the shades are, you're leading them. I still think in a coordinated group, I might not do that. But I think that in general, the pug strategy should be yes, to go to the shades, if that makes sense. If you can expect one thing in pugs, it's that everything will go wrong. You as a tank player should always think to yourself, okay, if everything does go wrong, how can I still win? It's a much better mentality than, well, if everything goes right. That's a key level that most people don't know. Ooh, okay, we butt pulled this early. I in-cap roar because aggro, and then I vortex. The vortex typhoon will give me a second. I'll get an extra second for a thrash. Perfect. That's okay. No problem. We were going to pull this anyways, so might as well pull it now. And then we're going to Moonfire, Moonfire, Moonfire. Perfect. We're driving through. Bound Defender is pretty much dead. I can chain the Skirmishers. Skirmishers are fine. I just have to live, so I have to make sure I have a plan. Okay, good aggro on those. No problem. Starfall. Do not pull that Defender, please. Defender would be a problem. No Defender. Just this. Now, if possible, there will be bats coming into this pull. I want the bats, actually. They're a really good percentage, and they're very easy mobs. Thing about the bats, I want to face them away from my team, because you don't have to kick them. Their cast seems like it's going to be scary. If you, like, watch it on your tracker, you'll see, oh, Piercing Screech. It's actually not a problem. There's another bat. Woo! Oh, fuck. Okay, ISI. Holy. My camera angle changed, and I wasn't paying attention. I think I got hit by something on the ground. I think I got hit by one of the ground effects. Oh, scary, scary. Saw my health drop there. That was close. So these Piercing Screech right here, I actually can just let that go. Genuinely. It doesn't do that much damage. It's a frontal. So if I'm facing right here, see that? It'll just hit me, and I can live it. So I'm not actually terrified of the Screech. And they're really, really good percentage. So I want to make sure I pull the bats in here. You can chain in from here. Again, bats are just going to do that frontal, but I can start collecting the next pull, which will give me time to get aggro on this pull. So far, this key has been fairly clinical. I think I'm doing a good job. Could have been using my utility much better. I want another thrash on this because actually I have one time in my life lost aggro here, so I'm just going to get 2 thrashes ticking. Therefore, I won't lose it. I have no Heart of the Wild walking in. I also know that it claps me, so I'm going to incarn. Boom. Combat potion as well. Fantastic. And I group it right on the right corner here so we don't get rooted by these souls walking past. I also think that for higher keys, there's a route right now, which is skipping this pack, actually. Ooh, I did pull a shade to my left. Now, that's why you don't want to tank it there, and that is my bad. So we have to deal with 1 extra caster. Not the end of the world, but surely we wouldn't pull a whole extra thing. What is this extra Guardian doing in here? Okay, I'm going to figure this out. I can live. It's mostly tank damage. Kind of. Do I have to SI? Okay, we go back up the stairs. We just watch the shoals. What? Okay. What is this? What is this butt pull, man? Butt pulls in 17. The one shade was fine. The extra whole Guardian guy, there's 3 mini-bosses in here. Okay, I SI, and then I'm going to have to basically just run. I think I have to kite. Okay, it's okay. A little bit of panic. I'm going to kite this out because I need some cooldowns back. Staggering blow on me. Frenzied regen. Perfect. And then I have bark skin back, so I'll be fine. Bro, what the hell? I was not expecting this. Okay, I'm going to use the movement speed to kick this. We probably have to B-res here. I don't have much. Give me a second. That's okay. Whoa, that, I mean, what was that? What is that butt pull? How did that happen? I've never seen that butt pull even at lower key levels. Oof. Blast. Blast. What? How did we butt pull that? That guy is way over to the right. Tab target? Well, I mean, but the shade that was right here, that shade was right there. The one shade there is fine. The tab target, that guy is way over here, though. How did we pull that, though? That guy he's all the way to the right. He's way to the right. And that was a clinical run, too. The only way to lose that run is that. Otherwise, you can't lose. Let's go 3 come as a group. Oh, do they? I've never pulled it before. Hit the VOD review. Yeah. I guess. Oh, I didn't feel like our damage was pretty low. I don't know if it was just the comp or what. So my damage, I don't feel like 88k there is low for me. I mean, we had it. Basically, you got past that pole and we were fine. But it is kind of crazy to me how many times you see like butt pulls and stuff. Like actually, there are 3 keys. We lost 17 Windrunner Spire, 17 this, 18 Pit of Sauron to like the most random stuff. I guess it's just weak to Resil type mindset. I don't know. Do you want to do it one more time? Bro. We'll see what they want to do. I mean, so the thing is, you can do this key next week too. It's not like you have to do it right now. I'm not that invested. I mean, because next week we're gonna get another Mythic Vault plus more crests. You got a few more item levels. Should be much easier to do 17, 18 next week. I'm down for whatever. I'm not that stressed about it. I think Pauly's ult might be a little bit lower geared too. I'm not sure if that's... I think that's just his ult, so I'm assuming that this guy isn't fully geared. I'm not sure. What's up, sickos? Hello there, sickos. Does Forset affect your no? No, unfortunately it doesn't. Basically, I do not benefit from Forset, which is sad, Smack. It is sad. I wish the Guardian Druid Forset was not designed like this. I wish it was designed with a little bit more oomph, you know. I wish it affected the build that I like to play, but it's okay. What plan? Technically, I'm supposed to be doing alt stuff today. Ooh, random's on. What be random doing? Random, you want to do some 10s? I think, out of curiosity, can anybody tell me? What do I have? I have something. What do I have? Oh, no, I have 15. Never mind. I forgot. What does the time walking raid give you? The actual item level of the time walking raid, the drops from it, what is it? Doesn't it give you if you actually do the last boss? And it's really easy, right? It takes it... I mean, we could just run that back real fast, though. Heroic Firelands piece. Should I do that on my alt? Champion gear. Interesting. Can. Easy key. Yeah. Hero and a 6. So I should do that on my alts, right? Interesting. Okay. Does anybody want to do it later? Unless I care about getting the 17 right now. I don't really mind. I guess we might just run the 17 real fast. I'm curious about the pacing of this dungeon, if I decide. Yeah, let's just run this back real fast. All right, so plan today then. If they want to run a few 17s, because I'm in a group that has Resil 17. I actually think the Shaman has Resil 18. If they have that, I think I might just do a few keys with them real fast. But then before the end of stream today, I would love to do, I think, a few Fire Lens raid on some ults. Because I do 1 key a week right now, but it's probably worth doing. I don't have to do it on my monk or maybe my paladin, but like my warrior would be good. I just have to get into a group. Maybe my item level will be too low. Let me ask him a question. Compared to... Feel kind of chill. I am just curious, though. Felt pretty normal. Yeah. Yeah, at the end there was kick. What's the easiest healer to learn? Easiest healer to learn and play? As crazy as it sounds. What level Mythic Plus is this? Oh, we were just doing a 17. This is 17 caverns. Curious. Have you healed tanks that are not brew right now? I don't use the same route. Yeah, it's the one I know is meta at the moment. Just a casual 17, no biggie, pretty much. Only prop hell. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not that worried about it. Let's play some gaming music. Let's get it. Let's just get the 17 real fast. Gotcha. Okay, I need a flask. Let me make sure I'm fully buffed, though, for the 17, and then let's get it. I want to change the music a bit, and then basically game. I know I'm a little tired today, and I'm also on my second milkshake, so we're 1,200 calories deep into this milkshake. Let's play this. And let me get a little this, and a little food, and we'll buff up real fast, though. I'm ready. Honestly, though, I think my bear feels pretty good. Yeah. Next week, I'll have 7% reduced damage taken, too, on bear. So, to be fair, doing them right now is fun, right? Yeah. I feel like I'm in difficulty over the other dungeons. As a tank player, it depends on what route you're doing, Black. So, a lot of tanks that I've seen, they've been doing quite a bit of a different route than I'm used to here, if that makes sense. Also, what is this shaman playing? I'm really curious. Crit haste, crit verse. He's playing Primal Tide Core. So he's playing Totemic in this key. So he's actually intentionally playing Totemic, and he's also playing Coalescing Water as Totemic. Interesting. So he's playing Rain. Interesting. This is what he decided on, huh? I want to actually study his healing a little bit, because this shaman we're playing with, by the way, he has Resil 18. This is a big shaman. This ain't your average shaman. This is a very large shaman we're playing with. I don't know, he's almost 3,700 IO right now. He has a 19 of this dungeon timed. Okay, so here, we shift out of bear, we go into bear, we frenzied regen, then I don't want a bark skin, just the first frenzied regen. I do proc my Wellhone Instincts. I got a roar there a second earlier. And I shouldn't have bark skin there, so it's a little bit, to be honest with you, this isn't the perfect setup. I'll still be able to live this Giga pull, but it isn't the normal setup that I have, and I'm not going to get one-tapped on the pull. But I want to group on the Hexer. It's way better to group on the caster, because it just cleans this up, right? I'm going to kick that Shadow Bolt just to settle in, I'm going to Vortex here. I got to get used to Vortexing a little earlier on this pull. To be honest with you, 17 Cavern, this pull, it's a lot of tank damage. So I just get a little bit panicked. A little bit. Because I have died here. If I miss a single global, like hopefully I make this look easy, right? But to be honest with you, if I miss a single global, I will actually just perish immediately. Like actually without even a second to consider what happened. I'll just be here one moment and then I will not be here the next moment. So we'll see how this key goes. But I have to SI right now. If I don't SI on that global, it's GG's. And then I want to save my second SI. So now I'm going to have to kite out. What's interesting is that I can't tell if it's a 17 or if it's just a diff of whatever the comp is, but we are not killing this pull. This pull is very alive. I'm going to Barkskin here. What's up, Hannah? Hi, Hannah. I'm doing some keys right now, but I'm doing my beta routes. I know this is not quite the meta route for my Sara Caverns, but I am enjoying my bear at the moment. What time is it there? It's quasi afternoon. It's like 4 p.m. right now. Literal other side of the world. Isn't that crazy? Okay, throw the lunar beam down. Excellent. Easy. Now, even though I would say our damage felt pretty low, to be honest with you. Did I forget to reset? Oh, I did forget to reset. Okay, let me start the other meters here. So we're not going to have that first pull. It's my job as a tank to lead. I go pull 2 bears like this. Perfect. Just grab the thrash. How you doing, Hannah? Are you enjoying your season? I know you said earlier when I stopped by your stream that you weren't really pushing yet. Do you want to push this season or nah? I think this season is going to be interesting. I kind of worry that there's going to be a massive fall off, to be honest with you. Like, I think that this season we might actually see the heaviest, like, most insane levels of burnout that we've basically ever seen from World of Warcraft. Just because of how it's structured, because of how fast we're progressing early on. Yeah, it's only second week. I mean, it's literally only the second week, and I'm in a 17 Mysara Caverns. Pug. Like, I'm in a Pug 17. This isn't like a team play or anything like that. This is just like a Pug. And I think that is kind of wild to me right now. For sure. That's pretty insane. Unfortunately, my overall damage going to look real sad, because I had to reset after the first pull. I forgot to auto-reset after. Okay, so the next pull is also pretty scary, though. Ultimately, Hannah, I don't actually think... I've gotten to play with you once or twice over the years. I vaguely remember a Miss of Tyrna Scythe that did not go well for some reason. I think that's so important. Genuinely right now, I actually think something that people are not considering is the longevity of this season. And I think that actually a lot of people are going to be in trouble because they haven't fully considered how long the season actually is. And if you aren't really thinking about the potential of burnout right now, I think that you are going to be... You just have to realize the fact that we have 5.5 months left. At the very least, I don't feel like I burn out because I just stream and talk to people. Like, I'm in this key and I'm tanking the 17, but to be honest with you, I'm not really focused on it. I'm not exactly locked in. I am doing my rotation. The reason I play the no Apex Guardian Druid build is because I just want to be able to chill and talk to people. Like, I would so much rather be like, oh, hi, Hannah. I have questions for you. And you're like, what questions? And I'm like, oh, wait, never mind. I have to filter. That's an inside question, not an outside question. And you'll be like, well, you could probably just ask me the outside question, honestly. And I'll be like, no, I can't because it's an inside question. And then you'll be like, no, seriously, like, I can take it. And then I'm going to ask you the question. And then all of a sudden, I'm never going to hear from you again. This is what normally happens when I have inside questions and then I ask outside questions. This is in general, because I'm a curious person, but at the same time, I have this chronic problem. Are we asking inside questions now? No, this is actually just a monologue at this point. Yeah. I do this thing in my stream, as Ultimus just did. It's called monologue maxing, as I'm tanking 17. Oh, hi, Zinnia. Hello, Zinnia. Zinnia, this is a great example. You know, by the way, I am one more item level than I was in our 16. And yet... I am immortal in this key. And I still cannot figure out how in the world I was taking so much damage in the 16 that we did before. I still cannot fathom. I cannot process. It doesn't make any sense to me. Look at my health. Like, I'm going to chain all this in. Look at my health. And look at my aggro, too. Single thrash here. Single thrash. In cap. One more thrash. Easy. Yeah. I would love to, Zinnia. That sounds great. I want to see the power of holy... Wait, actually, we have 2 holy priests in here. Dude. Zinnia. Wait a second. It's Zinnia and Hannah? Back to back? Whoa, look at that. I've got literally every single known holy priest on North American realms is in my chat right now. All 2 of them. That's insane. Sorry. I don't mean to throw shade at the holy priest community, I swear. Listen, yeah, there's 2 holy priests and 2 pres evokers. That's it. That's how it works. I'm an aspiring EU-based holy priest. Dash Digital. If you're an aspiring EU-based holy priest, allow me to introduce you to 2 very giga holy priest players. One of them is Hannah right above you, and the other one is Zinnia. Both of them are pretty OP holy priest players. I would highly recommend... Zinnia, wait, do you stream? I see your name on there, but I don't actually know if you stream yourself. Hannah does stream, though, if you ever wanted to watch a holy priest. Although, to be fair, she might have betrayed the holy priest community, and the reason is very simple. I saw her playing a ret paladin earlier today. How could she? How could she? Settle, settle, settle. My cooldowns have been slightly sequenced in a way that I do not like on this pulse. So I'm going to Vortex now for that archer who's about to jump out. I'm going to have to hit an SI here, though. So that's awesome. You're welcome. It just so happens that you came to my stream at the exact perfect time because, yeah, it literally just so happens that there are 2 holy priest players who are both incredibly high-level great players, and they just happen to be here. That's actually okay. So to be honest with you, I have no shame in admitting this. The thing is, if I could play 1 DPS this season, I think I would play Ret Pally. I think Ret is, first of all, it's actually good right now. Second of all, it fits my playstyle. I want a DPS that enables me to do very well, but also enables me to basically talk to you the whole time like this and still do well. So I want something, with respect, that's a little brain dead. I don't want some crazy complicated rotation. I just want something that's straightforward and chill. That's why I like Guardian Druid, because I basically just get to talk to you the whole time and enjoy the key, you know what I mean? So I'm the sort of person who I just kind of want to chill. Good pat for the most part. We have to wait for the mask, and then we're going to go through. 46.13% is perfect. Just wait a little bit. Don't rush, don't rush, don't rush. This key timer is super easy. Just don't rush, don't rush, don't rush, don't rush. So yeah, we're supposed to respect Ret. Actually, well, to be fair, though, this is called mini CC. Just know that it has a limitation in the fact, by the way, the limitation of this add-on right now is that it does not account for CDR. So there are many abilities which will just be quite improperly tracked. One of them is like my Incarn. You see my Incarn says 130. The thing is that my Incarn actually has a 1-minute cooldown because I get a lot of CDR on it. So you kind of have to have some awareness about what abilities have cooldown reduction if you're really trying to depend on it. But to be honest with you, I played beta a lot. On beta, we didn't have any amounts of cooldown tracking. I'm going to off-heal this. Let's see. It's on the mage. Perfect. One little DOC proc there. So I got really used to playing without it. I kind of liked it. Can I ask you, if you're a healer player, do you like the fact that you can't track your defensives? Out of curiosity, is this a yes or a no? Not the initial interpretation of it, but actually playing it recently. Do you like it or not like it? No. No, it's awful. Okay. The one thing I will tell you is this. I started thinking to myself, how can I play better? Because I don't know if they have something or not. The second I got mini CC, I did a Windrunner Spire. I forgot what key level, but it was a Windrunner Spire, yeah? And then I think it was the first pull even where the mage died. And I was tanking, and I was like, huh, I wonder if my healer didn't sequence their cooldowns right, but I happen to have mini CC. And then I realized that my mage didn't press Ice Cold or didn't press Alter Time. And I thought to myself, it's fucking mage. And I realized that I wouldn't have thought that if I wasn't able to see his cooldowns. So in a weird way, although I do like being able to see things, it does create a tiny bit more toxicity, because previously I was like, how can I sequence things way better? He's going to die. He's going to die. He's going to die. Watch out. Ooh, scary, scary. But now I'm kind of like, should have pressed it offensive. It's his fault. There's like a part of me that goes, his fault. But I think that what I really like as a tank player, I do actually alter and YOLO routes, because in general, like I played beta for months and months at a time. And I'm not really... Yeah. Basically, I couldn't get salty if I didn't actually know what was happening. And it's, in a weird way, maybe better for that, though. Zinnia just subscribed with Prime. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub, Zinnia. Okay, we're in the corner here. Just watch the positioning. He has Ice Cold. Fantastic. I see his little Ice Cold there. We're going to even out our damage. I'm going to back up. My Sundering Roar. He's got in the trap. Nice. Now we're going to have to deal with one more of these traps. I would really much not like the Bark Skin. But I'm going to have to. Because I'm going to have to take this bleed for long enough. Kill the bird, guys. Kill the bird. Kill the bird. I don't want a Heart of the Wild, because I want it for next pull. Okay. Careful, careful. You get the Prime sub, Zinnia. Boom. So, this next pull... I still think you gotta do it, especially because we have Lust. Our timer is fine. We don't have a way to get out of the altar. And that means I gotta tank next to the altar so that we can try to kill it, which can be a little toxic. I wonder how I can sequence it better. I wonder what we can do in order for me to make this pull cleaner, because recently I've been struggling with this. Do it for content? Well, I want to time the key. Not that you need to do this right now, so I'm going to Starfall for aggro. I'm going to go here. I have to Bark Skin early, make sure I get that first Thrash, taunt the one that doesn't get thrashed. Moonfire, Thrash, again. I'm going to go toward the altar here. The problem is there a way I can put this first circle, like, around? The thing is, like, I really want to tank next to the altar. Because if this first one, if we just get unlucky, we have a DK who can grip the two casters in. Hopefully he does. Okay, I'm going to have to walk through then. I'm going to go kick this. I'm going to walk through this puddle. But now see the positioning here, because I went to kick that, not trusting that we would be able to do it. So perhaps I could Vortex, Typhoon, and then he'll group kind of in here, so we're fine. Rotate here. My health won't drop. But the question is, how can we deal with this next one if we get unlucky? And if it goes on the DK, he's going to need a little help. And I don't want to be butt pulling anything. Because we can pull the two warriors, but I don't want to pull... Okay, it's on the mage. That's great, because the mage should be able to get out. Yeah, mage is not in danger. Kick the one spirit Rens. Okay, nice boop. Nice. DK can get out. Is AMS work there, Mua, actually? Because the last time the DK was here, he died. Out of curiosity, though. I would love to answer your question, Rainforce. Unfortunately, I do not speak German. I wish I could speak Thai at the very least, but I can't do that either. Make Riders. Ooh. Is he playing Unholy? Is he playing Rider? I didn't check. That's a good point. I did not know that. So they have ways to break route? So wait, you would just maybe even play it defensively at that point. Because there's a lot of value in being able to break. Okay, ISI. He asked how to hold aggro as he can't. There are many different Guardian Druid builds right now. I will say that I have only had aggro problems, and I remember them because so I can improve in them in the future. I'm just going to watch myself here until I get back to Barkskin. There are some tips and tricks I can give you, but the truth is you have to look at your build, I think. Right now, it seems like Guardian Druid has some abilities which are just not working the way that they're supposed to work. And so there's a world where, depending on what key level, you can try my build. I really feel like my build has really, really powerful snap threat. You can see, for example, that even though my DPS are doing pretty good this key, I haven't lost aggro. It's not something that I really think about or consider in a lot of my keys because aggro is pretty solid with the build that I play. However, if you play this build, don't tell anyone you play this build, because they're going to yell at you and ask you a question, which is, why are you alive? That's what happens when you tell anybody, specifically in class discords, that you might be playing something that they don't approve of. You see the problem? So you have to be very careful with telling people that you're playing an off-meta build, because they will question why you are alive. That's just something you have to understand about how World of Warcraft works. Never go against what the class Discord says is the only way to play. I'm just kidding. There are many ways you can play Druid right now. A lot of people are having success with Druid of the Claw. A lot of people are having success with a regular Apex EC build. I personally like this build here. I had to reset after the first pull, so my overall damage is going to look a little lower. But I find that this build is very tanky. It has really, really good snap threat. And I am not worried about timing any keys. We did an 18 Pit of Sauron earlier. I feel very tanky. I feel pretty solid. I've only had issues kind of once, and it's a good question, though. Yeah, no. It's actually a thing, though, pleb. And I say that kind of funny, but I also kind of mean it. Like, I wish I was joking with you, but unfortunately, I'm kind of not joking. Like, that was a real thing that happened. Now, granted, that was actually the Resto Druid. I one time played a Resto Druid build. This was like in Season 2 of the last expansion. It was a Theater of Pain. I timed a 17 Theater of Pain with a weird build. I was playing like a Boomy Weaving, Keeper of the Grove, and we timed the key. And then I linked them a log of the fact that I timed the key, and I was like, yo, this is kind of a cool build. And they were like, this is the worst build I ever seen in my life. And I was like, yeah, like, it's not meta or anything. I just thought it was really cool that it did work. Like, look at the log. Like, we only had, like, one death. And I thought we did pretty good. And they were like, don't ever come in here again. You're a terrible human being. And I was like, whoa. Like, I'm just sharing a log. We timed the key. I'm sorry, I'm not asking for it. I just wanted to share this build. I cooked a build. I thought it was really cool that it worked. I haven't seen anybody play it before. And they were like, so why did your mom give birth to you if you're going to be this stupid? They didn't use the word stupid. And I was like, what? I was like, wait, what did I do? I literally just came in to share a successful completed key log. And they were like, they were like really, really, really unhappy with me. And I was genuinely shocked, because I kind of got a little personal with it, only because of this. A lot of people go to class discords when they're learning a spec, because that's their tool of how they learn that spec. So my problem is that if they're willing to say that to me, I have thick skin. It doesn't bother me. I can let that roll right off my shoulders. But imagine that I was a brand new Resto Druid, and I came in and I was like, yo guys, like, can I do this cool build? And they said the same thing to me. Bro, I would not want to play WoW again. I would have such a negative interpretation of what World of Warcraft is. You see the problem with that? That's my issue with that. When you go to a class Discord, I'm fine. I'm not going to take offense. But there are a lot of new players who walk in and they're going to ask a stupid question. And they have to be able to ask a stupid question, because that's how you learn. That's okay. Just watch the cast. You know what I mean? But it's okay to ask silly questions. How else are you going to learn? Okay, this next one, we just have to make sure we don't have the same butt pull. You know what I mean? What add-on is that? This is called Mini CC if you want the defensive add-on here. We can chain it now. So you know what I mean? Those are the kind of add-on I've had since you started playing. And King's Wily, that really bothers me, because I just think that's no good. If you want to play a build that you find fun and it works, great. If it's a little bit less, I just think that the biggest lie that's ever been told in World of Warcraft is that every single player in this game has to play optimally. Not everybody is trying to be Liquid or Echo or anything, right? Didn't have any problems with your build. Also need to say I just ran 10, so maybe it's an issue in hierarchies. My build is... I'm not having any issues with my build, though, either. Like, my aggro hasn't been an issue for my bear, except, again, for that one key that Zinni and I did, which is so random that it just so happened to be that key. But I actually think that it might have had something to do with PI, because I don't play with a lot of priests. And so I was thinking that it must be like a PI interaction with, like, just like an actual, like, shaman plus PI equals you know, me not being able to hold aggro or something. I'm not sure. But this 17 feels pretty chill. And I'm only 2 item levels past where I was before. Okay, I'm going to keep this very in the middle. I don't want any butt pulls. I'm going to go kick this blast. Here we go. Good percentage. So, all I'm saying is that World of Warcraft is a game that should be very friendly for people to enjoy how they want to enjoy. If you enjoy a build that might be a little bit off meta, that's fine. You should be able to do that, though. Save some damage for shield? Okay, okay. King's Whaley, though. I don't want this experience to be a barrier between you actually enjoying your playtime in this game. World of Warcraft pushing keys is super fun. I love it. I hope that you get to enjoy it, and I hope that you don't let a few negative people take away from your enjoyments of this game. Sometimes, honestly, especially if you're tanking and healing, the right idea is just to turn off party chat. I hate that it's true, and I wish I could solve it. I wish I could give you like a, oh, if you just do this one thing, I tell you what, you're never ever going to have like toxicity problems in WoW. It's a result. It's the nature of gaming nowadays. The gaming has changed from what it used to be. You're going to find it. There's no way that you can truly prevent toxicity in any online game at this moment. But at least there are some strategies that you can use to hopefully make it a little bit easier to deal with. And I think that that should be taken into account. Maybe I actually just... Do we want to leave one warrior up for funnel? Okay, break, perfect. Okay, let me make sure I don't get hit by an orb here. That does happen to me sometimes, so... Just going to go in the middle, nice. And there's still a warrior alive, so... Just paying attention, 1 second. Timer good right now. Timer very good. So we just have to not die. But I'm very bad at dodging. My least good skill. Cool. Shield breaks now, which means I have Drained Soul. Which means that I can go into cat form for a second and then Feral, and then Frenzied Regen with Bark Skin up. Nice. Okay, Feral Frenzy up. Nice. Good job. So, I wish that there was a way, though. WoW became toxic, but it's my first season tanking, and I had no problems with... I'm glad to hear that. I'm always happy to hear that people have had positive experiences. It's hit or miss. I honestly want to say most people who play this game, I think most people are not toxic. It's some people. It's not all people. The problem is that, honestly, if you have, like, 10 good keys, and then you have 1 bad key, you remember the bad key, right? It's just like the thing, that's how our brains work. Like we're kind of hardwired to remember the thing we don't like. And so it's most people, if you actually tried to make friends in World of Warcraft, I genuinely believe that you would be able to do so. I think the vast majority of people would respond positively to you reaching out and saying, hey, I want to add some more people so that I'm not pugging this season. I would love to kind of develop my friends list to do some more keys in the future. Can I add you? I really think that the vast majority of people are going to be like, oh, like that would be great. Thank you. I also don't want to pug. And you could even make friends like that over time. Okay. Don't get orbed. Good morning, Armani. Look where we are. We're back here. That's where I met you yesterday. But I do think that personally, Armani, I believe if you were to actually the deja vu, I genuinely feel like if you were to reach out to a bunch of people in WoW, 100 people, I would say 10 of those experiences are going to be negative, but the vast majority will be positive. A little bit of a tight timer, but we're good. I think the vast majority are just going to be like people who are very willing to be friendly, willing to communicate with you, etc., etc. Slightly locked in. I want to get the 17 and get that bat. Perfect. Okay, so long as these bats come in, I combat potion, and we should be fine here, though. Don't kick the screeches, only kick the spirit rend. No need to kick screeches. I've had nearly 1 exclusively good times. That's awesome. Glad to hear. Did he just die to a frontal? That's not good. Our timer is not tight, but it's not exactly not tight either. It's Schrodinger's tight. What is that macro? So one of them is a mouse over macro and like this, and one of them is not a mouse over macro. So if I'm not actually hovering over the right target and I'm like spinning around, for example, then I could do this though. What's up, Caesar? Yeah, Caesar, Zinni was in here earlier, and I still can't figure out what happened in the 16 cavern we did. Because, like, I'm in here, right? And I'm doing, like, 17, and I basically have the same item level. And it's not like I'm playing with, like, a Mistweaver or whatever. But I'm like, I cannot die. Yeah, we're playing this defender in here. But I feel, like, pretty immortal. And I'm chilling. And it's like, only that key. But it's funny. I guess it's just tank brain, to be honest with you, Caesar. It's just tank brain. And the reason it's tank brain is because when you make a mistake as a tank, you remember that shit. You do. You would literally, it stays in your brain, and then you go to sleep before, and it's just like, New player tanking at pugs that have been chill. That's awesome. I really, I hope that the changes to the season, I hope I'm wrong, and actually this ends up being a most giga, super crazy fun time to play WoW. I actually really hope that this is a super fun time to play. Okay, timer's fine. We just can't die on the last boss. You can take this defender up. He isn't the end of the world to take up, but I'm just not going to trigger the RP early. Oh, could it be done in the same? Mouse over a cursor? Yeah, you could. I was just lazy. But I used to mangle too much because I was so used to mangling, right? Together. Go, go, go. Go. Oh, there's no way. I res. Dude, those 2 deaths, by the way, there's literally no way. We've actually had 2 deaths to this, and if we miss our timer because of that, I think we still have time, but we had 2 of the frontal deaths there. That's okay. It's okay. I believe. 4 minutes with lust. We're good. Here we go. Pull boss. Taunts. Incarn. Yes, it could. So I used to mangle too much, and then I realized in this build that I don't need to be mangling, and it's actually a DPS loss. So I had mangle on 1, and that's basically why, out of pure habit, I put Moonfire there, just so that I don't miss a global, if that makes sense. But yes, it could totally be done with that, Chibs. You are correct. How are you doing today, Armani? Armani, I don't really follow the race too closely. I'm like I said yesterday, raiding is not particularly my thing, but I tuned in to just see how Liquid and Echo were doing last night, and I was like, oh my god, this fight is crazy. I was just like, what? It's so insane. This fight is visually has got to be one of the coolest fights I think I've ever seen. Like, for sure, at the very least, if nothing else, visually, this fight is stunning to watch. Like, the second phase 2 happens, I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is beautiful. So first of all there, right? Second of all, if Liquid doesn't kill it in the next hour, it's GG's, right? Like, Echo wins, yeah? Like, you think, like, it's basically over. That's what I was thinking, though. Honestly, I know you told me before you like Mythic raiding. They went to bed 30 minutes ago. So they must think that Echo's not going to somehow be able to kill it. But I swear, there's no way. Like, Echo definitely wins. Yeah, 9 hours? Whoa. Do you think there's a chance that they don't win? Okay, good lust. Do you think there's a chance that Echo somehow doesn't kill it in the next 9 hours? Damn, that must feel... Because they are the ones who got to the sacred phase. That's exactly what you thought 24 hours before. That's a fair point. Max said it's possible they wake up to a dead where they were making so many... Yeah, that fight... That is not a fight you can do tired. That is not a fight I could do with with not being tired. That fight is crazy. Yo, I think those 2 frontal deaths might... What's the phase timer on here? 130, right? We would actually kill it in the next damage amp. There's no way that the 4 puddle deaths would actually cost this key, would it? Because I was thinking to myself, we have time, but our DPS has been a little low, and I think our boss damage is also very low right now. Because he should be dead in this phase. We're going to be able to walk back once and have about 10 seconds of a damage amp, no? Because it's going to be after this. Dude, we're going to be okay. Right? Because we get sent... No, it's one more. Oh, no, it's here. You get the damage amp, you walk back, he's dead. Bro, close. Very close. Like, we're going to get it for sure because we get the damage amp, but like... wild that it was this close. That's actually insane it was this close. Oh, yeah, we're smoking the boss. Don't worry, don't worry. You get 150% damage up when you come back, so... And he's right by the center. Ayo, but imagine if somebody stood in a swirly and died here. Yo. Ooh. Not even close. Never doubted. Hiya. 17s do not feel that hard. GG's. GG's. Yeah. I like the Torn Cat form. Woo. A little bit scary. It was a little bit scary though, wasn't it? I was thinking to myself though. Yeah, what's up? I'm new to Bear this season from Prot Warrior. Yeah, what's up? Every season. Struggling with survivability with Bear though. It seems like maybe too many. No, Bear doesn't struggle with back shots. So it's if that's a Prot Warrior thing. Bear doesn't actually have that issue. Any tips to survivability seem to be an issue. Ensuring Iron Fur is always active. Bear right now needs to have a very solid sequence of its rotational defensives. Because by passively, your Iron Fur is not equivalent to shield block, bread slice. That's the biggest thing to understand about Guardian Druid is that if you're comparing Iron Fur to shield block, it's not even close how much of a DR physically that would be. So what you actually have to understand is that you must have pretty much at all times Barkskin, Lunar Beam, or Incarn if you're playing EC. If you're playing DOTC, that's a different story. But as EC, yeah, you have to have one of those things up. That's basically how you play Bear right now. You have to sequence those really, really well. It is highly important to do that. What is the Iron Fur equivalent to as a Prot Warrior? There's not really an equivalent. There it just wouldn't be. It's just like Prot Warrior as a tank, actually. If you have shield block and you're spamming Ignore Pain, you're very, very tanky just by that alone, without shield wall, without demo shout, without anything like that, if that makes sense. But from a Prot Warrior perspective, if a Prot Warrior is playing Guardian Druid and you think it's the same thing, it's not. Barkskin's a 40% DR. Lunar Beam has a ton of amps. But the biggest thing to understand is you really need to have one of those things, if that makes sense. It's not optional to have them. Yeah. So the armor is not the difference. It's the fact that passively Bear is not as tanky as it used to be. You have to be actively tanky. If that makes sense. Do we want to do another key? What's listed right now? 18 Spire. Ooh, spicy key. What's up, Savma? Ooh, 18 Spire. Okay. 18 Spire will just be a timer check, no? I'm down to tank 18 Spire. I did 17 Spire earlier, and it didn't feel too bad, although I did have a Mistweaver. I'm down for 18 Spire. This is my route for Spire. We just have to figure out... Will the timer be tight? I guess you have like one death. I think you're fine, 18 Spire. Man, I really wish I had more gear, to be honest with you. This is where I start to wish I had a little more gear. Let's see how this hurts though. But yeah, Armani, for all the raiders here who are watching Liquid and watching the raid, I was looking at that fight and I thought to myself, I am so glad that I will never have to do this. I really actually was just genuinely, I was watching that fight and I was on the edge of my seat. I'm like, oh my God. And the more I watched that fight, the more I realized I am so glad that I will never have to do Mythic Lura because that fight is insane. And I would spend weeks of my life trying to prog it and I would not enjoy it. I am very happy that I am not a Mythic Raider. It's going to be hard nerf, probably. What trinkets do you run? I think puzzle box is like a sim thing. You can use it as a bear. You're not going to die, but I just like Heart of the Wind plus gaze. I play these two trinkets right now. I have puzzle box. I don't use it. It just feels like a weird one to have as a tank. Yeah, you can play puzzle box, but I'm not a huge fan of it. But again, I haven't gotten to a key level where the timer starts to really be an issue. So I'm curious. Like, let's say we're doing 18 Windrunner Spire this week, right? The good question is this going to be hard? That's a genuine question, by the way. Like, how hard is this going to be? I don't know. I did, by the way. The Algathar Academy is tight. Should I race to world last? That's a thing too. I don't want to race to world anything. I want to race to world milkshake. What happened with the mythic raid is just really hard. It's just the last two bosses are hard. Apparently the rest of it was kind of simple, but I'm just not a mythic raider. I don't enjoy it though. What's up, Threeve? Dude, I love how I said I was going to play Wrestler Druid all day today, and then I've just been playing Guardian the whole day. I should honestly rename stream. Doesn't it say Wrestler Druid keys? I swear it does. That's my bad. I don't like raids. That's me. I don't really like raids. They're not that fun for me either, Holy Touch. That's like they're really not. They're just not my thing. I was like, oh, I'm curious, so this will be fun. I was going to, but then I kind of just got invited to some keys, and I was like, oh, I mean, if we're going to time stuff, we're going to time stuff. I don't see why we couldn't time this. Next week, the plan was Brazil 17 next week, but I don't see why we couldn't just get most of it this week. I think Algathar is the only one where, I mean, you might get comp diff with Algathar, but it's basically you have to play that really well. Good rating is the most fun I've had in WoW. I think I just haven't ever found a group that I vibe with. I think that's been the hardest thing for me. But that's on me as well. I guess what I would want out of a raid team is very difficult to find. Why are lower keys harder? Oh yeah, Holy Dutch. Way harder. Especially if you're a healer. Healing lower keys, especially later into the season, it's still week 2, but it feels later, is like impossible. It feels impossible. Like, it is so hard. It feels like that, doesn't it? Oh, my god. Rare wants a key. Want a thing? Let me know. I'm making connections, guys. I'm adding the healer. The healer was really good. He's a good shaman, so I'm making friends. I know everybody else in this key, but I don't know. This is what you do, by the way. Look, listen, listen. I'm gonna reveal some whispers, okay? I'm gonna reveal whispers. I normally wouldn't, but you're gonna see some whispers. Listen, in a key, this is what you do. He is better than me. He has more IO than me. I would like IO this season. So what I did was I started a conversation. After the first key we did, I was just like, how is my bear to heal, by the way? You start a conversation. And then we time key. After we time key, I say, can I add ya, by the way? If you ever need a tank, let me know. I have now added him. Now all of a sudden, we have friend. Friend have high IO. Friend have higher resil level than me. Friend invite me to key. I get higher IO. Interesting. Make friends in WoW. But I'm likable? I learned how to be likable. What's up, Exiday? The thing is, Exiday, I learned how to be likable, Holy Touch. That's a skill I learned. I wasn't born. I was the most unlikable child. I mean, the only thing as a kid, how did I learn it? practice. Dude, I was so bad at talking to people as a kid, and I had a bunch of problems when I was younger. Mental health problems and physical problems too. I had really like I had a lot of issues as a child. I was not a very friendly, sociable, I was never a social butterfly. I had to literally learn. You know, like, you know the person that I basically have coitus with, Holy Touch? She's like 4 messages above you, yeah? This person, as an example, when I met her, I had to still, at that point in my life, I had to call my mom and ask her what I was supposed to do because I still didn't understand at this point what I was like. I need to learn. You practice, basically. Yep, that's her. That's the one. Good morning, Mazero. Are you going to dream in English again? But you see what I mean? But you can learn how to socialize. It's not something, some people are, I suppose they're sort of born with the ability. But the idea is, yeah, it's important to be able to learn the skills. Now, granted, I don't really like masking, and on my stream I can do this though. But yeah, that's true. I did. That's a real story. That's not a joke. I wouldn't joke about this stuff. Married to 1 and 2 daughters, still don't know how to talk to women. Well, you only need to know how to talk to 1 at that point, Vadi. Well, I guess 3, I suppose. But the idea is this. When I was, about 15, I left the residential treatment centers and I came back home to start high school. I started high school a little late, so I was 15. And then I realized that I needed to learn how to talk to people because I didn't know how to talk to people. But the one real skill that I do have is that I have no shame. So I was willing to put myself out there. At 16 years old, I had started going to the gym. And then my gym shut down. And it was around the time I realized that I needed to learn how to talk to people. So I had to take the bus across like 15 minutes in LA. I took the bus to the UCLA campus so I could go to the gym there. And every day I told myself, every time I take an Uber, every time I get into the bus, every time I'm in an elevator, I am going to say hi to someone. And I will literally, no, I'm not going to do that, Kitty. We will leave that story. That's a Patreon story. People have to pay for that story, Kitty. Now listen. So what I decided to do was I said, I'm going to talk to people. I'm going to learn. So I would go on the bus and I would find somebody. I would basically scan and I would say that person right there. And I would walk up to them and I would be like, hi, this is kind of random, but I'm just trying to learn how to talk to people. Can I say hello? Most of the time they would give me this look. And maybe bring out their phone and start dialing like 9-1 just in case, right? But I would say, sorry to bother you, and I would walk away. But I would have to learn. Like, I actually had to learn, and I practiced, and I did that every day, and most of the time it failed. Some of the time it worked. I would walk up to people, and I would say, hello, I'm trying to learn how to talk to people. Can I ask you a question? And in general, people were like, yeah, sure, I guess you can ask me a question, and I would ask a question. And sometimes I would say, originally I would ask questions I wanted to know. I would say things like, can I ask you a question? They say, sure. I'll be like, what makes you happy? And they would be like, the fuck? Because you're not supposed to ask people that first. You have to use what's called social lubrication. Yes? You cannot go into these conversations raw. You must socially lubricate the person. And so you start with other questions. And I learned because I would ask questions that are too serious and I would get bad reactions. So I would learn from this experience, and the next time I would say, hello, can I ask you a question? And they would be like, sure. And I would be like, what do you like to do? And they would be like, what do I like to do? Like, what do you mean by that? And I would be like, okay, so I wasn't specific enough. And then the following day I would walk up and I would say, okay, what are 3 of your favorite hobbies? And that one tend to work. They would say, my 3 favorite hobbies. I was like, yeah, I'm just, bored on the bus. We have 10 minutes. I might as well just ask you a few questions. I figured. And then I would disarm them. I learned how to do that. And I would say, hey, just making conversation. And they would be like, well, I suppose I like doing this. And I would say, oh, that's super cool. I've always wanted to learn how to crochet or I don't know, whatever, Just I would make conversation and I got better at it. And then they would tell me their 3 favorite hobbies. There would be a pause. And I would say, are your parents still alive? And they would start dialing 9-1, and I would be like, okay, so that's the wrong second question. That sounded wrong. I didn't mean it to be weird. I thought that was an okay question, and it turns out that it wasn't. So I would go back the next day, and I would open with the first line, and I would say, hey, what are 3 of your favorite hobbies? We got 10 minutes on the bus ride. I'm just making conversation. And they would say, oh, well, I like this. And I would say, oh, okay, so how about how about this? I was like, oh, yeah, I love that too. Oh, you like Netflix? Like, oh, what show are you watching? And then we would have a conversation. And then I would change up the second question, and I would say things like, where are you heading to? And then I would go here, and they would say, okay. And then I would go for the third question. And I would be, I would say, whatever. The point is, like, yeah, I'll be like, tell me your wildest adventure. And then again, it would get weird. And I would say, okay, so the following day, now I have 2 questions that work. I just did that 1,000 times. And eventually I got it right. And then I would go into Ubers, and I would have my 50-year-old Uber driver from a country that I've never heard of. And I would say, hey, what are 3 of your favorite hobbies? And he would kind of look back, and he would be like, hobby, I only work. And I would say, okay, do you like your work? And he would be like, the fuck? I'm driving Uber. And I would be like, all right, fair enough. I've learned not to ask that question in this social circumstance. In the other social circumstance, it worked, but in this one, it doesn't. Understood. So I would ask a different question next time. I walked in and I said, hey, where are you from? And he would say, oh, I'm originally from here. I said, oh, that's super cool. What did you do in your home country? And he would be like, oh, well, okay. He would answer that question. And then I would say something like, is your family alive? And he would be like, the fuck? And I would say, okay, understood. Don't ask people if their family is still alive. Understood. I have to trial and error this. And I would go into the next Uber. And I would ask the same question. And then I would go again. Where are you from? Great. Oh, that's cool. I've never been there. I don't know anything about that country. Can you tell me something about your country? And he would say, yeah, actually, I really like this about my country. And I would say, oh, okay, great. I learned that what people really like to talk about, if they're from a foreign country and I met them in America, they wanted to tell me about their country. So I would ask them questions. I would say, teach me something in your language. I had an entire folder on my phone of languages, a single sentence in a language or a word. And then what I would do is if I met somebody in the future from the same country, I would pull up my notes and I would say one word in their language. And I found out that if I can communicate a single word in their language, they light up because it shows that I care and that I'm interested. And therefore, they would actually be willing to talk with me and engage with me. They would get so excited. They would say, oh, if you ever come, please, I tell you what, you message me, you could stay with my family. And I would be like, whoa, that's pushing a boundary for me. Now I'm awkward. Like, I don't know you. I'm making conversation. And they messed up, but they don't realize this because they're not trying to learn how to talk to people. I was trying to learn how to talk to people. It was a massive amount of trial and error. The one skill that I was actually born with and developed over my life is a massive lack of shame. I am so okay with putting myself out there and failing that I was actually able to learn the skills of how to communicate with people because I messed up so many times. But eventually, after thousands of reps, and it was literally thousands of reps, I got better at it. And that is a skill you can learn. You just have to be willing to fail. If you're not willing to fail on the learning how to communicate, then you won't succeed because you are going to mess up, and that's okay. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question about how to learn how to communicate with people? It's a real skill. Hi, Friendly Banani, by the way. Can I do all 6 BGs for the neck in one day, or is it time gated? I actually have no idea. I never did this, though. Where did my dreads go? I will not answer that question, Brylex. Can't tell you that answer. You can do them all. There you go. I plead the 5th. I'm still a U.S. citizen. I plead the 5th. I'm allowed to do that. Learning about other people's culture is very cool. It's true. Respect. Very motivating to those with social awkwardness. 3, but that's the thing. You can, though. You can actually learn. And also, there are certain cultures where it's way more accepted to make small talk. And there are other cultures which is not. Like in Thailand, if you try that same thing, it doesn't work though. How is it working with Oh, what a sweet guy, Malden. What an absolute gem of a man. He is what we call a mensch. You know this? What a nice guy. Super nice. Now, me, on the other hand, I was just thinking of bloomin' onions the whole time. You still think I look like Chase Crawford? I don't think I look like him. I still don't see it. To be honest, I don't see it. I think it's the facial expressions. I mean, maybe if I wanted to, I could try to act like him one day, Soap, and then we could see what happens from there. I don't think I look like I don't think I look like the Deep from The Boys. I don't see it personally. Just because I like Japanese animation doesn't mean that I have any similarities between Mr. Dolphin Lover. You do look like the Deep. I don't look like I don't think I do personally. I don't see it. You can't gaslight me. Look like the Deep and sound like Greg. It's true. You're jacked? No, I'm Steve. Oh, flex redeem. All right. You can't unsee it now. I swear I don't think I look like that at all. Flex redeem. You know, actually, I actually got a decent arm workout yesterday. My biceps are sore today. Biceps are sore. A little. When his hair is short and your hairline is similar. At least I have a hairline. Are you using WSD for spells? No, I actually keyboard turn. I keyboard turn, so I go like this. You cowlick main. Hi, Moa. So I keyboard turn, so I use WASD for this, though. I don't have a hairline. That's tough, Armani. That's tough. So wait a second. It's sounding more and more like your name is a reference to the troll tribe in World of Warcraft and much less to the actual fashion brand Armani. You could go to a Deep lookalike contest with Chase Crawford and win. Bro, Root. Bro, we're waiting a long time for this. I mean, if we found like a good DPS to do this, I actually think this key is pretty doable, though. Mama, I'm in love with the criminal. I'm not a criminal. But I feel like the Deep and our personalities pretty much couldn't be more different. I would at least like to say that if I look like him, I don't act like him, right? Like, right? I mean, I guess none of you have ever met me in real life, but yet. That's true. He's older than me, so never say never, right? I don't want to close myself off from potential life experiences, Vati. That's a great point. You make an excellent point. I don't want to limit myself by putting myself in a box. I want to have the entire world as my oyster. I want to be able to see each and every wonder of this world. I don't have to go to Atlantis. But I think there is something fishy about not attempting to ride the waves of life. Wasn't my best work, but not bad, actually. This is why I think I could be a rapper. I actually feel like my brain, like as long as I'm working with it, I feel like I'm kind of quick with it, and I can totally do rhymes. I don't think I could bust a rhyme necessarily, but I feel like if I applied myself The problem is like I have like a dry mouth. Like I don't because I don't hydrate very well. Like I get dehydrated. So if I was trying to rap, it would sound kind of like the girl from Finding Nemo with the bracers. That I feel like that's what it would sound like. So it wouldn't sound very good, but I could come up with the lyrics. I could do the words of the rapping. I just couldn't do the enunciation required for said rap. But the words themselves, like the lyrics, like being able to just go like this one, this one, this one, I feel like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think it would be impossible for me. Yeah, if I applied myself, I think that the one of the biggest barriers for me, Brylex, is the fact that I am celiac. So I can't eat fiber, right? Like that's one of the weird things about my diet and my stomach. My issue is that I am not allowed to eat fiber. Yeah, because I have a stomach issue. So I couldn't eat, for example, no fruits, no vegetables, no grains, which unfortunately means that I would not be able to enjoy your mom's spaghetti. So she was really disappointed when I was over there last night because she cooked for me and I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm going to have to see myself out now. She's like, you don't want to stay for dinner? And I was like, I can't. I apologize. Say hi to Brylax for me. You see, like, so I don't think, I think there's a limit to how much I could really embrace the sort of new M&M lifestyle. So the funny thing is I could actually eat M&Ms, but I can't eat peanut M&Ms. Or like the pretzel M&Ms. Like, wouldn't be able to do any of that, unfortunately. Just regular M&Ms I can have. All right, I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. I see what you did there. Thank you. Man, I'm running out of material, man. Hold on. I'm running out of material over here. We got to do key soon. You should read that ret sign up. Oh, is that you, Brylex? So you live in Thailand. Why the move? How are you finding it? Good question. You still get gear without doing high mythics. I'm still not sure how to even get good gear yet. Can you do a 10, Kaze? Or would you feel comfortable doing a 10 by chance? Is that the Affliction Warlock, Zark? Or is he Demo right now? He's Affliction, right? Yeah, he's the other Affliction Warlock. He's, the other Affliction Warlock. So yeah, Armani, I do live in Thailand. I moved here about 8.5 years ago, but I didn't intend to move here whatsoever. The reason that I live here is pure coincidence and chance, to be honest with you, though. To do a 10, just got back after 5 years. It's not about item level, it's about experience and comfort. What are you playing, Kaze? The question I would have is, what are you playing first and foremost? Are you playing tank, healer, or DPS? I'll tell you the, thank you for the content during your morning routine. Going to work now. Yo, again, have a good day at work, Threeve. All right, here we go. Here, I should change the title of the YouTube stream. I'm actually apparently just playing Guardian today. I really thought I was going to play Resto. That was actually, I had every intention to play Resto today. Still pretty low. So you want to be gearing a little bit more here, though. On the way, we have to go clothes shopping, by the way. Congratulations. So I hope that you're enjoying that process, right? Guardian Druid keys, right? 18 Windrunner Spire. Okay. Here we go. Let's just change the YouTube stream name. Because we are actually not doing this healer stuff that I thought I was going to do today. So we'll just quickly go ahead and change the stream name. Perfect. All right, there we go. Okay, the story, Armani. I'm going to have to basically go a little bit back and forth with it. So I would say, Kaze, you definitely want to be, I would say 250 is going to make you feel a lot more comfortable at the very least. If not more than 250, to be honest with you. But 250 is a general metric for where I would say, you know. First boss, yeah, what's up? Is stand with the other person who is dot so I can put the totem on both. The fire boss? Okay. Save personal for the spinning tornado. Okay, got you. All right. He's telling us what we're doing first. Okay. I want to see how hard an 18 Windrunner Spire. Dot doesn't explode at the end of anything, so it doesn't matter if you get low. Fair enough, yes. Okay. I agree with the Shaman. He's giving good tech right now. How hard do you think an 18 Windrunner Spire is going to be? Let's find out. Kaze just subscribed. Yo, thank you for this sub. So Kaze, item level will make you feel much more comfortable. If I, for example, were to bring my 220 item level Blood DK to a 10, I could probably do it, but that's because I know these keys really, really well. Ultimately, though, the item level is not going to make or break. You could be 270 and still fail a 10 if you don't actually understand how it works, if that makes sense. So it's not necessarily about how much item level you have. It's way more about how comfortable you are with the keys. You have to be willing to learn the keys regardless. That's the real kind of make or break of this season. Now, the Thailand story, great point. All right. I was traveling Asia with my best friend. I had never been to Asia before. Let's start the key first. I'm ready. I'll gate at the start. Sounds good. Oh, I'll get my gateway here, though. Let me get first kick on the right. Need for Fury. Okay, so he's going to get first kick on the right. Okay, sounds good. We're doing tech now that apparently we're at 18 Windrunner Spire. Pre-incarn. Let's go. So, anyways, shall we go here? Let's see if we can get this. I actually wonder if we would be able to one-tap an 18 Windrunner Spire. Certainly an interesting thing. Okay, I missed the gateway completely. In the future, I know use gateway. All right, Starfall, Bear Form, Roar, perfect. Now, the solution here is the same thing. Tanking higher keys is all about consistency. So I know exactly what my globals are before I even get into this pull. I could tell you what I'm going to do in terms of walking in with the Starfall. I can tell you that right here I'm going to press Sundering Roar, but I can tell you all those things beforehand. Now from here, his big cooldowns are out, so I'm going to in-cap Roar. If the first few bolts go out, they're not nearly as dangerous. I'm going to start backpedaling 3, 2, 1 like this. I'm going to just walk in for that kick real fast and then backpedal because the bubble is going up, and I want to see if I can maximize our time outside of it. We have a DK who can grip if he is aware. If he can't grip, then we're going to have some small issues actually with this, and then we could obviously have to reset real fast. There's another protection. Our damage feels quite low for an 18. I feel like our damage do be very low. I think it's still doable because the timer here is not like the craziest, hardest thing in the world, but we are definitely a bit shy on this. So now I just have to watch my own health a little bit. We make it past the first pull. My healer's pumping, I'm pumping, everybody's doing their job. This should be a very interesting key. I would love to see if we could time it with having effectively lower DPS. You would expect an 18 Windrunner Spire to have to be like pretty substantial. I'm going to let my healer heal me. He's fine. I know that he can cast on me here. I know there's going to be 2 dispels that he has to worry about, but they're not out yet. So that's why I didn't want to waste a Frenzied Regen. I can Frenzied Regen now as he's focusing this target because of how Shaman heals. So I was willing to let him heal me there. I'm really curious to see if the damage will be a problem in this key. If we get to the end with sub 2 deaths, that's kind of my metric here. Sub 2 deaths, and I will say that maybe I'll have to try a slightly higher damage build as a Guardian Druid. Okay, the rest of the Steward dies, so we immediately chain in. I can tell you right now we're about 30 seconds behind, and then I will also tell you, because I know somebody asked, why I moved to Thailand. It's a great story, actually. I would love to explain that story to you. I enjoy talking about it because I grew up in the U.S., and growing up in the U.S., I feel like we're kind of raised with a very strange mentality on what life in other countries is really like. And the truth is that we're wrong. Like, the actual truth is that life in other countries is so much more colorful. It's so much more organized. It's a very different world out there. If you grow up in the US, there's a lot of, I hesitate to say propaganda, but it certainly feels like propaganda. I believe I have trolled, and I went to Dispel just now, and I think I forgot to respec Dispel for this key. So my healer's going to be working overtime because we currently do not. If we have to, I will make sure to get Poison Dispel next. I am so sorry. I just realized I believe that I forgot my Poison Dispel, which would be on me. Let's see. Well, there's only like basically one more pull where it's going to matter, and it's this next one right here. So if my healer is able to game and we're able to help with defensives, we should be okay. Put the Lunar Beam down here. I'm going to go in here. Nice. Okay. So I'm going to Vortex, Typhoon, Pixel stack the mobs perfectly so everything hits very, very well. But I have indeed forgotten. Now, I don't want to soak up any of my healer's smart healing because it's the last pull that we're going to have to deal with poisons. And then from here we go. No, the 18 I'm playing right now is still no Apex. I'm no Mangle, no Raise, no Apex. But if there was a key level where it would start to matter, it would certainly be this one. Because I'm only 272. It's not like I'm having, like, I don't have Omega Gear. I got a really bad first Vault, so I couldn't take anything from it. I basically have to take a socket. I won't be able to use that for a few weeks, so I'm unfortunately just sitting on a whole bunch of Mythic Crests. So my Shaman will be fine here. We pull this guy here. I still wonder if the timer will be tight enough where I am actually forced into playing hyper aggressive. Because what I can do is we can pull this Fox out here. I just have to make sure I don't die. So I'm going to incarn slightly early. That gives me the Thrash here. I'm going to pull this. And again, want to make sure I Thrash here. I'm not going to die. I just need to make sure that I have good aggro on all these mobs in here. And then as long as I don't get trapped by this Trapper, I'll be chilling. If this is my Incarn, I still don't think that I have to pull the AoE dude. The AoE dude plus the links would be death anyways. So what I am going to do, though, is just watch my stacks. The Groundskeepers are going to stack a debuff on me, and I can simply reset them by Vortexing and then backpedaling. No Typhoon needed. I just need to get a tiny bit of distance just like this. And then I'm going to in-cap here because they're this aggro situation. Nice Shadow Fury as well by my Warlock. I'm curious, like I said, this is the key where if we actually got to the end with no deaths, I would be very curious to see the timer playing a no Apex Guardian Druid build. Seems to be okay right now. I don't seem to be struggling too much. Right as that Lynx dies, I actually could have chained this a second earlier. That would have been even more of a min-max. Reset my stacks. Make sure that I have some aggro gen, actually. I'm going to Typhoon this away so that I can Starfall, go back into bear form, and then I wish I missed the second on the Thrash. That Thrash, knowing that when he does his AoE that the little guys are going to spawn, I wanted to get the Starfall off and then realize that I was just a global late with it because that would have ensured aggro here, but I should have actually just stayed bear to Thrash. Once again, my 250 ping kind of got me there, but I also made the decision late. That's on me. It's my bad. Okay. After this AoE, I do think we have to chain in on 18, and we're just going to have to make this work. I'm going to make sure that I don't die here, because actually you can almost instantly die. Again, to this right here. I'm going to let them CC the first set, because I know there's going to be an overlap. I still want to make sure that I have CC for the next. And if possible, I would like to hold. Okay, Vortex right there, because the Spore Dispersal's coming out. I go here, immediately Thrash, plus a Frenzy Regen on myself, which means no aggro problem. Nice, okay, good. And then Sundering. Ouch. That might have been small aggro problem. When those Spore Disperse, maybe I could tank in the right next time. If my DPS understood that mechanic, nah, I don't think you can chain these Firehawks in realistically. Not if we're not going to instantly CC. Okay. How did our timer look, though? I think 25, like 26 minutes should be at this boss right now. I don't think it's the end of the world, actually. Yeah. We're going to have to reset, of course, but I am curious about how this key is going to go overall. The Thailand story. All right. Okay, so it doesn't feel that bad for me. When, if you could, when the spore dispersal happens, by the way, when the spore dispersal happens, the little ad spawn, let me just tell my team actually, because I can't be able to communicate this. The little ad spawn, if you take a step back, I can thrash real fast. I can thrash first global, and you won't take aggro. But just be aware. And get a tiny bit of distance. Because it's not instant. Yeah, that's true. We also have basically no prio damage. That is a good point, though. Yep. We did have a, well, we had a death there, right? So maybe there. Oh, it's not reset, indeed. Take a Destro Lock for the prio damage. Destro Lock does not do prio damage in an instance like this at the moment, though. You're not using the main ability. No, Kaze. This build that I'm playing right now and that I have been playing for most of my keys is the no Apex, no Raise build. No Mangle, none of this. I'm just playing my macro Iron for, though. Like this is the build. I like playing like this. It's a little bit less damage, though. Oh, your DK and just feel tanky, but I don't think it will work. I'm not sure. To be honest, Kaze, I, personally speaking, I'm a big believer in being able to kind of cook up your own builds that suit your playstyle. So, as an example, I really, really like the idea of, hey, if you want to play a certain way, then you should be able to play that way, if that makes sense. That's what I think does matter. So if he goes Havoc, I mean, I'm assuming he said his pet was on passive. I have no idea what the timer looks like in a dungeon like this. I am curious about it. The Thailand story. Okay, so why did I move to Thailand? I didn't plan to move here at all. When I got here, I realized something that I was not used to. I grew up in the U.S. Growing up in the U.S., especially in L.A., and living in New York for a year, living in all these different places. Ultimately, everybody was so stressed all the time, probably because life was super expensive. And that was 15 years ago. I can only imagine now. The idea is, man, everybody was trying to make it work. And at some point, as I became a little older and I was in high school and a little bit past that, 19, living in Ohio for a few years, all over America, when you meet people, it's very common that the first question people ask you is like, oh, like, hey, what's your name? Oh, that's cool. It's nice to meet you. What do you do? And the reason a lot of times people ask you what you do is because they want to know if you can benefit them. Because people look at each other in that way because everybody is super stressed and they need to eat. And the price of eggs is so expensive that in order for them to actually get any amounts of nutrition, they have to be constantly stressed about work and money and finances and this and that. And a lot of times what happens as a result of this culture is you stop seeing people and you stop seeing the world and you actually only see what people can do for you. Does that make sense? I am not a huge fan of that mentality, but it was what I grew up around, and it was what I was used to. When I came to Thailand, I was shocked that nobody gave a shit. Nobody cared what I did. They only cared about me as a person, as a human being, and it really floored me. What floored me the most is that when I first came here, I realized that the guy I was buying fruit from on the street actually, although he worked a probably below minimum wage job, he went home and slept with a smile on his face next to his family. And I had never seen that before in my life. I've never grew up around that. It was such an absolutely bewildering experience for me that the people I saw outside were happy. Never seen it before. That's what really got me about Thailand. The people and the culture, although they don't realize it, have created a sort of a system where the amount of people, I mean, do bad things still happen? Of course. And is it perfect? No. But statistically speaking, I really feel like more people here have a sense of contentment or a sense of peace or a sense of purpose comparatively to where I grew up and what I'm used to in the US. That really drew me in because I thought to myself, I want that. What is it like to not be at war with yourself all the time? I was really curious. I was like, I'm curious about that. I want to see if I can get that. That was what really sold me about Thailand, to be honest. And so I canceled my return flight. I didn't plan to move here at all. I was just traveling Asia with my best friend. And I had decided basically after about a week or two in Thailand, I said, I wonder what would happen if I stayed. Like, I wonder if I took, I thought to myself I was going to take a gap year. I thought I will live here for 1 year and just see what happens. That was 8.5 years ago. So I canceled my return flight, figured out if I can get a visa. I thought I would give it a month to see if I could figure it out. And I actually did find a little bit of work originally. I worked as like a substitute English teacher. And past that point, I was a simple life. I didn't make a lot, but it was very interesting to me. Our house is cheaper, yeah, of course. Although I'm not allowed to buy a house, nor do I have enough money to buy a house. But just renting, I mean, the cost of living, it's gone up a massive metric ton recently. This last year alone, I think rent prices went up 35% on average, which is kind of crazy, right? No, I'm not allowed. I'm a foreigner living here, and I will never have Thai citizenship because it's very difficult to get. And that's okay with me. But yeah, it's a completely different world living in this country. It's such a massively different experience. I find that to be really interesting. The culture shift is what really got me, if that makes sense. So we go cat form, we dash, and then we're going to go here. I'm going to go into boomy form, and then we starfall before we reach the first few mobs for aggro reasons. This is technically a damage loss. I bark skin early. I make sure I bring thrash on those few. I target this steward. He gets the first kick, my Devour, as he mentioned before the start of this key. I hit Incarn. I hit one Frenzied Regen. We have a Ret Pally for an absolutely giga stun. After this, I'll hit my Incap Roar. I do not want a Vortex Typhoon in case I get my timing quite a bit down. And then we're going to have to send this here. There we go. I'm going to start backpedaling out. Here we go. I'm going to go like this. Did the Earth Ellie taunt off me? Is he not playing the talent that makes it not taunt? And I'm going to backpedal 2 because the next circle is about to come out in like a few seconds. So I'm just making sure I'm positioned here. Oh, we have a death. It looks like we didn't sequence quite properly. And then we're going to backpedal again. Aggro. If he's having... So definitely, there's no way he took aggro from me in a pull like this. There's got to be some weird bug. If he took aggro from me there, there's like no way. I have 80 stacks, so I'm just going to backpedal this, though. There's 0 shot he took aggro from me. Wait a second. No way. 0 shot you took aggro there. Unless Earth Ellie. There's no way you took aggro from me there. Not that far into the pool. No. There was no way. But I did think the Earth Ellie isn't. That wasn't aggro. There's no way that was aggro. I will not have aggro problems here. The death was not aggro. No, just to clarify, because I was like, there's no way, though. There's no way that it was an aggro death. Not at that point. There's no... I did see that the Earth Ellie had taunted something from me earlier in the poll. There's no shot. That would be insane if he actually took aggro from me that far into the pool. That was something that did happen, though. I think he might have taunted. There was something... So the Earth Ellie did taunt, though. I saw it happen on my frames. You saw it, right? If you take a look at this... There was definitely... No, but that's so weird. So something... Okay, we'll take a look. We'll take a look after. It's okay. Obviously, we play key. Super strange. I saw a spell guard thing go out, and I thought it was the Earth Ellie, but I'll take a look after. No. I mean, I'm assuming there was like... I'm pretty certain that it was not that, though. Hold up. Sundering, sundering, sundering. Do, 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 do. Oh my god, I forgot to respec again. I'm so sorry. I'm trolling, actually, by not having Poison Cleanse here. It's not even an impactful talent. I just literally forgot. I was telling people the story of how I moved to Thailand. Sorry about that. I'll in-cap this. I got you. Whee. My bad. Okay, our prio damage does look a lot better with the Rat Pelly here. But there's no way he's going to steal threat from me. It can't happen. No, that's true, Zinnia. That's true. You're right. We'll have to do some detective work to see what really happened there. We'll have to do some detective work after this. That's a good point. You're right. That's a fair point. So here, if I was going to lose aggro, it would be on this pull, which is why I'm going to Vortex Typhoon. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to make sure that I focus the prio target. And I will taunt the guy that he is most likely to be execution sentencing. And then I will even watch it, and I will double taunt it. The Restless Steward is probably who he's targeting with that execution sentence. Okay? It is a bit sketch. If we have a death here, it's most likely because I just do not have Poison Cleanse. So I'm going to War Stomp here, and that will give me an extra second. And then here, we're going to go Chain in. I can live this. Our pacing is actually much faster than before because I do not currently have Incarn. And that is one way I can tell that our pacing is much faster. There's not a ton of damage, so we're just going to go up here. We still have the Spider Web alive, so honestly, we should just make sure that that thing dies, because that is going to do AoE damage. Now, I'm going to walk past this here. I have Thrash, boom, another Thrash, and then I will make sure I taunt the Apex Link, because that will be his execution sentence target. And then I will go here again, and then we will wait for the Apex Link to die. I can't chain in past this until that Lynx is dead. I refuse to pull the AoE guy unless he's just done his leap, and I think that he'll die on time. So another taunt here. He'll do one more leap. There's the pounce. I roar for this pounce, actually. And then I send the Vortex here just to give me a second. Yep. And then we'll focus the Lasher down. Nice. I just reset my stacks. Bam. Perfect. And then I just need to let my team, make sure I have a plan. So that's Spore Dispersal. I'm holding my Thrash for a second, because these are going to spawn right there. I've got the Instant Thrash. But if there was going to be a time to lose aggro, it would be right here. I just use a little healing potion. I'm going to be okay. When those guys spawn, it's a bit scary. I don't want these until the boss. There's funnel for the boss. We don't pull that corner peck yet. Okay, so the next Spore Dispersal is going to be right behind me. And what I want to do for this one is if I sequence it properly, I have the Lunar Beam ticking, and then I go Barkskin as they spawn Thrash. And then I probably won't lose threat here. But if there was going to be a time, nice. Okay, my team is a little bit behind here, though. Not dragons on boss, no. Dragons on this, but I question about the timer, because if the timer is chill, after the next AoE, I will pull the dragons in. I don't think it's the right time to do it now. It is actually going to be the right time to do it now. Where we have actually good, though. Need drink before? Okay, that's fine. I pull funnel into this boss. Now that is, our prio damage is way better here. I immediately in-cap. It looks like that next Spore Dispersal will go off. So I bark skin. Nice. Okay, we're chilling. I off-heal the Rat Pally. We're chilling. Okay, we're chilling. Okay, you drink before boss. We're hard chilling here. There was just one death. I'm going to War Stomp that one, and then I have Typhoon for this one. Next one I can in-cap. After this, you guys go boss, you drink, and I pull funnel into boss. I think 26 minutes here is not bad. I think our pace does feel much better with the Rat Pally. I can significantly feel the difference. I'm going to wait. There's the Hodge. Okay, I in-cap this one. I should have just in-capped the first one, my bad. All right. Man, if he did rip aggro from me at the first pull, that would have been crazy. That would have been wild. Because I have no aggro problems for the rest of this key. So I am kind of curious about it. I will even stop here for a second and Thrash extra. Holy. That's crazy. Okay, he gets the drink. Perfect. Surely he can be extending on that. I will Starfall because I see my team hitting it for resources. Just know, yeah, this is the thing. If you are going to hit these for resources, then you just have to be aware of the fact that I will need a second to Thrash. Boom. Okay. Make sure, okay, 3 Thrashes. Obviously, the prio target is the boss, so there shouldn't be any threat issues. I'm going to bring them toward the boss. Perfect. Nice, exactly what my healer asked for. Here we go. Bam. Boom. Bada bing. Nice. Feel very tanky. I'm not worried about dying too much, although it is my first time in at 18 Windrunner Spire. My item level seems to be quite enough, at the very least, for this. I like the little Wake of Ashes stun there. It's kind of a nice little bonus to having a Ret Pally here. Helps my damage intake slightly. I did do Barkskin a second early, so it won't cover the next Searing Beak. We'll just cover this one. I can War Stomp it as well. Here, I just do a single Frenzied Regen. I will have a slight overlap. I'm just going to Typhoon that away so I don't take that next hit. I will proc my Well-Honed Instincts on this one. This one, I'm going to let it proc. I'm going to let this proc. I let that proc there, so I know I'm fine. And then I hold this next Frenzied Regen. Yeah, I do feel the difference with the red, to be honest, compared to how this went before. So far, so good. Although I might need to continue the why I moved to Thailand story after the key, because I don't see why we couldn't time this right now. But I am liable with 250 ping to get hit by a tornado. Now, somebody told me that it might be tech for me to intentionally soak the tornadoes, which I can do as long as I have cooldowns. Right? So he said together, and that is definitely not together. But that's okay. It's close enough. And then that Barkskin is going to cover 1 Searing Beak, 2 Searing Beak, although I don't want to stress my healer. So I have the Lunar Beam back up. I'm going to off-heal my Unholy. It's okay. Knowing my healer, he'll be triage healing. I mean, we have a pretty tanky comp for something like this. If anybody would be in danger, it would actually be the Ret Paladin, because the healer did specifically say to save personals for this. So if my Unholy was saving AMS or personals or just being able to Death Strike, my Ret Pally would be the one who doesn't want to Word of Glory himself, and he would only have Divine Protection, which my cooldown says that he has, but I don't know if he actually got that memo. So Barkskin plus this is fine. I can actually let my healer watch me here for a second, but I won't get too far down. Nice. I'll just take a little bit of ambient healing. I don't want to take too much of his smart healing. I want to keep myself nice and healthy. He said weakish. Okay, I can help off-heal this. I've got 3 stacks right now. I'll consume 1 for myself to make sure I don't die, plus a healing potion. And then I will watch. Let's see. He has Astral Shift. Divine Protection ends in 2 seconds. So I'm just going to off-heal my Ret Pally 1, Ret Pally 2, like this, give or take. Let's get my healer up here. Any amounts of off-healing I can do will help, because his totems will be able to smart heal the rest of my team. I'll even Frenzied Regen for myself. Keep myself full health. The Lunar Beam comes down. Voila. Okay, good job. So if we finish this boss around here, my question would be, does the expert healer think that this timer is decent? 22 minutes after Ember Dawn. Doesn't feel bad. I guess if we lusted right away here, you would get an extra lust, but I don't know how tight the timer here really is on 18. Feels pretty solid. Like, I think this seems solid, but it's hard for me to say at this point, though. How many Ironfur do you need? It depends very much on what build you're playing. I feel like Guardian Druid has about 3 viable builds right now, so it's kind of hard for me to say. I was going to say, I feel like you still don't want to pull 2 Restless Stewards, though, no? Don't you want to at least... I'll chain for sure, but I won't pull... I mean, if you think we can do it, I wouldn't pull double Steward. Are you sure? I was just going to wait till that Steward dies to chain, but if you want to lust this, okay. That's fine. I'll kick the Poison Blades. I put the Vortex down here. All right. Send it. Let's do it then. This seems like a scary pull. These guys cleave, so why don't we just spread a little bit? I want to make sure that bolt doesn't go off. But I think that actually kicking the Poison Blades will be more valuable here. So let me make sure. Yeah, this one I'm going to make sure these don't go off, though. Always double. Well, this is actually... I have to be a little bit careful of myself here. So what I want to do this way is go bam. Okay. War Stomp. And then have some awareness. I want to slam those guys back behind me. If we get another shield, I have to wait, but otherwise we're just going to pull this here. I don't think I need to pull this down. I feel like our timer is kind of chill, no? Like, that's what I'm feeling right now, is that our timer is pretty tame. So there's 1 Poison Blades. I incap it if need be. Okay. we're gonna soft chain this. Soft chain. So we're gonna walk down the stairs. We're not gonna jump. And that means because most of my team, pretty much all my team can actually do full damage as we're running. I don't need to be fully planted for them. I just really don't like pulling a ton of cutthroats in with all of the other cutthroats, except that soft chain there. I just have to watch that first thrash and aggro. I'm going to taunt. Let me get aggro. I'm a little weak here. I don't have Incarn quite yet. Kick the poison blades. I'm fine. Just make sure I collect. Aggro problems, and we're dead. Okay, he should have saved execution sentence for the big guy. I apologize for the slight inefficiency there, but I knew that my aggro was going to be a little weak there. Perhaps I should have just actually actively chained, but I swear, if you walk into this guy and at least the first few cutthroats are at 50%, then you don't have to deal with that overlap right there, where you might let a few of the blades go off and then somebody dies. And I feel like 19 minutes is kind of okay here. Okay. Now the question is, we have to just solo him. I don't think I can, unless he's lower. That's the issue there, is that I would want to just we're going to have to fight him. Now, if we end up with a timer that is super tight, I could always have done this. We could have saved about 30 seconds here. So this is quite inefficient, and I'm feeling it, but I still don't think you chain in here, though. You ever play? Oh, yeah, Matthew, I do a ton of beta testing. This is like, basically, the way to think about it is like this. I've been playing this season for about 3 months now, just to clarify, right? So I can go in here. Okay, Thrash 1. Sundering for threat here, which I very rarely do, but whoops. That was a puddle death. We are going to res him, of course, and then we're going to watch the Poison Blade cast. That means, however, the Behemoth is going to get another AoE off, and we might die. Unless my healer has Link, maybe. We have an AMS. That's pretty good. Ooh, because the plan was for him to be dead before this last AoE. Okay, we live, actually. Great healing. I don't know exactly how we live that. I guess good personals. Okay. That was very scary. Okay. So, like, because you only need about 13, 14 minutes after this boss, and we're like, I mean, maybe a little bit more than that would make you feel comfortable. We can go toward the boss here. Obviously, can't pull the Woebringer in. Deal with one more set here. That one? That was a puddle death. I mean, I'd have to go back and review the footage. I'm pretty sure that one was a puddle death. Has anyone ever had a bug where they randomly stop moving forward? I haven't had that bug, no. Okay. You can pull Reaver in here, but you can't pull Woebringer. Is this going to get another shield off? If this gets a shield off, we're omega dead. I think it will. It's like right now. Give or take, the timing is like right now. I know we're saving cooldowns. This is really risky, because that shield is coming in like 3, 2, 1. Oh, thank God. Okay. I rebuff, because I think I might have forgotten to rebuff after that last death. Boom. Either way, if we definitely have, like, this comp can do it. Like, our timer is not that suspicious right now, though. How's the aggro situation on Bear? I think it depends. There's like three different Guardian Druid builds you could be playing right now. And ultimately, there's a few that seem to have more aggro issues than others because of how Raise or Ravage might be coded. Although we haven't gotten official confirmation, it seems as though that ability might have some random threat modifier. I can stun the curse. I can't get the curse because I totally forgot to respec. If we have to do this one more time, I will remember. And then I will get one. That is on me. Okay, how long does this fight take on this key level? Do we have to min-max our space a little bit, or can we start going left? It's actually a good question. Because I want to put this here. Yes, it is. But this is basically the first attempt at it. It doesn't feel too bad right now. I can War Stomp. Oh, nice. We got it already. Good. Kick. Are you always finding? This is the first time I have found them today. Although I got the 16 Mysara with the Zinnia before. Otherwise, I've kind of had to do my own stuff. I don't feel like I'm always in... We were in an 18 Pit of Sauron earlier, Dal. And it was going really well. Like, it was really chill, to be honest. And we literally snatched defeat from the jaws of victory on that key. It was so sad. Like, that 18 was, like, the most chill thing. I was like, oh, I thought I was worried I was going to die. And I was like, it's fine. I was like, this is actually pretty chill. You were in Brazil? Yeah, that was the last time that we had that night, basically, of that. Yep, that was the last time. Okay, we gotta try to be a little bit more space efficient, so I can go back into the bad. Not a problem for me. We got 17 Mysara Cavern, like, right before this. That was pretty chill as well, although my route is, I don't know if that truly, I felt okay. It was that's why I was so confused in the 16 that we did, because the 17 Mysara Caverns was like, oh, my health isn't moving, and I only have 2 more item level compared to when I did that previous one. That's why I'm still confused. We had no Warlock, by the way. We did have a DK who still applies that auto attack slow, but that's it. It was super weird. Okay, here, he's going to do a Bone Snap, but I really don't want to send anything. So I will double Iron Fur with a Frenzied Regen and maybe Health Potion if it actually kills me. Nope, it's fine. All right, this next AoE is going to hurt because we're kind of in a bit of a tight spot. Just Typhoon that away. Okay, kill him, kill him, kill him. 13 minutes? I feel like it's tight, but doable. Right? Like, 13 minutes is not impossible. We do 1 big pull. We do 2 pulls before boss. Maybe like a minute off. Let's find out. Let's find out. So the aggro situation, though, on Bear, though, here we go. On third boss tank, but I will always do the second jump, I think, is how I found it to be most consistent in a pug. I will always do second. I have Thrash ticking, but nothing else. This is a fast gather. I can only do so much for threat here. Bit of a fast gather. I taunt. I'm here. I can try to bring this back a little bit. I Edge of Vortex, Typhoon that in, SI right as I come back in. I can only group this about this. This is as much grouping as I can do. We have a DK, actually. Wait a sec. We have a DK for the archers. I wouldn't even have to worry about that. Normally, I don't have a DK in here. I don't know. Bear feels really good. I mean, it's not like I'm definitely not immune to death. Like, I could die on the next pull. I could die on the pull after that. But I feel really chill. Like, I kind of figured that maybe, like, when I got to 18s, I would just be like, oh, shit. Like, you know, this is starting to scale into a degree where I'm just dying. But actually, playing with a few different... I did notice it with the Holy Priest. But aside from that, like, I've had Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, Dis Priest... in a 16 Sky Race, should be fair, I was only 16. Bear feels good. I mean, I can live. My build certainly is a little bit less damage. And if that really starts to impact keys, then I'm sure at some point I will have to consider playing a more traditional Apex build. You know, I'm at 82k overall here instead of the 100k that I could be at this point. Zinnia, by the way, great. That's not a Zinnia problem, Caesar. That was a me problem. No, hold up. That wasn't obviously Zinnia, Giga player. I just noticed the difference. Because that's something that should be considered. Like, when you are, no. Listen, because if I ever die as a tank, I ask myself a lot of questions about, like, what went wrong, how can I improve? And I think that something to consider is what did the comp look like? Do you know what I mean? I actually do think that's a very important question to ask yourself is, well, was there a comp difference? If one key was going extremely well, on this overlap, I will send in cap if I have it. But then the next key all of a sudden did not go very well. The question is why. So that Flame Nova, I in cap. We have a link come out too. I kick this. Hold up. What's our timer look like? 10 minutes? Not impossible, right? Like timer seems decent. Right? Would you guys say timer's decent right now? I don't want to chain this too much here, but you can kind of put this in. Yeah. If no deaths, right? Like, that's obviously the the kind of if no deaths moment. Keep in mind, I had this, we were doing this on 17 earlier, and we had 11 minutes at this exact moment. And then we had triple death on this boss. And then and then we had 2 B-reses, so we B-res 1, and then at the end we decided not to B-res. And then we held, and then we had 6 minutes with Lust going into last boss. We had 4 deaths. So keep in mind, it's not over until it's over. Today has been a day where we have pretty consistently been snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. So, definitely don't get comfy. If there's one thing I have learned about this key, it's don't get comfy. All right, this is big focus. All right, good percentage. Nice. Didn't mess up percentage. That's good. That's always a good sign. Here we go. Zinnia said starting to woo rants. I would love to start in a woo rants. Okay, sure. I will take the second leap. That's not the rant. I can do better than that. I can do better than this. Oh, I took the first one. Okay, that's fine. I mean, that works too. Actually, it's almost better if I take the first one because I can go out and then we can kind of group more for melee. I think in very high coordinated groups, I'd probably do that. Do you know what I would actually rant about, Zinnia? I feel like the fact we're doing an 18 Windrunner Spire. You are a Giga player, yeah? It bothers me that people at the competitive edge of WoW oftentimes forget that WoW is a game for fun. I find the more that I push IO, and sometimes the more that I end up playing with like very high title level players, sometimes I find that like there's a certain lack of joy that surprises me. Because you would think if you play this game, for 25 hours a day, that you would actually really enjoy this game. But I swear, a lot of times as I meet more awesome players, because as I've been streaming and I've gotten the chance to meet some like really amazing, wonderful people playing this game, I've also realized that so many of them are not like what I thought they would be. Getting to do awesome collab videos. And it's like, or getting to do this or whatever. Like a lot of times people are exactly what I expected, but sometimes it just surprises me how much maybe lack of joy there is at the highest end of World of Warcraft. It's almost inversely correlated. Something I've noticed is basically the fact that at the higher end of World of Warcraft, people seem to have less fun than the lower end of World of Warcraft, which is weird because it's like a... Oh, he ran out too fast. There's a double bleed. Okay, so my healer will be able to do this. Ooh, he actually managed to escape the bleed. A little devour attack right there. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's like either playing off meta and how much of a problem that is. The fact that I'm playing a weird Guardian Druid build here. Zinnia, I've gotten so much hate for playing this build. It really still surprises me just how much vitriol I've encountered because I like the way that this build plays. I have been told that I shouldn't be alive because I enjoy playing this build. Literally people have told me that I shouldn't. Like, it's crazy how much hate. Yeah, you would definitely have time right now. This is absolutely timed if no deaths. Because you get to last boss with like 4.5 minutes at this point. You would get like 4.5 minutes on last boss. Yeah. I think that if the enjoyment of high keys comes from the fact that you enjoy pushing yourself to try and improve to a level that is very difficult, right, Caesar? If that was true, you would also have to accept the fact that eventually you will reach your limit. And I think that it's unhealthy if you don't process the fact that there is going to be a limit. Oh, he's intentionally trying to take this. This is definitely intentional. He went intentionally too far. So he knows how, there's some tech that he's doing, by the way. I actually don't know what that tech is. Out of curiosity, what is he doing? I'm going to ask him after this. I did not know that Devour... Is it some weird blur? Is it a meld? It's not a meld, because then other sects... I've never seen anybody be able to dodge the second bleed like that. I think he's immuning it, but how? That's the question. Oh, yeah, like 4.5 minutes with Lust on last boss is time. That's 100% time. You can dodge it with, like, a really fast... Okay, we have time right now. This is definitely time, but we just have to not die on this boss. That's, like, literally if you just don't die here. Meta immune. You stand on a candlestick, really? If we have a repair, I'll take it because I'm a little worried about 7 out of 8. No, I should be fine. 4 out of... Ooh, my helmet's 4 out of... I think... All right, here we go. Lust on pole. It'll be about 10... I think you kill this boss 4 minutes. 4 minutes for sure you kill this boss. If no deaths. And that's the one catch here is we just have to play really clean. Really clean. Okay. Feral Frenzy. Nice. We actually get 2 sets of 2 minutes as well because of the timer that we pulled this. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Just don't die. Okay. I'm going to probably just take one of the ones that are... I'm going to, like, go out. I don't need to greed one of the melee spots. I'm going to take this one. He bubbled it. Was he intending to bubble it? Okay, so the Rep Pally senses bubble there. Okay, that's a good... We're just greeting damage. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to move out a little bit for my melee. I'm going to go to, like, this corner-ish area. I think this is a nice little spot here. I'll get knocked back. I have massive defensive, so no problem. Okay. One time, I had a bug on this boss where I got hit by the stun while I was mid-air. Okay. I'm going to just off-heal this one. Boom. Okay. I'm, like, kind of locked in, because it would actually be great to just get an 18 on the table. I think that would be a pretty solid ups right now. But I'm gonna ignore chat for a second. Here we go, Mua. Let's do it. We gotta just... I've had, like, so many random deaths. I'm gonna, like, intentionally go far away from other people. Because I'm not that worried about... Like, I don't need to... I can be literally in a puzzle. There's the first death. That's it. There's always a death here. Every single time. We immediately res. Now our timer's tight. I don't think I've ever seen this boss with actually 0 deaths. Unfortunately. Okay. So this one's SI. Ooh, that's pushing it now. I will rebuff for him. Okay, wait a second. We had time for sure, and now I'm not so sure. Try to stay here for melee uptime. On this AoE, I don't want to take my healer's smart healing. High Feral Frenzy, 130, 27. That death actually cost a lot, because look at his damage fell off a cliff too. He loses all of his extension abilities. I actually think without that death, we definitely had it. Now, I'm not so sure. I'm going to go way over here. Like, I can go into one of these. And I will even SI, just in case I got hit by that. Oof. Bro, I think that it's 20 mil. There's no more phase. It's like... It's so close. It's so close. I think we pop cooldowns right now, so it's... Is it impossible? Do we have it? I have a last combat potion coming. But I think... Because we're going to have to do one more movement phase. I don't think the timing works out that we're going to just be able to skip it. Oh, I mean, of course we get this key after reset, but it would be cool to get it now. Oh, it's 10 mil, 20 seconds. It's so close, but there is going to be... I can roar. We're going to have to try to greed some damage here. The paladin doesn't have divine shield. No, it's going to be... That death did cost it. That is so unfortunate. We definitely did have it. Yeah. That is tragic. Do we want to keep this, or do we want to finish it? Was this a finish moment or a keep moment? That death, man. That sucks. It would have been cool to get it, but it's okay. Ouch. It was actually that last death. That does suck. Ouch. Oof. That's tough. Do you need the neck, actually? Ouch. Well, thank you for having me as a bear tank. I did think we were going to get it, actually. That's okay. I would actually take the neck, though. Haze first. I don't have another neck yet. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. That would have been so cool to get that 18. Sorry, I was completely ignoring everybody for a second, though. Yeah, what was the second death for? That also the previous death as well. It was not a melee. It was not melee. Yeah. That's just a lot of damage. Have I watched Race World? I checked in earlier. This was the toss. Okay, we have confirmed it was not melee, though. The first pull was not a melee death. I was curious about that. I don't know how I lost that girl in the first pull, but it was not the Red Pally ripping, though. How did the Demon Hunter die? He got stunned at the end. But we completed. We should have left it. The last boss is insane. No. You just have to actually do mechanics. If we we should have left it. Because actually, like, we had that easy. All three. I mean, you just have like 2 of the less deaths, and you were fine. It's okay. It's all good. Want to get 18 Pit of Sauron? 18 Pit is super easy, yeah. Someone always dies that boss. It's true. It is true, Moa. It does seem like somebody always dies that boss. Hey, Geech. Paid me gold because he felt so bad about his DPS on a run because the tank was like calling him. It actually is insane, though, Infinite. I agree with you, though. Yeah, sure. Sure, he's a key. We almost had 18 Pit of Sauron earlier with an actually completely troll thing, though. All right, I keep these legs. I got this haste verse neck, which is technically a small optimization for stats. If I wanted to change this crit to verse, 18 pit can. This is my route for pit. Doesn't feel too bad though. The pit route be like this. This is the route I like to do for pit. We have a pally for freedom, right? Do. We just need to make sure that we freed him, because you definitely need a paladin if I'm not basically a brewmaster. If I'm not a brewmaster, then we need a way to get out of gargoyles. Let's go. All right, cool. Let's do it. Let's see. Pally, make sure you freedom gargs. I am not brewmaster though. Every time he's arrived a run without dying. Take the curse? Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm so sorry I didn't have the curse there. I was definitely making you overheal the poisons. You did a great job with that. It's not even a talent point that I really care about, too. I actually forgot to respec there. Not bad. Here, I got it. Okay. Let me just go bio real fast, and then we'll totally do it, though. All right, 18 Pit of Sauron instead of 18 Windrunner Spire. Pit of Sauron. What's up, Zitrix? Thank you for the Prime sub. Did you guys know that it's not Pit of Sauron? Like, I still thought for the longest time that it was actually Pit of Sauron. It's Pit of Sauron. Like Yogg-Saron. I didn't actually know that for, like, a very long time. No joke. Genuinely, I had no idea. I had been pronouncing it Sauron, like it was from Lord of the Rings this entire time. 18's. Doing 18's. Okay. Bio, then we roll. He got meleeed the one. He did got melee there on the very beginning. And then I recovered threat from there. There was a one melee. This was the bolt on top of... There was a bolt that went off here, but it was the circle that got him in the end. Man, my shaman healer is on top of it. He should have died to all this stuff too. This stuff should have killed him, let alone this. Crazy. Okay, bio, and then we're gonna go 18 Pit of Sauron. Do. What's up, Benny? Thank you for the prime sub as a trick. Be right back. Super fast. Okay, I'm back. Oof. Wow. Hello. Pit of Sauron. We did this earlier, and there's... Should be all good, by the way. Here we go. So, Pit of Sauron, I'm not that worried about living. The second pull can be a little bit hard for me if we kill the first pull really fast, but I have learned I can definitely do double Frostbane / with a Lich is no problem on first pull. I'll port over. Take the dog out. Yo, what's up, Armani? I think I started telling you the Thailand story, and then I drifted off into the focus of what an 18 Windrunner Spire would look like. Okay, so if the Ret Pally has the potential of ripping threat from me, then I must be willing to taunt preemptively on whatever target I think he'll execution sentence. An extra little mini game I must play in this dungeon. It would be cool to get an 18. I guess I've done a few 17s now, but I haven't. The few 18s I've done today, surprisingly, like I said, I kind of thought I would get hit like way harder, but I feel pretty sturdy. That being said, I will absolutely giga omega die if I am not paying attention this game. So, slight bit of a lock-in. You need to stop hoarding in your bags. Yes, I know. I have... actually, so to be fair, it's mostly just this mana food that I accidentally bought way too much of. I don't need this. My bags are relatively clean. Believe it or not, my bags are actually clean. It's just these eels that don't stack. I thought they stacked. So I bought a bunch, though. On the 18's part, no, we did the whole room. To be fair, though, we did have one death. The paladin at the end. It looks like he did, for a brief moment, take a single melee, and then I tried to recover it. I managed to get the threat right back from him, but then that melee did bring his health a little bit low. Otherwise, he might not have died to this. Otherwise, I think that was the only time in that whole key I lost threat. Something to be aware of with the execution sentence popping. So we did the whole thing. Now we're doing 18 Pit of Sauron, and my route is going to be all of this, plus here, plus here, plus here. And I will take the D-Curse to help out my healer here. And here we go. What's up, sleeping? Yeah, hopefully the Paladin understands to help the healer with some freedoms, too. This is not resilient, so we must do well. Although I have a lot of these. For me, a lot of these are still 16, so an 18 would be like a big jump. I still think, I'm really curious, I would love to ask this healer, since we've done a few keys now, just in general, what he feels about healing me on Bear, and how he thinks the run would be with Bear. 1 sec. Okay, don't pull. Do not pull. He said 1 sec. Do not pull. I'm not pre-incarning. I need to pre-incarn this first pull. Oh, at your item level? Yes, of course. I love Dudu. I'm sad for the big nurse we got. Well, we're getting buffed next week, Tyrion. I am 272. I got no mythic items because I didn't get one from my last vault. Crafted a weapon, crafted bracers. And I have no Apex. I'm currently playing in no Apex, no Raise, no Mangle build, which is definitely a bit weird, but I like it. Works for me. What joy do trolls get out of intentionally breaking keys? It's a good question. I think there are many different types of personalities. I mean, I can tell you, if Zinnia is still here. Since I play an off-meta spec, and I know, like, I'm not playing the meta tank right now, there's, like, an extra sense of pressure for me to do well and, like, represent the bears of the world. Like, I feel like I'm like, oh, shit, like, I'm in 18s. Like, those are pretty high keys right now. I feel like I gotta do well. You know what I mean? Like, there's a little bit of pressure. I'm like, I really want to... I'm like, we don't deserve this reputation. Like, we're going to be okay. I don't know, whatever. There's this extra thing. But more than that, although I know that next week we get up our item level, we can totally do these keys. Like, we can get it later. But there's also the worry that people won't want to play with me unless I already have the key timed. Like, if you fall behind as an off-meta spec, there's a genuine fear of, like, well... I just tanked 18 Windrunner and 18 Pit or this or whatever, and I felt pretty good, and I felt like I did a really good job, but for situations that were out of my control, we didn't time it, right? But now, if I were to apply, I guarantee you, if I was to apply to a different 18 Windrunner Spire, I don't get invited. And there's the problem of playing off meta, which is like, oh, no problem, that last key, because I know that I can get it again. However... I don't know if I'll get the chance to do it again. And that part does suck. Like, genuinely, there is an actual part of me that just goes, like, I felt like I did pretty good in that Spire, and I felt like we should have had it. But ultimately, I don't think I'm going to get another chance to do it for, like, weeks, unless I'm able to time it myself, and then I would be able to, right? So we're going to go Roar here. We go Starfall. This Starfall is not for damage, it's for aggro. I have only one Moonfire ticking, so hopefully my team lets me just group this real fast. I go into here. I make sure I kick the first Icy Blast on myself. Incarn, Frenzied Regen, cool. Now I have to live double slash. Hopefully my Paladin does know to Freedom the Gargoyle and the Cold Wraith, but also to Disease Dispel me, because he is the only Disease Dispel. And if I don't get a Disease Dispel, I just have to be... aware, let's say, of potentially dying because I'll get like 40% reduced max health, and then I will absolutely die to a pull like this because it is quite a big pull. Also, our damage is Not feeling very strong right now. That's okay. I'm just going to do this here. I'm going to kick that. Okay. A lot of targets in this pull. I'm going to have to commit SI here too, though. That one was? Shit, dude. Holy. I'm in here as best that I can. I didn't even know what target he was prioing, to be fair. I was focused on the Lich. I had my target on the Lich, though. I actually don't... Was he targeting a Graveblade or a Lich? That one I couldn't see, to be fair. So that first death apparently was aggro. Bro, I'm like... I did every possible thing there. If he can really rip aggro from me, like, that's crazy. That he could rip aggro in that way from me. That's like an insane... Like, I have all potential tools for Snap Threat. I gathered it perfectly with Starfall. I had every single trick in the book, basically, for aggro on that pull. I know he has Execution Sentence popping. I wonder what target he chose to funnel. I was on the Lich, and maybe he was on one of the... Hold up. This is the one. I gotta just make sure I don't have an overlap here. There you go. Health Potion. Just watching that one. I know this dungeon very well, and I know that that's exactly where I might die. So I Bark Skin now, and I do not Incarn. Incarn will be next. If I need to, I will kite this, actually. Cleanse that. Yeah, maybe he was on, like, a different target than the one I was anticipating. Yeah, that would be the best explanation for that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to Vortex and then kind of kite this out. I will lose a tiny bit of tank damage. I'll also make sure I rebuff because I don't know if I did that earlier. Cool, I can walk back in. No problem. These won't kill me here. Probably. Okay, decursing. Good. Yeah, that is actually insane. I can't believe he stole aggro from me in that way. I just wonder, like, I have to wonder what... Basically, I'm playing a guessing game. In order for me to keep aggro from this Ret Pally, who is blasting, by the way, I need to play a guessing game. Who the hell is he targeting? That's actually the only way. So I'm assuming that he's going to hit the Graveblade here, right? So that means that I'm going to intentionally taunt the Graveblade. If this is his prio target, he will not rip threat from me. If he is targeting one of the horrors, he might rip threat from me. Because I have my target on the Graveblade, on top of the fact that this is here. The Nether Burst is going to happen. Certainly, we're going to kick that. Okay, good. There's only one kick this pull. I'm going to kite back to the center, but watch the DK. So here we go. I Bark Skin now. I'm using my own Platinator. It's called Platinator, and you can find mine in my Discord if you want. Okay, decursing. Doesn't even need it there. Good freedom. We're kiting back a little bit too far. I might need to adjust the way that I pull this slightly. I'm going to be able to live with just the Frenzied Regen shield there. Perfect. Now I'm kiting back a bit too far here, but I really don't want... I want to avoid having to burn any extra cooldowns because I know what pull is next after this. I really want to be able to have my Bark Skin. So what I could do... This isn't quite dead yet. Oh, fuck, there's a guy behind me. We went too far. That's okay. We're not going to pull that Lich behind me, but I gotta backtrack now. We're, like, backtracking quite a bit, though. What buffs? We're getting a survivability buff next week, which is a little weird. I feel pretty tanky. Like, again, I could die. Like, you can see that I'm tanking a little scared right now. For sure, for sure. I would love to tell you I'm, like, supremely confident. I am not. This is an 18, and I'm not super geared. This is an early 18. It's week 2 of the season. You know, I got no Mythic Vault. I have Bark Skin for the first slash, luckily. Okay. Somebody will kick the Nether Burst almost certainly. When I have Incarn, what I'm going to do... Holy... What target? What target? What target? Was he hitting the Proto Drake or the Graveblade? What target was he hitting? Why does it look like he was hitting the Proto Drake instead of the Graveblade? Did the Drake turn around and melee him? It's crazy. I feel like I'm in this pull with full cooldowns. Which is his prio target though? The only thing is, so okay, obviously, if he's taking aggro from me, then at that point, it's clearly like that's a tank problem. However, if he really knows he has that strong of a burst and that he might rip threat, The question is, which target? Because I was taunting the Graveblade. That was the way I was going to deal with him taking threat. So I'm just curious who his target... It looked like his target was the dragon. And the fact that I have to actually manually taunt the target... Okay, it's okay. This is obviously not a resilient key, so we have to play better. We could do it. I'm just gonna we're gonna chain these enforcers in now. Okay. So I have to be guessing the entire time who his prio target is. Okay, these guys leap. I need to make sure I have Thrash ticking. Thrash, good. Lich, cool. Vortex down in the middle. He's gonna target the Lich, right? For sure. The Lich is his target. I taunt the Lich. If he's doing this, just skull stuff. That's a fair point, though. It's just about if we have different communication on who is prio target. I should have saved Incarn. That was actually a bad decision. I'm going to have a hard time living the next pull if I Incarn here. Yeah, I've marked the Lich with a skull. So that was his execution sentence, but now he doesn't steal aggro from me. We have to actually communicate. That's crazy that we have to communicate about who his target is. I made a mistake. If I Incarn this, I could die next pull. I still think you have to do the next pull, especially because we have a DK who can grip. But I have to be Giga aware on the next pull right now. I hope he Disease Dispels me. I decurse. Okay, what I need him to do, though, is I'm going to need him to Disease Dispel me. Because what I'll do is I'll go in here. I cannot Barkskin early, so I'm going to need to get to the pull with only one Frenzied Regen. I'm going to come here. You think you still have to do this for our timer reasons? I have to pull this Drake in. Okay. Is he going to target who? Who is he targeting here? I've taunted the Gargoyle, and I'm hoping that it's the Graveblade. Is it the Drake? It looks like he's hitting the Drake. Okay, so I taunt the Drake then. I'm not going to die. A fair Spirit Link, actually. Okay, so if I know Spirit Link is there, I'm going to just Healing Potion this one. I had to hold SI right now. Okay, there's the SI. Okay, it's okay. Breathe, focus. Barkskin. And then after this Barkskin, I need to rotate back to Incarn. And I'm really praying past that point. I need to go back to Lunar Beam. Lunar Beam, good. I have something up, but not a lot. Please. It's 1 second. Holy goddamn. Not walking in with Incarn here is actually so scary, though. Okay, I'm literally taunting again, just in case. Wild. It's okay. Our timer is fine right now. Maybe not perfect, but it's going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Now, the rest of this is funnel into boss. Funnel into boss means that I know what target he's hitting at least. Holy, okay, that means I also have Incarn for boss. Okay, go boss. All of this is now funnel into boss. Every single mob that I'm about to pull. Yeah. We can lust this boss and we go, just don't hit anything initially. My Devour can build resources, but clearly, guys, surely nobody would hit anything, right? I'm gonna even Lunar Beam there. I lose a little bit of damage, but I will guarantee my threat. Okay, good. Here, go. Taunting the boss. There is no way he rips. I will double taunt the boss. If he is targeting the boss, he cannot rip from me. I will triple taunt the boss. Holy wild. All right, quadruple taunt the boss. 4 globals on taunt. I can't lose this one. There's no way. Okay, good. Here we go. We're going to drag the boss back here. He can't... There's zero chance that he takes the threat from me now. It cannot happen. It cannot be. Okay. After this, I Barkskin. Yes, mini CC is what's giving me the cooldown tracking right now. We can Freedom 1 dispel the other. Just do a little bit here. Okay, nice. Okay, everything's kind of settled now. I think that this is the one I want to go for here. Insane that taunt has to be part of your rotation. I know. I actually haven't, like I said, it's been pretty rare that I've had any amounts of threat issues in these dungeons. Not that it's never happened, but my build tends to have like extreme levels of snap threat. But the snap threat is actually not what's doing me in for once. It is actually his insane execution sentence on targets that I'm not expecting him to execution sentence. As if we have any amount, oh my god. Not the death, not the death. I res instantly. Here we go. If we have any amounts of miscommunication about who, I think I want to do the closer one. I think the closer one is the right option here, actually. Yeah, I think this one, because you want to do this here, though. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And then I'm going to go over here, one more frenzied regen. Oh, wait, it's, my bad. We're going to have to line of sight this properly. Here we go, my bad. That's actually, that's on me, that's on me. I didn't line of sight properly. For some reason, I thought it was going to be the other one. Yeah, Brew has... If you're in a pack, I don't think he's going to rip from a Brew, but it is kind of crazy that he's ripping from me here. All right, this one's here. I feel like our timer is a little bit suspicious, but not actually problematic. Okay, and then we just line of sight properly for melee. Perfect. Nah, that's the right one. That's the good one. Okay, Lunar Beam, Thrash. That is pretty wild to me. Okay. We're going to have to do one more rock. Our single target feels low, though, no? This boss feels like it's taking a very long time. Even though I pulled funnel in at the start, and we lusted. Okay, which one is this? This one's here. This one's here. This one's this one, though. If I want to focus more defensive stats, technically just verse. But all stats are good for Guardian. Don't like fall into the trap of thinking that you need a specific set of stats for Guardian. All stats work for Guardian, okay? Okay, so do we feel like the timer is fine? And if so, do you want me to pull the dragon in the next pull or no? That's basically the only question I have right now, though. I kind of agree, but I don't think he's fully geared. Yeah, I think he's on an alt, actually. Okay. I'm doing good, by the way, Thomas. Thanks for saying hi. I'm a little locked in because I have to make a decision about this next poll. Do you want dragon, yes or no? I know there's a stream delay, but somebody has to tell me. Like, this is the hardest pull of the dungeon, pretty much bar none. We don't have to pull... Like, I think you can do dragon next pull, no problem. Because I decurse, the healer is not allowed to actually spend his global on decurse because of the cold wraith. Now, technically speaking, we have the paladin freedom. But I think we go no dragon. I think our timer's chill, actually. Like, our timer is not really in question here, so I think you just want to at least down the cold wraith, and I think I chain the dragon in late. I actually think that is the better play right now. So I decurse. I'm the decurse here. Healer does not decurse. I think I wait a second, and then I'm going to pull the dragon now. Because then otherwise the healer might have to dodge a weird movement or whatever. Cool? Here we go. I'm going to live that blast. No problem. Now we won't have to worry about this overlap. I think that's the right idea. I will fucking triple taunt this Graveblade. Okay. I decurse. He's good. Nice. And then we're going to chain this in. And then we'll come back. Honestly, we'll bring this into next because I live. Don't worry about that. I will taunt this guy again. Yeah? Here we go. Yeah, I know. You're going to have to just backtrack a second, but this is still the right idea, I think. Incap it. 1 slash on me. No problem. I think that this is smart still to just do it this way. You're going to have to just quickly walk back and grab him. I know. Because I chained and you were in combat. I get it. Okay. Surely my Ret Pally doesn't rip from me here. I taunt the Graveblade again. I'm going to mark him with Skull just in case there's any amounts of miscommunication. I think I SI this. Good. Okay. Look at our timer. I think we're chilling. Like, you have like 9 minutes after this boss, and it's no problem. Like, I think like even 8 minutes. I think you could even time with 8 minutes after a second boss. So I will tank on the Shades. We'll pull Funnel into boss as well. Nether Burst. I will incap it. Okay. Freedom and Z curse on boss's beams. Yep. Well, I'm gonna tank the boss on the shades, and I will let my healer probably kick a death bolt. Okay, here we go. He's gonna go get this one. Yep, we're gonna get this one. That's the job of us. We give it like just a second, and then we're gonna go around, obviously, and I pull funnel into boss. We actually have percentage, but that's okay. Cool. We're chilling. I need to wait for that gargoyle for like 2 seconds. He's a really bad pat. If I pull, it's like 2, 1. The healer needs to get here anyways. Please don't chain the gargoyle. Please. Okay, good. It's funnel. I know it's not. It's just funnel. These guys are not that dangerous on boss. This is just straight up funnel. Okay. Surely, I know who my ret paladin is going to be targeting, right? Okay. Like, he would be targeting Ick, which means I won't lose threat on this boss. Okay, good. Now we come over here. Here we go. I will quadruple taunt. We have to wait for the healer. I don't think that pulling this is here, though. I see, don't do the... I'm playing like that. You don't have to play like that. It's a personal preference. I like this version of Guardian, but you definitely... It's not like... definitely, you don't have to play it. It is definitely... It's a little less damage. I feel immortal. I like the fact that I'm omega tanky. The other build, however, clearly does work as well. So it's not like you have to play any which way or the other. If you like it, you can try this build because it does work for keys. But you don't have to play like this. And I think that that's an important clarification. So this is, don't look at me and be like, oh, I should copy a Woo's build. Like, you don't have to copy my build. Would not recommend, in fact. Just make sure that you want to play like this. It's a option. The one thing I don't like is when somebody tells you that you can't play like this, because that's just simply not true, right? If you enjoy this particular playstyle, this build absolutely works. And so if it's something that you're interested in doing, don't worry about doing it, and it's accessible to you, right? Yeah, we'll have like 9 minutes after this boss. That's pretty fine. I feel like 9 minutes post this boss is like chilling. I do Incarn here knowing that it will be back up after. If Incarn isn't back up after, then I am in deep danger. But as an example, right, I have 95k DPS overall. That's not bad. Let's say I would have 105k overall. There have been a few keys where maybe if I was playing a higher DPS build, we would have timed it. Granted, like the last Windrunner Spire 18 that we did as a great example of this, where technically we definitely had time, but we had a DPS die at the end, so we missed time by like 5 seconds. It was really, really close. So without that death, we 100% timed that key. But also, I could have technically, we had 3 deaths in that key. All of them were pretty avoidable. I could have been playing a higher damage build. I know, I'm going. You know, what's up, Deco? I feel much... Oh, no, that's a problem. I got on late anyways. I'm doing some 18's, actually, Deco. They're pretty chill. Honestly, they're pretty tame. I've been doing some, like, 18's and stuff today. Watch the death bolt. Watch the death bolt. Watch the death bolt. Somebody's going to kick it right. Somebody's going to... Holy. Here we go. You got to heal him? I had healed a lot on beta. I'm familiar with how stressful it is. To be fair, Zinnia, I'm tanking. Well, to be fair, Zinnia, imagine I was a DPS player. Then that would be problematic. If a DPS player is like, I don't know, these keys are pretty chill, that's a problem. Like that, I do not, you and I can both rally against any DPS player who goes, these keys aren't that bad. Like, yeah, try tanking or healing them, right? Like, at least I'm a tank player. Like, to be fair, I feel like I am allowed to say that from my perspective because I'm not some casual DPSer, you know what I mean? Like, come on, Zinnia. We in this together. Okay, go. 9 minutes is a bit suspicious, but I don't think it's impossible. I will pre-Starfall. What item level am I? I am 272. Oops, I missed that first kick, actually. Okay, watch the first Grave Blades. If they start casting on me a little bit early, I need to pre-incarn. Okay, I will mark this guy with a skull. Please, 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 please. Execution Sentence is the one with the skull. Please. I'm going to target the other one too, just in case he doesn't actually understand this. Okay? I've marked with a skull. I'm literally weaving taunt into my rotation so he does not rip threat from me. Because I think at the moment we have time, although I actually do think it's close. It's not a guarantee that we have time. We just probably have time. Barkskin. I can kind of chain. After the casters are dead, sure. But the casters don't like to move very much, though. Now, you should fix your mind so we can zero face. Thanks, Terror. But, I am not really trying to advertise that, so... Okay, one, I need to take a slash. Hold up. If I could get a disease dispel, that would help me a lot. It'll make me feel very comfortable. I'm going to have to take that Grave Blade. There's a slash there. I turn around. SI. A disease dispel would go a very long way right now. Okay. I will going to mark this with a skull. Vortex. Okay, here we go. If I miss your comment, it is because if I miss a single global, then I will die. 650. It's not impossible right now. I just think we're a little bit behind. Okay, Frostbane slash. It's okay. There's one. Here's two. I'm almost back to Incarn, and then I'll be actually chilling in this. Is Plater still... Yeah, you could use Plater or Platinator. Both of them work. I can chain the Grave Blade, no problem. Like, we can start pulling this up a little. Here we go. I don't die to any... I'm in Incarn now. So I, by the way, cannot die for the rest of this key. My team has to live. And the question is, do I pull Cold Wraith into mini-boss? Yes or no? Yes or no? That's the question. Do I need to? I feel like I need to. I feel like last boss is 4 minutes, though. No, the Ret Pally's dead. That's what I'm worried about. I feel like as long as he's not execution setting to the wrong target, now we have to. I don't think we actually had to do that to time, to be honest, because my DK... So my DK will need to grip it, first of all. And it's extremely toxic, this pull. Because I need my DK to grip it if I do this right here. Shit, now our timer is really tight. Holy, though. DK, grip, 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 please. Thank you. Why doesn't the Pally use wall or bubble? That is a great question. I do not know. Is that who? Is that Haha? Oh, yeah, that's the... We had 18 Windrunner Spire deco, and then unfortunately we had 2 Ret Pally deaths, and then we also Haha panicked on the last boss on accident and got hit, and so we had time, and then we did not have time. It was so sad. We would have had 18 Windrunner, which would have been a really cool key to have. Even this key here, with the death log looks like this right now. Are we sure he... Well, who meleeed him on the first pull? I gotta check. So this death right here, for example, the Iceborne Proto Drake, he's... Okay, if he execution sentences the Drake, that's not the right prio target. I think you can still maybe kill last boss in 4 minutes, by the way. Like, just under 4 minutes. It'll be 3:30 with Lust. It'll be really, really tight. It'll be super close. You get 2 phases, that's it. This guy needs to be dead right now. We're literally at the end. This guy really needs to be dead. Holy. We moved a bit too much, but still. Okay, people are alive. Like, we're at the end. I've positioned this as literally best as I can. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're just... That one death in the hallway just now cost it. So, to be fair, the reason he died here is because he took the Proto Drake. Lust adds 330, bro. It's like I think we're. I don't know, man. I think it's cooked. You get. Man. I don't think so. I think it's gonna be just a little bit shy. There's so much we can do to min-max this. Like I can position the boss closer, as an example, to the next puddles. So what I can do here is I can come like this, right? And then I can position the boss right here so that my melee can have more uptime. But we have melee. We have 2 melee in this. Is this like... So obviously the deaths are counting against the timer a lot. But I also wonder if it's a difference of playing with a DK whose damage is a little lower. I don't think he's fully geared. Okay, watch it. So we're going to basically go toward the next thing. We move this guy toward the next, because this is where the ad's going to spawn. Okay. I have Giga aggro. Good grip, good grip. Perma aggro here. As long as... If we have perfect funnel damage, like it's possible, I think. I don't think it's impossible. Our route, it's the funnel on the boss is the only reason we had extra percentage. Dolkrop, the route, there's a few mobs that I pull for funnel on purpose. I don't think so. That was with Lust. I can even, like I said, I can do everything right to position him here. Who meleeed him the first time? The first Graveblade. Was it the first or the second Grave? If I was playing a Rat Pally and I thought I could steal aggro off a tank, I would definitely focus the target who I thought I should focus. And the first pull, he should be focusing the Lich, which is just a little bit of a miscommunication. We're going to be off for sure. It's the same thing as the Windrunner. But the question is, do you want to keep or finish? Because there's basically no way that we're actually going to be able to do it. We have a DK who can grip the ad into us. I can Vortex in the middle. I go here, in cap, second Thrash, and a War Stomp. This would give like a ton of funnel damage if he times his execution sentence perfectly, but he's not going to get another one because it's a 1-minute cooldown. I am frustrated that like the threat issues are technically what cost this key. Like that does frustrate me a little bit. He execution sentence the Graveblade, which should be the Lich because that targets the main target though. Keep or finish. Granted, like I'm assuming he wants to keep it, right? To 17, because it's a really easy 17 to get back up. Plus it is 17. Okay. Lich doesn't always walk in on the first pack. I taunted early. But granted, that first one, that's like a reasonable thing of like, you know what? If he just ripped on the first one, that's fine though. The second one, no, I know. I'm looking stream. No, the only thing is, so the first one, that's kind of on me. Like I understand this though. Look on stream. The second one, if you sentence the Drake, I'm targeting the Graveblade. We have to basically watch the targets here. Who is this one? Oh, this one was he just died to the no defensive on this. That was no defensive there. The third one was Ore Chunks. Okay, 2 deaths there were actually. So he only died twice to aggro, to be fair. The third one, okay, 2 deaths were to aggro. The first 2 in... Yeah. Pally has like 2 ways to drop threat. No. That one he had all of his defensives up. Oh yeah. Just the third death. The last one too. It's okay. So the first 2 though. The first one was Can't he just defensive first? Well, he could have defensived here, though. The first two... Ret Pally, I don't know. Are you... Let me ask him. Out of curiosity. It's totally fine. Like, the first two, there was not much I could do about. The first one, there's not much I can do about this. I don't know which Graveblade he was targeting, and the only thought process is which one was he targeting. Because that one, I mean, I could try to taunt. There's two Graveblades in the first poll. I focus the Lich is the problem. Otherwise, I have to specifically taunt off of him, which is what I did, though, right? No. Well, these two deaths, to be fair, these two are just... That one you got hit by ore chunks. So that's his fault. The second one here, you had every defensive, and he could have used it there, but it's not the end of the world. He can't argue that all of the deaths are not his fault, because two of them are, but that's okay. In Season 2, I had to run away from the pack when Bloodweeds was a hop. I think that some awareness, like if you're playing Execution Sentence and you really think you're going to rip, if I was playing Ret Pally, I can tell you that I would position very differently, or I would at least consider a bop or something. And there were many deaths where he had something, but to be fair, he shouldn't have to worry about threat. If I'm in the middle of a pack and I am specifically taunting the mob, but the only problem is these two, the only times he took aggro were the two mobs that the Proto Drake is the problem. This one was, he could have actually changed the way he did that, though. He could run out is the thing. That's what I'm thinking, right? But never did a pre-pop. He never did a pre-pop, though. The first pull, there's not much I can do about. This one is like, this one, understandable threat. This one here, the problem is he hit the Proto Drake. But he shouldn't be hitting the Proto Drake. He should hit this. He should be hitting the Graveblade there. Changing any talents? No, I mean, I'm going to continue playing my build, most likely. No, he never did a pre-bop. He never used a lot of the options that he had. I'm just taking a look here, though. Here. It is crazy that he can rip from me in the literal middle of my key. What is this? What I was just looking at? MDT. That map? MDT. I made actually a YouTube short about it today. If you don't know what MDT is, you definitely need to get this. Okay. So first poll, this is just, it is crazy that you can rip from me, by the way, on first poll. That is insane to me. This poll, basically, in order for me to keep threat from you from the dungeon, I was actually full taunting the mob, but this poll here, you opened on the Proto Drake. I'm targeting the Graveblade. So that's why you got threat on this guy, but I always target this guy. And this guy is the prio target because this one, he has less health and he's not important, but this one is the one that's important. So if you were targeting him, then maybe, but it's crazy that you can rip threat from me while I'm in full cooldowns gathering almost perfectly. That is actually wild that you have the opportunity, like you actually can rip threat from me is pretty crazy. The only thing I would say in the future is if you think you're going to rip threat, either pre-bop or just get out of range for a second. Like that kind of sucks, but I basically, so in all of these polls, the reason you didn't rip threat here, for example, is because I was thinking to myself, if you're going to hit this Graveblade, I'm going to focus him and taunt him. The same thing happened here where I go, okay, I'm going to walk in here and taunt the Graveblade. But you actually hit the Proto Drake, which is why you stole threat here. After the first pull, which is, there are two Graveblades in here, so this is the problem. Technically, the prio target here would actually be the Lich. You could focus this Graveblade, but this one's hard because there are two in here. I don't know which one you're hitting. I taunted the wrong one, basically. So that one, that's not, I don't know what to do about that. This one, however, for threat reasons, you want to make sure that you're focusing the target that I'm focusing. Because if you can actually big a massive sentence on a mob that I'm not targeting, that's why I started actually using skull marks throughout the key. That was the miscommunication. I literally started actually marking targets with a skull because I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, so Devour Demon Hunter has basically never ripped threat from me. And to be fair, the only two deaths were to aggro were the first pull, which you had aggro on one of these Graveblades, You could wait a second. I don't know. That one was just tough. Like, I don't know what I can do about this. This one, however, you got hit by the Proto Drake. And so if you had hit the Grave Blade instead of the Proto Drake, you would not have ripped from me because I had taunted him specifically. I actually weave taunts into my rotation so that I can hold threat from you. Does that make sense? Otherwise, honestly, with keys, like the timer is not that bad. And the previous dungeon, the Windrunner's Spire, also, like, you didn't steal threat from me at any point in that dungeon except the first pull. And that's still not what killed you. But you didn't steal threat from me at any point, but it was mostly because there's a clear prio target. So I know that you're going to basically say, like, I know you're going to execution sentence the big target, which means that I taunt the big target. Does that make sense? But I'm like racking my brain. Honestly, I should not have to do that. Like, if I'm in the middle of a pack, you should not be able to rip from me. Not when I'm like full cooldowns in a pack. But it is sad that still happens, actually. The other two deaths are this one here. You could technically have just auto defensive because you don't need bubble anywhere else and you don't need divine shield. So this one you could have done something. If I was a DPS player thinking going into this pull, I'm thinking I'm going to auto. If I have a defensive, I'm going to use it there. But it is kind of crazy you can rip threat from me, though. I mean, maybe Mini CC was wrong. I saw you had everything, but this could very well be wrong. I don't know. It's hard to say. Is threat a consequence of massive bear nerfs? If you can rip from me like that, I've got to imagine you can rip from another tank like that. Because, to be fair, all the keys we did earlier, I didn't lose threat at all. Like, even the Windrunner Spire, there was no threat problem. So it was just this key. And the real issue with this key was just that we were focusing different targets. But yeah, so like the only thing here was like, let's say that I open in this pack. I'm focusing the gargoyle and then you're focusing this guy and then I lose threat. But it is crazy that I have to think about it. You know what I mean? What's up, Oddly? Yeah. Oof. We were just doing an 18 and I was like, oh my God, like I'm fucking getting clapped, bro. Holy. Like the bear is tanky, but I actually could not hold threat from the rep valley was just straight execution sentencing into stuff though. Not some aggro problems, it's just worse on others. Yeah, I mean, have you ever ripped, Pally, can I ask you a question? Have you ripped from a Brewmaster? Like, ever? Yeah, maybe if we got 50% more auto attack damage, it would solve the problem. It's possible, Vati. Have you ever ripped from Brewmaster at all? Out of curiosity? It's not your fault, by the way. Like, it's by the way, I'm trying to come up with a solution in case we play again. Not your fault. Like, I don't blame you. It's not a blame thing. I'm trying to figure out like how the, like, okay, so when I do it again, how, let me, by the way, tell this healer, I don't know. Thank you for group, by the way, and letting me tank some 18s. 18s, it was fun. Sorry for asking, of course. I had to ask. I've been going for verse haste. Yeah, that's about right. I mean, you could go haste verse. I see many bears gearing great. When we're gearing right now, Hezek, don't worry about it because we're mostly playing whatever trinket we're playing whatever rings we have, whatever this we have. This set happens to be crit haste ring, but if you want this set, it's going to be like this. Don't think about the secondary stats too much. They don't matter a lot for bear. You could totally play many different ways if that makes sense, though. All right. Ooh. Yeah, that hurt. That was tough. Thank you so much. You're welcome. No problem about it. No problem. Can I see your build? Yeah, of course. This is a build I'm playing, though. Dude, I don't know, Deco. The fact that I was, by the way, I'm like full Incarn. Like, that's like Incarn 3-stack Thrash. But it only happens, I guess, as of right now, Devour doesn't rip threat from me. In all the keys we've done, like Deco, in all the keys we've done, has threat ever been an issue? I don't think so. I'm trying to think about it. Like maybe once, but pretty much never, except this last one. It's only like once or twice that it happens. This is the build I'm playing. It's linked in Discord if you want it. Oof, wild, by the way. Crazy, dude. Crazy. It's just sad to lose the 18s to those reasons. Oof. It is true. I mean, we have, but I've played with like Devour before in Moena. It's not a problem. I do think that also if Polly was a little bit, I don't know what Polly's item level is, but I feel like the 18 start to become definitely you start to feel the timer on 18. I think Deco, when we play with our comp, it won't be an issue. But I start to, like, the bosses took a long time. I don't know if Polly's listening to stream. I don't know if that's here. Are you re-rolling to Unholy? Is Hunter not to play? But even with I'm still able to hold threat against Devours most of the time. At least. For most of the time. Now, it's sad that I didn't quite get 18 though. And need to rip a star. Even then, Skull, I mean, you've played with me. I still don't... If a Devourer steals threat from me at the very least, though... Do you watch the race? I was watching last night, and I was, like, sitting there, Obly, looking at Mythic Lura, thinking to myself, I am so happy that I don't have to do this boss. Holy... Like, I was honestly sitting there just being like, I am so happy I don't have to do this. Where did I find the build? Go to Guardian Druid builds. That's the one. So we could do more keys later. Now, granted, I logged in today, and the first thing I thought was, oh, I'd like to play Resto Druid. That was the plan. Caesar's in it. 16 Skyreach. I do already have it. I can go play with Caesar for fun. Dude, that fight is insane. That is ridiculous. Now, the question is, where's Echo right now? When I went to bed last night, it was like 3 a.m. But basically, when I went to bed out of curiosity, I thought Liquid was going to kill. I thought I was going to wake up and Liquid was going to kill it. I wake up and it turns out that there's a damn secret phase, and they didn't kill it. However, goddamn, if I was Liquid and I tried to sleep right now, would you be able to sleep, dude? Like, honest to God, would you be able to go to bed? I feel like there's no shot I'm sleeping, right? Where are they right now? Dude, Echo's at P4. Echo's going to win, right? Because, like, you can't... Like, Liquid could not have gone to bed. That was the mistake. Like, actually, if Liquid going to sleep is basically the GG's. The fact that they couldn't actually kill it after seeing the secret phase, I mean... But, I mean, so, of course, I mean, they have to, but it just feels so bad. Like, Laura while trying to purge... Yeah, dude. I mean, so I feel like Laura was going to be easier, but they saw how the race was going, and they like, emergency buffed it. Like, that's kind of what it feels like, right? All right. Oh, you're going back? Can I do the 17 with you guys? If you'll have me, would you mind if I do the 17 with you, haha? I would still like to if you'll have me. If not, all good. But I actually do need 17. So, wait, can I come? I can't sign up because some bug. No, let me sign up. Don't take somebody. Can I come? Can I come 17? If you have me? Question mark. I mean, so it's weird. Like, I feel like I want the 17s, but at the same time, I don't really need them because next week they're going to be so much easier. Can I come 17? If you don't want me, that's okay. I am not that stressed. Like, we'll get them later, though. Yeah, I'm, like, super bugged right now. That's crazy that I feel so bad for the Rat Pally, man. Honestly, I feel bad because, like, it's not his fault. Like, there's some things that he could do to mitigate aggro, but I should not. Like, if I wasn't targeting the mob or if he hit things early, like, that would be a completely different world. But the fact that he is technically capable, I'm literally weaving taunt into my rotation. That is a wild thing to have to do. And my build arguably has, like, really good threat. What happened? Oh, we were doing an 18 pit of Sauron. We were doing an 18 pit, and the Rat Pally managed to steal aggro from me on the first 2 pulls. So he got aggro on the Graveblade and then died on the first pull. That was super sad. But then he also got aggro on the second pull. Now, this was a miscommunication in terms of which target. So he was hitting the Drake, and he stole aggro on the Drake. I was hitting the Graveblade. I thought it was going to be the opposite. But, like, I started having to actually taunt, like manually taunt the target I thought he was going to execution sentence, which is great for Ret Pally because he has insane prio damage. But the fact that we lost the key by like 20 seconds, started to get a little bit tight. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's wild. How are they going to be easier next week? Just getting an extra piece? Yeah, just the vault. So I am sitting on right now this amount of crests. Oh, Obly. Yo, are you in Thailand yet? Wait, am I allowed to say that? I don't know if you were told that everybody were coming. Are you you here? When is your flight? I don't actually remember like what the schedule is. No, like sorry. No, I'm not. No, who? Mua, are you in Thailand yet? I'm just asking. This is the question I'm asking everybody. Dynasty, are you in Thailand yet? Tyrion, Tyron, Brian, are you in Thailand yet? Deco lols, are you in Thailand yet? Caesar, are you in Thailand yet? You see, I'm just asking everybody. I'm actually totally flying tomorrow. Oh, that's awesome. Let me know if you need any recommendations. Fly out tomorrow. I'm at your front door. That's why I'm typing. Open up. No. Caesar, I know what you look like. Just bench the door down. Oh, Bardio is literally in Thailand. Yeah. And of course, everybody knows. Okay. Yeah. Caesar, I know what you look like. Just literally just bench the door. It's fine. You're chilling. Allure is definitely squeezing every single thing out of Echo. It's one of those, like just Dementius too. Dementius was the same thing where you're like, oh my God, this boss is so hard. It's like it's unkillable. Wait, where is Echo right now? Let me look. It's insane. They're not, so Echo hasn't, so Echo's 65% phase 4. Oof. Yes, 100% it will, Deco. Oh, what is that about Macro Iron Fur? So, the dude tank, first of all, good name. Second of all, when you macro Iron Fur, I am spending all my rage on my Iron Fur, but it also means that I never have to cast it. So, for example, if I took Iron Fur off my bars, I would be fine. I would still be able to tank because it is just macroed into my Thrash. Now, something, by the way, that was a good tip that I had been doing for a while when I had this Thrash is that I was going to change the location of these macros. So I'm going to do Iron Fur first, actually. This will help me a little bit. Thursday? Yeah, that's fine. Press that early? No, you're fine. Yeah, I wonder if I take Thursday off, actually. I was thinking about it. I was thinking, you know what would probably be healthy? I don't like that this is true. But you know what I should do? Probably not play WoW every day of my life, right? Oh, Mua is good if you want him. I tell them, Mua is good if you want him. He in stream friend. Hold on, I try to get you in, Mua. I see you in there. Also, I can hold from the Ret Pally. If you want the Ret Pally again, that will also be fine. Please convince him to take a day off. Well. Hold up. I need help with threat. My friend started playing some. Okay, so Sleeping Boy. I would love to tell you I have a perfect solution. There are some specs, like a Red Pally, who can steal threat from you regardless. VOD analysis day. So focusing this Kiyobu, let him invite. I'm hopefully going to get... It's not your fault, by the way. It's crazy. It's like absolutely insane that you are still capable of doing that. Yeah, sounds like current plan is probably best. Oh, yeah, no, that's why. I was saying that day, that morning, right? Yeah. No problem, Pally. You good. You want to play? I mean, I think he's AFK, but I am not sure. He also streams. I mean, you can go ask him on his stream if you really want to, but I think he's AFK right now. Man, next week, Deco. So, first of all, 17s next week are definitely the goal, right? I think 17 AA is going to be the hard part. Yeah, you got him. Okay, good. Hi, Oren. Dropping by to say hi. Thank you. Bye, Oren. Have a good night. The deserter is... Yeah. That's why nobody is queuing for his key, because you got deserter. You got this. Dude, losing the keys, like, this is the first time that timer has been. I still think that the build works. Why do you spec into the 5% physical? Great question, Tyron. Now, yeah. No more death. I got you. Just do coaching? All right, good luck, Obly. I'll probably have touched high soil. All right, sounds good though. You have a bit of the trenches, bro. I can't believe that I fucking lost. Threat is not something I pride myself on being good at it. Okay, so Mallory, what we're gonna do? Here's the plan. Are you listening? I've got a plan. I've got you. You ready? If there's a pole and there's like two big targets, if I mark one with skull, I'm taunting that one. Aha! Okay? That's yeah. I mean, Deco, I'm pretty sure the plan next week, if we actually have a little group, of course, is this. So number one. Oh, yes, Tyrant, I got you. I'll do that in a second. Deco, I think all 17s, no problem. 18s, we can get most 18s. 18 Algathar Academy is the one we might have to fight for. But I really think that next week, like doing these 18s now, for example, no problem. No problem. I think we're going to be okay. Okay, the 5% physical over the 5% arcane. Caesar, bring you. Ask Haha. I still think Mua's here though. Oh, the 18 Algathar though. I feel like the threat issues are completely gone too. Not Omega, dude. He was ripping from me 15 seconds into the poll, which is a pretty wild thing to think about. Mua, if you want, just like I told him to invite you, but I don't know if he will. Your IO is too low this season, Mua. He doesn't know that you're a Giga title player. He doesn't understand that you're a Omega Giga, titler. Hi, Mr. Qualud. I feel like the thread is complete. Yeah, yeah. Oh, he took a different DK. Mua, it sucks. He took a DK that's OCE ping and the same item level as you. Ooh, that's gotta feel bad. That's tough. Moa, are you capital city main? No, it's okay. Moa, if you ever want to play, you let me know. Oh, we just pulls that with gateway where you skip the Echo Knight with the 2-pack below. Ooh, can you? Wait. You can do that. Personally, I wouldn't take that move. You say your idol which season you want, basically. Wait, you can do what now, Deco? There's a gateway where you can skip the Echo Knight. You can? Yeah, there's an easy. You would just the percentage there. You would just need Wait a second. This 3-pack. You just need to snap. You need to get this snap working. There is a way to snap this. I just don't know. You just need to snap this, and you can skip these. This, I mean, that would absolutely. You can skip this. How? Yes, I will. Got you. No, Tyrant. I got you. I could do it. I got you in a second. Wait, how? Can you explain this to me? Because this Ravager is better. You would just need to snap this. We figured out when we were testing gateways. Okay. If you can gateway that, all you would need to do is snap that Ravager to this, which is a scary pack, by the way. But if you can do that, then you actually combine this. You snap over here, and then that's the percentage. Oh, okay. That would be great. If that's possible, let's do that. That's a great idea. Yeah. Even for 17, though, we don't even need to do that. But let's do it. Okay. All right, let's go. All right. What's up, buddies? Ooh. Deco, that's actually really good. Okay. Let's do it. I'm excited for Wednesday. If I have to take another socket from Vault, I will not be. I thought they fixed the snap as well because I had tried it twice on retail. It worked on beta, but it doesn't work on retail. Same with that one. But somebody told me that they were able to get that snap, and I'm like, Question is, how can you be so good at this game and not be toxic? That's a good question, Jastix. I think that it's a question Zinnia asked me earlier. I am now, since I've been streaming, and since this season, I really wanted to kind of play a little bit more and get some more IO. I have actually gotten the choice. I've gotten the chance to play. That's great. Let's talk about that. But let me answer Tyron's question first. Can I talk about it over the key? I'd love to answer that question because I think it's a very, very good one, though. Yes, but Tyron. Buddies cheered 100 bits. Now, buddies, I believe in taking the initiative in life. And you know what's better than one Burger King milkshake? 2 Burger King milkshakes. I want to be an independent person. So I didn't wait for nobody to give me bits for the milkshake fund today. I already bought them. Because 3 milkshakes. Interesting. That could work. Yes, 900 more bits, and I tell you what, I'll get a 3rd milkshake tomorrow. Someone downstairs is missing their milkshake. No, I just got 2 for myself today. All right, this key for sure. Here we go. 5%. Okay, this is wrong. The way that this ability reads is actually wrong. I want you to take a look at this Tyron, and I should actually make a clip because it's just something that all Guardian Druid tanks should know. Truly. Okay, because it's one of the worst tooltips of all time. You're right for asking. Hey, I'm a Loon's Chosen. Why am I playing the 5% physical damage node? Okay. All Guardian Druid tanks should know this. This choice node right here between Circle of the Wild and Circle of the Heavens is functionally wrong. It doesn't actually work the way that it says that it works. This says magical damage dealt by your spells is increased by 5%. But this is not magical damage dealt. Because you're right for thinking that you would think, oh, well, Thrash is arcane and you definitely want to play this because Moonfire, Thrash, whatever. This is magical damage dealt by spells. So anything that isn't a Guardian Druid spell, which is only Moonfire. Whereas this says physical damage by your abilities, which is every Guardian Druid ability that isn't Moonfire, which means Lunar Beam is buffed by Circle of the Wild. Thrash, even though it's arcane damage, is buffed by Circle of the Wild. Mangle, every ability is buffed by Circle of the Wild except Moonfire. So no matter what Guardian Druid you're playing, what build you're playing, you always play Wild. Does that make sense? It's the worst tooltip in the game. It's actually doesn't make any sense whatsoever because you would think immediately like, oh, of course you play Matt. You always play Wild. Because this is only Moonfire, and that's everything else. Does that make sense? Heart of the Wild, sorry. Heart of the Wild here, yes, but I want to use it anyways. So it does take me out of Druid form, but that's not a problem. Jastix, I would love to answer your question. I have now gotten the opportunity to play with some awesome people, and we're about to tank a 17. Now, in that 18, there are some mistakes I could have made. Yeah? Maluri. That Lich. No, that Graveblade. You see this Graveblade right here? Can you execution sentence this one? I will taunt him. Deal? If you're listening to this right now, you taunt that one. That one right there. Not the first one in this poll. And then every other one, I'll try my best to mark it with Skull so you don't rip from me. Wild. Yeah. I will try so hard. I know. I'll try my absolute best. All right, ready? Let's go. Here we go. Bam. Cool. Big key. Let's do it. I don't want to lose aggro again. All right, so go out of bear form. Jastix, I'll answer your question momentarily. Here we go. I roar, and here we go. Yeah, you can actually. So I want to use this ability because it will help me with threat as well. So I'm going to Starfall, for example. Now, this is just a little bit for threat reasons. It's no other reason aside from the fact that it's just threat. It's not actually technically to min-max my damage. If I really wanted to min-max my damage, I would be really, really focused on focusing that Starfall afterward. But because I just want to make sure that I have threat, I'm going to immediately triple taunt this Graveblade because I'm worried about my Ret Pally ripping from me. Ret Pally does such an insane amount of burst with their execution sentence that he will steal threat from me in the middle of this pull, which is wild. So I have to be like extra careful about my threat in this key. Shouldn't be a problem, though. I'm very confident about living. Guardian Druid is very tanky. Would be great if I got a Disease Dispel, because that will keep me very good here. There we go. Just tank your first 15. Nice. Congratulations. I hope people really enjoy this season. But, Jastix, you asked me a very good question. How do I stay not toxic? First of all, it's because of my perspective on the game. World of Warcraft has this very strange problem. The higher you get in World of Warcraft, the less people seem to enjoy the game. It's something that I've noticed as I push IO. Like, we're in a 17. This is week 2 of the season. You know, we're pushing keys. But the more that you actually end up playing with people who are, like, really good at the game, in a weird way, the less joy there seems to be. And honestly, it's weird. Like, I can't fully explain it, but it's something along the lines of maybe it becomes a chore, but I also think that it's an incentivized structure in the game. So for example, title is only the top 0.1%, right? And there becomes this very weird dilemma where it's like, you have to get it. Because if you don't get title, I don't know if you know this, but your mother will never love you again. And that's honestly what it feels like. At the highest end of WoW, it feels like if you don't accomplish the goal that you set out to do, then you have failed, which is strange. Because the second you attach failure as part of the game, you also make it personal. And if you make it personal, then people will take it personally. You get that? And I think that that actually is what creates a lot of toxicity at the highest level. For me, I have a different goal. Whether or not I get title, I know that my mother will love me because she's awesome. But it's just not why I play the game. You understand? I'm joking about this. But I'm kind of not joking about this. In a lot of ways, I'm actually being very serious. I'm being dead serious, in fact. Because there is a problem of World of Warcraft. Everybody knows there is more toxicity than there used to be. I think it's a result of gamers changing. I think it's a result of our motivation for playing the game changing, but I also think it's the actual structure of the game has changed as well. It used to be that everyone could play. You know, WoW was the most accessible game. If you had a computer and you were willing to pay the sub... Oh my god, my Red Pally, he took it from me. I'm so sorry, Red Pally. I'm so sorry. I tried. I have 5 stacks of thrash and everything, but I didn't actually weave taunt into my rotation. I'm so sorry for you. I didn't weave a 3rd taunt into my rotation, so he took me on the Graveblade. I saw it happen in slow motion. I saw him cast on you, and I was like, oh no, that is wild, by the way, that somehow I still lose threat that far into a pull, playing the build that actually has the most potential snap threat. That's ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous that this happens, man. This is crazy. This is the most wild thing. I'm so sorry to my Red Pally. I had full 5 stacks of thrash. I just didn't weave taunt into the rotation. Oh my lord. Yes. So exactly. I think that what they need to do is if there were actually more ranks and stepping stones in World of Warcraft, I think it would help a lot because expectations are what create toxicity. At the end of the day, it's actually an expectational problem more than anything else. Did we pull something? Why am I being pinged? Ooh, we have a cold wraith in here. Okay. So how am I going to adjust the route? That's okay. So we have a cold wraith. I think that I'm going to still go ahead and pull this into here. And then I'm going to mark the target with a skull. I know I'm taking the first slash. I'm going to put this for my Rat Pally here. This is going to be a little bit harder on my healer because these cold wraiths are actually no joke. We're going to Vortex Typhoon in the middle. And I think that there is a way for them to solve this, and it has to do with basically kind of helping World of Warcraft players understand what it is that they actually want them to do. Because one of the things that I think is interesting is that it used to be back in Classic that you would load in as a level 1 to Elwyn Forest or wherever you decided to start, and they didn't tell you what to do. There were no daily quests. There was no mission. It wasn't a rush to get to endgame. It wasn't about optimizing your play. It was about enjoying the game. Now, gamers in general have changed. So if they did that again, it wouldn't work. Like if they made the game so open-ended without any objectives at all, then actually you might find out that you're not going to be able to retain players and people might not like your game because it's important that, hold on, let me take one more slash here, blah, blah, blah. People do need to enjoy your game. I believe I need one more enforcer, and I'm hoping very much that I'm right about this route. But you ask me, how do I basically stay positive about the game? Because I play for fun. Because for me, this game is a game of absolute wonder. It's the world of Azeroth. It's World of Warcraft. It's not World of League of Legends. I don't play this game like I play League of Legends. If I wanted that, I would play League of Legends. I play this game because it allows me to connect with people across the world, and I know what my priorities are.
It's not about whether LoL is a good game. It's about whether the fact that League of Legends, it's structured in a way that is inherently competitive. The whole point of playing League is not necessarily to enjoy the match, it's to win the match. The second people quote, for example, that World of Warcraft lost the plot when Dungeon Finder was introduced back in Kata. Do you remember? You've heard this back in Wrath of Lich King, yeah? This was an argument I've heard many people say, that when Dungeon Finder was introduced, the social elements of WoW was absolutely shattered. And, you know, it was GG's for WoW since that point. However, I don't think that's what did WoW in. I don't think that that's the fall of WoW. I think that the fall of WoW was when we cared more about parsing and rank and numbers. Whoops, we missed the freedom. It's okay. He might be able to live. Good spirit link, actually. I think it's when we started caring more about our rank and less about playing with our friends. Because what really happened to World of Warcraft, and the thing that people are feeling without being able to put into words, is the fact that you can't play with the people that you want to play with. Because maybe there's no skill parity anymore. But since when did that become a problem? It used to be that Mr. Steve at 40 years old would come back after his 9-to-5 job, try to give his wife a few minutes of happiness if he was having a good day, settle the kids, and then at 9 p.m. everything was done. And he could finally log on to his favorite game. And he didn't have to be good at the game, but he knew that he had a guild, and if he wanted to do some dungeons or some questing or some leveling, he was going to have a great time in the world of Azeroth. And nowadays, Steve is going to get absolutely yelled at and flamed for not knowing his complicated 7-button rotation or his 2-button rotation, doesn't matter. The point is, we started valuing his performance more than him. But that wasn't how it used to be. It actually used to be that we valued the player. Players aren't actually important anymore. Now what's important is numbers. Did you do good damn? Did you parse well? Do you have IO? I actually think that that's the downfall of WoW. That's what really did it in. Now, it's not WoW's fault necessarily. It's actually a result of gaming changing in general. It's a combination of the fact that games have changed and the fact that WoW went too far into that change, by the way. Because the mistake that World of Warcraft made was thinking that that was going to be the right play. There are so many games that people love. It's not complicated. Because playing a very optimized, complicated game, although fun, by the way, is not necessary. That's not what, when, for example, Midnight came around and everybody was very worried about the pruning, yeah? Please tell me I'm on the right forge. Okay, thank God. Whew. Midnight came around and everybody was terrified. Oh, my class is not going to be the same. I've been pruned and this and that. And, how you guys feel about it now? Now that you've actually gotten to the chance to play it, do you notice it? I don't think that many people will say, oh yeah, my class is terrible now, because what you actually care about is not how it feels as much as you do. Most people, and this is maybe for the higher end of WoW, what you care about probably more than how it feels is, are you doing good damn? For example, if your class was reduced to 2 buttons, but you are one of the top performing specs, do you feel bad or good right now? If you're being played by the race to world first, do you feel bad or good right now? And I think that people, what they don't understand is that what you get out of this game today, in the modern kind of era of WoW, is actually the ability to perform in front of other people. And it's a proxy for real life. Because in real life, performing in front of other people is scary and sometimes requires abilities that you might not have. But in game, well, you can be a really good tank at whatever level you decide to be. And that feels good. You get rewarded for being a good tank. People want to play with you. But then you have to be the meta tank, because now, again, you're not being valued because of the player you are. You're being valued because you're good. But skill comes and goes. Are you playing the meta? Why is the meta so important? You know that actually you can time pretty much any key. I am playing the most off-meta build. It's not necessarily... Guardian Druid's fine right now. It's not the meta tank. Bro, I'm playing the most... I have been told by the Guardian Druid Discord, among other people, that the build I am playing is so bad, I am trolling my keys, and that I will never be able to time a key with this build. You know, it's the worst build ever. But I enjoy it. And no one asked me about, oh shit, all right, I think we're killing boss. We're killing boss, right? Kill boss, commit. Holy commit. Oh my God, scary commit. Wow, very scary. So, no one asked me. So for example, a lot of people come into stream and I'm doing competitive content, which matters, by the way. Do I take increased frost damage here? I have to be a little careful. I think our timer is so fine. I think we're going to grab dragon in next pull. Let's just play this nice and safe because, oh, there it is. Now you can just immediately die to that first kick going off. So that's what's scary about this pull. Very scary pull, actually. Incredibly scary. Let's just make sure we do this right, yeah? I rebuff real fast. And then here we go. Yep, we're chilling. No one asks me, what's the most fun way to play Guardian right now? You know, I've never gotten that question. Whole month, by the way. 3 months of beta testing. No one asked me, what's the most fun way to play Guardian? Everybody asks me, what's the meta? What do I have to play? Do I have to I love Blood DK, but I'm a little worried. Like, I want to be able to get my 10s and my portals this season, maybe even push for 3K. Am I going to be able to play Blood DK? Anyone who's actually competitive knows, yes, of course. But the amounts of fear that you actually might not be able to play the game is crazy. Oops, okay, we're having a few little deaths here. It is still a 17, so we just got to make sure we're paying a little bit of attention. And it's like, of course you can. But again, the reason that people care about meta is because they want to be able to play their favorite game. You know what I mean? Like, the thing is that's the reason that they're asking me these questions, is because what they don't want to do is sit in the capital city for the entire time. And again, this is all to answer your question about why am I not toxic? Because I don't play this game for score. I enjoy the competitive aspect. I enjoy pushing, but I'm not trying to be rank 1 in the world. I'm actually just trying to have a good day. My life is already stressful enough. I kind of don't want WoW to be a game that I have to stress in. So I want to play a build that's going to allow me to be omega tanky as long as it works and it doesn't troll my team, which it doesn't. Then I want to be able to enjoy the game. That's my goal. I think that's a pretty good goal. What do you think? I think it's a great goal. And that's my mission. That's my objective. Every day I log in, I think to myself, how can I have more fun today? And I'll say streaming is a huge part of that. But I just think that that's a massively... You're asking me, and that's what's missing from World of Warcraft. That's basically, in my opinion, what is wrong. People think that there is a very right way and a very wrong way to play, and that simply isn't true. The best way to play World of Warcraft is however you most enjoy it. That's the truth. It's not about the meta build or the meta this. It's about, do you have fun? That's what matters. All right, let me lock in a little bit, by the way, because we do have the 17 like pretty easy right now, but I wouldn't say it's a given. We do have to still play well. We could lose it at this point. It would be kind of sad. It would be a little sad if we lost it. My poor Ret Pally still had an aggro death. This thing is here. You know, that's tough. Does that answer your question, though? Is fun an option in this game? As crazy... You know, the thing is, right? Sleeping Boy, you asked me that as a joke. Hey, can you have fun in WoW? But if I told you right now, guys, I'm gonna blow your mind. Are you ready for this? I play WoW for fun. You're gonna be like, oh, what? The fact that that's a surprising answer is insane. Like that is wild and should tell you basically everything you need to know about the priorities being all sorts of messed up. Because it's actually kind of true. Like, if as funny as that sounds, it's not a joke. You're actually sitting there and you're like, "What? Really? You can have?" It's like, yes, yes, you can. And I do think that it's kind of problematic that it's maybe not the norm, that that's just true. You know what I mean? In my opinion, that there could be something wrong with that situation. Let me make sure I don't die. Kick the death bolt. All right. So our timer is completely fine if we don't have any more deaths. If we have a bunch more deaths, we could actually have a little bit of a problem. So, Malindrim, worst thing is I just pug. And so if you pug, all of a sudden it matters. People don't even join your key. It is actually insane. Yes, it is insane. By the way, speaking of Windwalker Monk, is Windwalker Monk good or bad for keys right now? In your estimation, would you say from the meta, if you're a high key pusher, if you're listening to my stream right now and you're listening to this and you're like, is Windwalker good or bad? I actually queued into an offline key last night. I couldn't sleep. I've been having some sleep problems. And I queued into was it a 17 last night? I don't really remember. I think it was a 17 into a 16 or something. And I actually found Dabnil. Randomly. You know who Dabnil is? Giga Windwalker. Massive Windwalker. Do you not mangle in this build? Nope. It's a weird build. It's a weird build. It's my favorite build, but it's definitely a weird one. This is a no mangle, no apex, no maul EC build that I have kind of cooked up for myself. It does a bit less damage, but overall still can be competitive. And I believe I can time, like we actually had the 18 in here, but we had a collection of deaths that made the timer a little bit tight. I do think there's a key level where potentially Freezies, I'll need to play a more stereotypical build when the damage check becomes a bit more apparent. But I believe we're going to time the 17 right now, and I don't think we're going to have many issues with it, though. Okay, so I need to kick this first one so it follows me. This is a very dangerous tank pull. I'm going to mark one with Skull right now. This is for my Ret Pally, because this is, again, one of those pulls where I'm going to let him know this is the one I'm focusing. And I will taunt, triple taunt, quadruple taunt. I'm going to weave it into my rotation. You can blast, Mr. Ret Pally. I've got this now. Certainly, you can't... Look at my rotation. Look how many growls I'm taunting on the Skull target. You can't rip from me now. No aggro problems here. It's crazy that this little thing. I can't believe I have to weave in taunts to my actual rotation so that I don't just randomly lose threat like 20 seconds into a pull, right? What about Rage from Mangle? So there's a lot of nuances to this build. If you want the specific guide that I kind of wrote up for it, like an actual 15-minute video explaining it, Freezies, that's on Patreon or for YouTube members. If you just have it, but you can ask me questions here, of course, too, though. So Rage Gen is basically just not the priority with this build. Traditionally, and I know it's almost sacrilegious to say, like, oh, like you always need to be generating Rage, and like, what about your in-card and CDR, etc., right? This build is not meant to be a turtle build. Like, I'm not trying to, like, play lazy. It's just I really liked Thorns of Iron. Do you remember Thorns of Iron if you're a Guardian Druid player? And I was sad when they got rid of Thorns of Iron. So on beta, I basically cooked up a build that would allow me to play my Guardian Druid just like Thorns of Iron. It's just that I do a little less damage because Thorns of Iron doesn't exist. But I thought to myself, is there a way that I would be able to play as if I was playing Thorns of Iron? So I cooked up this build. I actually try to take as much damage nodes as possible to maximize my damage so that I don't troll my team playing a build that is not using Apex or Maul or Raze. And I would say that I've done a pretty good job. I feel competitive. I'm going to taunt that. We're going to bring it in. Because I actually still do not want, by the way, to bring this in a mini-boss. We have time. Really easy right now. Let's just fight this here for a second. Let's get this guy lower. I know we have a DK, but let's just trust me. Trust me. We're going to time this key. We're going to time this key. Just grab this guy a little lower. Get him to half health so we don't have any overlaps and we don't die. Because there's going to be some circles to dodge. Yep, just get him a little lower. We can chain in at 50%. No problem. Yep, just kill him. Honestly, just kill him. It's fine. We have Giga time. We're not going to lose to timer. We won't really have Death's Last Boss. Death's Last Boss is pretty infrequent. We can chain in now. That's cool. Is this the EC no raise? Yes, exactly. And also, yes, it is. Hold up. Let me just focus a tiny bit. Blah, blah, blah. Is this the EC no raise, no apex? Yes, exactly. I macro my Iron Fur as well. I just played it wrong. Got me to 15s. It works for me too. I'm in a 17. We're about to time this. I can look at our timer. We're chilling. I've even made some rad adaptation. We've had 3 deaths. Those deaths were fairly impactful. So no problem. It looks like do you think we're going to time this right now, Freezies? I think we're doing fine though. What's my zodiac sign? Ooh, you mean when was I born? January. I guess you have to zodiac me on that, but January. Okay, bring him up. Nice. Perfect. I mean, our timer is chill. And even I'm even routing like less aggressive because we have infinite timer, right? I'm January 18th. Is my birthday. Well, I feel squishier going from VDH to Prop Pally. It depends how good you are on them. Honestly, I feel like actually borderline going from you might feel tankier. Like, it depends how good you are at VDH and how good you are at Prop Pally. If you're a good VDH but a bad Prop Pally, then the answer is yes. If you're a learning VDH but a decent Prop Pally, then you will feel much tankier, actually. It's not like either one is truly made of paper, but, you know. Which January? What do you mean? Is there multiple Januaries? I didn't know that. All right, can't lose. 6 minutes going into boss. We have Omega time. 6 minutes with Lust. Here we go. But yeah, so this build still does damage, by the way. I'm 83k overall in Pit of Sauron. Is that acceptable tank damage? Would you say, by the way? So if I was playing a traditional Guardian Druid build, by the way, I would have approximately 100k at this point. Maybe more than that, by the way. Like, possibly I would have 105. Okay? So, out of curiosity, would you say, for anybody that's done keys this season, if a tank ends the dungeon at 80,000 DPS, is that acceptable? Would you say that this is a good amount of DPS? You've never once looked at your tank damage. That's, fair enough, Mua. Fair enough. But actually, I genuinely think, because sometimes, again, there are still so many people who are, you can't play that build. It's like, but it seems to work pretty fine for me. It's not really like theory crafting. It's just straight up. Like, it seems to work pretty well. Okay, so actually we need to move the boss a bunch. We have a DK who can grip, but still, just want to make sure we play this safe. Safe. Yeah. I mean, so I'm having to actually game threat in this dungeon, which is not a bad thing, because that just means that, we're doing a lot of damage. So I don't really necessarily mind that I'm having to, think about threat, because it means we have giga blasting DPS. But it is crazy to me that I could lose threat to just a strong burst from my rep. I think Rep Pally is actually the only spec in the game right now that I'm just like, whew, I got to keep threat from you, and this might be tough. Nah, I think Rep Pally is actually the only one that exists like that. How do you use Sacred Weapon on a Prop Pally? Just don't overlap it with your wings. So when you hit your wings, Sentinel, or if you're playing Lightsmith, by the way, Das Schnicke Sheep. If you're playing Lightsmith or Sentinel or Crit Wings, the idea is that you don't want to overlap the Sacred Weapon, because when you hit that big button, you're going to put a Sacred Weapon out, and it doesn't overlap itself. So you just don't want to double it, right? For me, it's Dev Evokers. Even Dev Evokers, I don't know, I feel like I can hold against Dev Evokers, but that's obviously the other one. Okay, so we're in melee range here. It's perfect, and then I'm going to get knocked back into the other one. There you go. Perfect. Don't miss. Would be very sad if we had just a random death here. Okay. Can't lose from here. Watch this. Perfectly on the pile. So then he's going to come over here. And then we have the army cast. And then here, though, I don't see how you're doing so much. Well, this is not pure single target. Just keep in mind. So I'm going to Lunar Beam. Normally I make a plan. So I have Thrash, Sundering Roar, then Thrash again. Keep in mind that this is not pure single target, because I am actually hitting multiple ads, and I believe that they count on details in the in-game meters. SI just in case. And then this guy is still kind of alive, so why don't we just Vortex Typhoon, make sure he doesn't get another cast off. A little bit of danger. He's still alive. I'm going to off-heal a little bit. Boom. Everybody's alive. Beautiful Spirit Link, though. Do you have the route you just did? Yeah, of course. The Pit of Sauron route, I think it's sometimes bugged on the import, but here we go. Little Feral Frenzy to finish off this key. Nice. 2 minutes left. Easy, easy, easy. So if it was an 18, I suppose we would be a little bit tight on the timer, but all good. Nice. GG's. GG's. Yeah, my single target, I mean, if you can drag funnel into a boss, that always helps with single target. Did I get a fresh? Yeah, I have a short hair right now. Nice. GG's. GG's. Oh, Rawa did, yeah. Oh, a nice little Dawnlight Matrix. Would go up if people did much damage. Well, kind of. So actually, what you really want, by the way, first of all, route determines your damage. I think it's so important to understand this, Freezy. And if you're a tank player watching this, just know your route heavily determines your overall damage as a tank, because tanks do more AoE damage than they do single target damage, right? Every tank. So if I can basically pull bigger on my AoE cooldowns and bosses still die reasonably, then I'll do more damage overall. Also, let's say I really wanted to min-max my damage, right? Thank you for keys, haha. Thank you for keys. Rep Pally. Man, you still rip from me on that one pull. I mean, you just do a lot of damage, man. Not playing Puzzle Box? No, I don't play Puzzle Box. I'm playing just Heart of the Wind. But yeah, the damage breakdown of this key just looks like this. So this is... Yeah, this is... If I had a monk, it'd be cool too. But yeah, basically, it really is just... These are the damage breakdown. This is what we're doing here. Nice, okay. So we didn't end up getting the 18s. Unfortunate. But that's all right. Discord, by the way. If you want to find any of the resources that I do in-game, find it in the Discord. Also, apologize if I missed the YouTube chat on there. You have tips for Route and Academy? Yes, that I do, Crazy Panda, actually. Okay. What I hate about Guardian is non-stop pressing iron for... You don't have to do this build. Going from Brew to Bear feels so easier as a tank. I like Bear for what it's right now, though. Yeah. You're fine. Thank you for the keys, haha. Sorry we didn't get the 18s. Another time, next week. My first Mythic Vault was a dud. So I am sitting on 160 Mythic Crests that I cannot do anything with. It is unfortunate. I'll try this build. I never thought about not using Mangle. When I was cooking this build, Freezies, one of the things, as I mentioned as I was doing that key, it's important for me that I get to enjoy the game the way that I want to enjoy the game, right? That's like my ultimate priority, is that I want to have a good time playing WoW. And so my thought process is always, okay, I know that I should do X, Y, and Z, but maybe I could do A, B, C. You see, I know the alphabet. No, 0 mangle. I don't even have it. I mangle if I just need a quick B-res, but that's it. Yep, 0 mangle. I think this whole key, 0. That's it. That's it. I actually, by the way, I could have done way more damage because I was being lazy that key, knowing we were going to time it. I didn't actually... I think I missed 7 Heart of the Wilds. I wasn't even using it. You're doing more damage? Correct. That's why I do it, Freezies. It's not defensive, by the way. The reason I don't mangle is because I want more damage, not less. It's not, again, a lot of times when people, WoW players, when they lack context, if you take a look at my log as an example, you would, for example, say, oh, like, your iron for uptime isn't even that high. And it's like, because I'm not trying to actually have high iron for uptime. I'm trying to do competitive damage, playing a build that allows me to play like this. You spent, yep. If you take a look at the log, what I would want you to look at is my lunar beam uptime. Big lunar beams. Huge lunar beams, as I explained in the guide that I made for this. But there are so many ways to play WoW, and ultimately, you should just make sure that make sure that you enjoy the way that you play. Yeah? Could we all agree on that? This is like a thick boom kid, pretty much. Yeah. There's actually, yeah, I could Starfall way more, actually. Same as Bell's Mangle and keep out. You don't need 5 stacks of iron for those Saint Hearth. You only need 2 to 3, and you're fine. Lunar Beam does more damage, and that's what I decided. But again, for me personally, I did that though. Why not Puzzle Box? I tried it for a little bit, just didn't like it. Yeah, it's crazy, that I have to actually weave taunt into my rotation. Use a macro for Starfall? No, I do not. Time 17 pit? Yep. Do I have any bad habits in real life, Squirt, or in game? I have both. Puzzle Box cast? Yeah. I love it. I'm going to try it, yeah. There's a lot of ways to min-max. I think that if you pick up this build and you don't understand the nuances of it, then obviously I think you're going to have like quite low damage, but I don't think, like, I think this is pretty competitive. let me put it this way. If I showed this, if I took a picture of this overall damage, yeah, and I were to link this to someone, I don't think they would be able to tell me that I wasn't playing a normal build. Would you agree with that? I mean, is it as high as it could be? No. I'm sure if I was playing a regular Apex build, I think I could do like 90 to 100k with the pulls I just did. I was doing what you just said? Yep. There's a lot of little nuance to that, though. Also, true, next week, this build gets buffed 2% more than the other build. I would know. It's true. Well, this build is kind of squishy. It depends. If you play it perfectly, Saint Hearth, it's just as tanky. In fact, sometimes it's even more tanky. First pull Algathar Academy, technically speaking, you would gain more value playing the Raze build because you get a greater shield, and the danger there is not going to be mitigated by the build I play. Yes, you can, Sneaky Schneep. Actually, funny enough, I have a coaching call for Prot Pally in 25 minutes. Question is, would you live? Well, JST, do you think that I would have been able to rant in the middle of that key on a 17 as a tank player and also successfully complete that key if I was playing a build where I had to manage multiple resources and play perfectly? That's why I like this build, because it lets me do what I actually want to do, as I mentioned, which is hang out with you guys. I mean, could I do it? Yeah, but I'm probably gonna taste dirt definitely a little bit more often. So keep in mind that I have a priority. My priority is to hang out with you guys. You know? Hey, Corpus. Yes, good call, Corpus. If I miss you, I'm sorry, I don't even have a YouTube chat open right now. Corpus, I recognize your name. Come here. Good call. Very good call. Yes, this is the one. This is the way. Because, by the way, if you don't know this, also, fun fact. Here, you want to see something crazy? You want to see something? I'll show you something real quick. This is awesome. You ready for this? Is great. You ready for this? Oh, what's up, Lona? Hi, Lona. Hi, Corpus. So this is why. Here, I'm going to show you something. You ready? This is crazy. You definitely didn't know that I play like. Okay. If all I can tell you is that if you are, listen, if you're a member of the last key that I just did, remember we timed it, but I am going to show you something. Okay? You guys are about to be on stream. Be respectful. Deal? Everybody agree with this? You got to be respectful. Is this a fair thing? I'm going to show you something. You ready? Okay, hold up. 3, 2, 1. This is, by the way, this is what it looks like. You ready? Okay, hold up. I'm going to show you this. 3, 2, 1. When I play WoW, this is my chat. Just don't judge me too harshly, okay? This is how I play. No, I'm not joking. That's how I can keep up. That's why I can talk to you guys. Yes. Because I just have this here. That's why I'm able to have a conversation with you. That's the whole point. That's also why I miss YouTube chat, because the YouTube, so to the right, this is only Twitch. That's the problem. So this is the thing. Yeah, exactly. I don't have a cooldown manager. I have you guys. Sometimes I even make it bigger. Yeah, that's also why occasionally, sometimes in the middle of a key, if you do see me miss a global, it's because I've accidentally gone to the right, and I will. So it goes like this. What happens is, like, if I'm doing this, I will actually click out of my game. So it does happen for what it's worth. Yeah, or 17 Michelin star UI. Yeah, this is how I play all the time. Very occasionally, I'm like, oh, I got to moonfire something over here. So if you ever see me do a weird camera movement, it's because I've actually turned left so that I could moonfire the thing over here, because I can't moonfire through the chat. Yeah. That's why I play. That's what I do. That's why occasionally I'll make mistakes, because I just have, like, basically I can move it in the middle. But yeah, that's how I play. So that's because this is my goal. My goal is to hang out with you. Like, if you're new to my stream, by the way, if you've never been to my stream, like, come say hi. Like, that's my goal. Like, IO is cool, and I can play bear, and I like playing other tanks as well. But at the end of the day, my priority is to hang out with you guys and enjoy the game. So, yeah, yeah. This is the thing. So if you're new to my stream and you've never been here before, first of all, hello. Second of all, I just come say hi. Like if you ever wanted to support stream, the best thing you can do is just come say hi. It's the best thing you can do. Yeah, obviously, if you want to donate bits for one of the goals that I randomly put up, like the milkshake fund or workout goals or anything like that, like that's great. But this is the best thing you can do is just entertain me a little bit. I live 8,000 miles away from you pretty much. And the fact that I get to talk to you like this is kind of awesome. Like it's my way of connecting to the world because God damn it, I never go outside. Like why would I go? I never go outside. I do have a second monitor, but you'll notice that I have a very hard time keeping up with if you're ever chatting on YouTube, it's like very hard for me to keep up because that's to the right. I have to do this. I have to turn my head to the right to see what you just said. The problem is, Kitsura, and like you see, if I'm tanking a dungeon and it's a 17 and I look to the right, I taste dirt. And I don't want to taste dirt unless it's got the gummy worms in it. You know the dirt? You guys have this childhood? I swear, like this is a thing in America, at least when I was growing up. We used to have dirt, but it was actually crushed up Oreos with gummy worms. So in that case, I would love to taste dirt again, but otherwise, not really. Not just merch. I don't know how to do that actually. Because I don't know how to do it. Yeah, the chocolate pudding with the gummy worms, correct. Dark Knight, I don't know how. Yeah, I have no idea. I only know how to get this main chat here. I would love to combine it though. And it's click through. Is it? If you guys have a way, that would be great. Is streaming your only source of income? No, this is. I mean, I've been streaming now for like a year and a half, and it's something that I genuinely enjoy. I want to be able to keep streaming. I want to be able to keep making cool content and just have the chance to hang out with people as I play the game. But ultimately, it's not my main job. I actually have a real job. My real job is that I get to help people. I work as a coach, I work as a trainer, and I get to work online with people. But the benefit of that is that there are two benefits. One, I never have to leave my house because I just work with people in their living room. The downside is time difference. So, for example, I tend to work my late night. It is 7:40 p.m. for me, but my job only actually starts at like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., etc. So I work with people in the UK or Europe or mostly America. Most of the clients are in America, which means that I work with them in their early morning or their late night. So it's my early morning or my late night. So that do be tough sometimes. So I stream in my day because going outside. I will go outside on Thursday. Thursday I'm going outside actually. It'll be the world will see me once more, and then I will turtle and retreat back into my home where I can order milkshakes and ice cream to my door. What keys are time? Everything. Every key that you see here, I have timed in this build wizard. So 3 17s, all 16s, and this is every key. Every single key here. And then we did an 18 Windrunner, but we just had a death on the last boss, and that was very unfortunate. We had that one. We had 18 Windrunner and 18 Pit today. Just missed it barely. But actually, every single key I've done has been with this build. Gotta leave to be social. Bye, Corpus. Good luck with the socials. Yeah. Yeah. But that's my goal. Thank you for asking, though, Razrune Lord. I think it would be really cool if one day stream became an even greater part of my life, then I could devote more hours to it. I feel like I have to be responsible with my time because I am unfortunately an adult. Like one of the massive issues that I'm encountering these days with my life is the fact that because of my age, people tend to think that I'm an adult. Unfortunately, they're correct. That is tough, man. That's rough. It's highly unfortunate. Is collecting? No. I don't even know how many things are in here. Let's find out. Let's see. Oh my, there's a lot. Yeah, I've got like I don't even know what these are though. How old are you? I'm 29. But I look forward to doing high keys and if maybe I'll push for title this season, J6, and maybe not. Maybe I'll just be satisfied with 100 points below title. Like we'll see. But if I do get title and I do keep pushing in the IOs, I hope that I can add a little bit of joy, a little bit of humor, a little bit of positivity to the high key pushing community. I think that would be a great mission and to restore a little bit of fun to World of Warcraft, huh? I think that'd be nice. I think it's a good goal. You think your first key ever? Nice, nice, nice. All right. I wonder if the race to world first will be over by the time I come back to stream tomorrow. I do believe that I will stream tomorrow. I'm going to try to take 1 day off this week. I don't know when, but I'll update in Discord whenever that is. I have no idea when. Maybe like Thursday. Maybe not Thursday. I have no idea. They kill before I wake up. I'm pretty sure Echo does, though. It goes against the tiles you said. I think I tend to like 100 points below title. That's like exactly where I want to be, personally speaking. About 100 points below title is like, that's perfection for me. Because the actual end of title push, it depends. We'll see. We'll see. Who were the people that the guys I rated yesterday were genuinely some of the coolest. That was like one of the coolest streams I think I've ever been in, pretty easily. Like, they were amazing. They were so cool. I really liked who I went to say hi to yesterday. All right, let's find somebody. Let's find somebody online. Going out with your dog? If you have a dog, by all means, by the way, please send me a photo of your dog. I want to, if you have a dog or a cute furry pet, send it in my Discord. There's a section on my Discord called Furry Friends. Please, I want to see, because I also want a dog real bad. And if enough people send me dog photos and cat photos or whatever, I'll probably get one. Just letting you know. You have to basically convince me. If you convince me properly, then I will consider it. Yeah, you never underestimate how suggestible I really am. I'm highly suggestible. Incredibly suggestible. Do it? Yeah. You got to convince me, man. This is the thing. I think it's a good time to convince me. I also want a dog. That's true. And the other benefit, of course, is that yes, that means Kitty will also get a dog. It's a win-win scenario. I need a live. Done. I'm ready. That's easy. I've got this. Cool. All right, bet. Furry friends, I'm ready. I'll show you right now. I've got my window capture open. This is send me your dog. Here we go. Furry friends, window capture online. I'm waiting. The last person that put their little cat in here, apparently their cat was going on a date and is very cute, little bow tie. Yeah, I'm waiting. They're furry friends. Send me the pet. I love all people's pets. And also the fact that this person actually had a raccoon in there. Look at this guy. They're so cute, man. I love that. Okay, wait. Oh my god, it's a cute doggo. He's a little eye doggo. Look at the dog. This seems like it's okay. Is this dog a high energy dog? You said you have to go. I'll talk to you about your dog another time. Okay. I will have to ask you questions later. Sind? Look at the little fuzzies. That's such an aesthetic photo. Oh my god. This is the most aesthetic. Okay. This is like a catalog photo. This is an amazing photo. What the hell? This is such a good photo, actually. Just like the background and everything. Atlas? I would die for Atlas. That dog can slurp some water. I want a dog so bad. I really want a dog. I love the cats that we have, but I really want a dog. That would basically make my life. My dog's Atlas too. There's another Atlas. It's a good dog name. Okay, now I gotta go get ready. I gotta go get ready for a coaching call and then work later tonight. So I must go. I will send you over to Rob. He is very nice. I see him on. I haven't said hi to Rob in a long time. Let's go say hi to Mr. Rob. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It was some fun keys. We didn't win all the 18s, but we'll get them next week. Or whenever. Not in a rush. I will probably upload, actually. I really like that conversation we had, Joysticks. It's a great question. We didn't time 18, but we got 17. No problemo. We'll do it next week. I will probably upload most of that 17 pit, I think, to YouTube tonight. I think it was a good run. All right, go say hi to Rob, make a new friend. See ya. Rob.